Jay Lang is in the studio. He was there on the sidelines. He got to see it all in person. That's coming up next after the update from Jeff Lesson, 97.1 The Ticket.
We're brought to you by the good people at Cars for Kids. Lions 9-4 now, losing their second divisional game in 3 weeks, falling 28-13 in Chicago. Jared Goff throwing for 161 yards and a score, but also had 2 interceptions and a fumbled snap. He also has been now involved with 9 turnovers in the last 4 games. Lions shut out in the second half, only 267 yards of total offense for the game. Next up, the red-hot 7-6 Denver Broncos at Ford Field on Saturday night. Lions favored by 4. Lions still lead 7-6 Minnesota by 2 games in the North. Vikings winning over the Raiders 3-0 in the lowest scoring indoor game in NFL history. 6-6 Packers playing tonight against the G-Men. Cowboys over the Eagles 33-13. Buffalo 20. Kansas City 17. Michigan State falls at Nebraska 77-70 in college hoops. Michigan, they win 90-80 at Iowa. There are reports, though, of a confrontation at a team practice last week between head coach Juwan Howard and a conditioning coach. Conflicting reports as to the nature of that confrontation. Howard, a few years ago, had a physical confrontation with a Wisconsin assistant coach. That resulted in a new university zero-tolerance policy. At the Ticket Update desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 248-539-9797. We're joined by TJ, who I got to spend some time with Friday evening at the Lodge in Kego Harbor for Killers Christmas Charities. We raised over $142,000 behind the bar. Had a great time, and TJ.
That was the highlight of the weekend, wasn't it?
It was yes, it was, because every team lost except like in Michigan basketball. And then, as Jeff Lesson reported, they might have their own troubles. But I personally want to also thank you because you were very nice to my daughter, and she was very appreciative.
Yeah, there were a lot of great people there.
Yes.
That was fun.
Yeah.
And I didn't know you had twin daughter. You said, come meet my daughter. I said, Stoney, I've met your daughter a bunch of times.
Yeah.
She works NFL film stuff.
Yeah.
And there was another one there, twin. So good for you. Yeah, there was a lot of good people, good vibes. I mean, that's a fun event,
good
John.
For you.
Congrats. I don't there's a lot of good people there.
Just wait till your daughters of getting their teens and stuff like that. You'll sit there, why couldn't they all be boys? Just kidding.
Yeah. Any shenanigans this time? Were you able to get your hands on his phone?
No. Stoney was he was locked down.
Yes.
He was pretty protective.
That was the first thing he said when I came in.
Right. I introduced him to Cindy. I said, last time TJ took my phone, and she was completely non-surprised about how I didn't have a security code.
Yeah, that was like the least surprising story to your wife.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
Yep, that's Mike. Yeah.
Well, Soldier Field. It was an interesting game for the first half. I mean, they played like garbage in the beginning, and then they come back and they're leading at the half, and you think, all right, we got the ball back, and we're going to avoid the third quarter doldrums, and then it happened again.
I mean, we found out exactly what I feel like we already know. The offense has to play really good for them to win games.
Yeah.
And it felt like certainly at the end of the first half that they finally started to get a rhythm going. And then the second half was atrocious. It was awful, and it was bad ball. You couldn't move the ball. You're punting 3 and out. I mean, you get the ball to start the half, and you're punting it away before even half the people are back from getting a hot dog at the stand, right? You're so fast 3 and out that the Bears get the ball back. And that second half was just bad. It's bad football. And bad football doesn't mean everybody's out there playing terrible, right? It doesn't mean that guys are just falling on their face and they forgot how to play football. It's whether it's a guy running a wrong route on a crucial third down, whether it's a crucial penalty where now you're 2nd and 20, right? And that's hard to overcome. Whether it's a drop pass, It's not everybody just playing terrible. It's just things that start to trickle into, major issues. And that's what we saw in the second half there. But it was weird because I felt like the defense got better yesterday. You know what I mean? I feel like they got better. The first two drives, I'm probably like you guys. I was like, oh my God, this could be a long day. You couldn't find. We had Justin Fields wrapped up 3 or 4 times, and he breaks out for 20, 30 yards.
I thought schematically they were okay early. Right. They just couldn't tackle.
Yeah, and that was the issue. And then they figured it out, and then they started to get to Fields. They started to hit Fields. They started to play good defense. They started to cover really well. Even when Fields had times, how many times did we see him, just kind of standing and bouncing in the pocket because he couldn't find anybody? So it felt like the defense was doing their job, right? They got thrown in some tough positions there in the second half that ultimately, it was a failure, the whole team in the second half. But I thought the defense did improve. I thought that the guys, the scheme looked better, right? They clearly made an adjustment with Justin Fields and said, we're going to put 5 guys on the line of scrimmage. We're going to rush 5. We're going to rush 6. We're going to try to create one-on-ones across the board, and somebody's got to win. And they did find ways to win. John Kaminsky was probably the first game in a long time where we were like, man, that's what we've been waiting to see, right? Hutchinson had a bunch of good rushes, but there were way too many mistakes. Whether it was the penalties on offense, whether it was the jumping off sides, Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, I know you guys listen on my way in. You sounded surprised. I said it right on air, live yesterday. Right. I said, guys, they're not snapping this football. It's 4th and 13. They are clearly going to take a delay a game and just punt it. And you made a major mistake by jumping off sides, and Hutchinson knows that. And I saw him in the locker room yesterday, and good for him. He stood up to the media and he answered questions. That's what being a professional is about. But that you can't make those mistakes, and they're getting mistakes from key players, right? Jared Goff fumbling a snap. Coach put that on him. He said you can't close your hands early, on a center quarterback exchange. Amon-Ra, how many times do we see the ball bounce off his hands, right?
Yeah, Gibbs dropped
Gibbs dropping one, right? Hutchinson jumping off sides, which he doesn't do much, right? A huge play in that game. I mean, it was a colossal failure, I think, in the second half, and it was so disappointing because the first half felt like, okay, this is going to be a dogfight. We're going into halftime with the lead, 13-10. We get the ball coming out. This is where we could have a potential killer instinct, maybe go up 2 scores in the second half and just kind of start playing our style of football, right? And they weren't able to do that. And Chicago, I mean, they looked like a rejuvenated team to me. You know what I mean? Yeah. They looked like a rejuvenated team to me. They looked like a team that they obviously added Montez Sweat. I think Justin Fields is playing better. Like, they know that their backs are against the wall, right? They're 4-8 coming in. They know they don't have much to lose. They're probably playing a little bit looser, but it looked very visually obvious to me that the Bears went into that game knowing, like, they had a feeling that they were going to beat up on the Lions.
Because they thought they should have won at Ford Field.
That's what it looked like to me. And it looked to me like the Lions were just not ready to handle those punches that they were getting thrown their way. And they just couldn't figure out an answer in the second half, and they're going to have to figure it out because I promise you play like that, the next 4 teams you play have better defenses than the Chicago Bears. You play like that against the Broncos or the Cowboys or the Vikings who have been shutting teams out lately, you're going to get smoked, right? So you're going to have to figure some things out, especially offensively. They got to find a way to get this passing attack back on track, and at least I know that they don't call a bunch of deep shots, guys, and let's be honest, they probably know there's a reason for that.
Correct.
But you have to have at least one play minimum. I feel every game where it's a shot play. It's a play action, and instead of, hey, we're rolling out, dumping it in the flat, we're taking a shot downfield.
They had the one, and he underthrew J-Mo, right? Was that the one down the left sideline?
I don't think that was a called shot play. I think there was pressure. There was empty pressure. There was a free guy coming, blitzing right in Jared Goff's face, and he just got rid of the ball. And J-Mo, didn't understand. He just maybe didn't see the pressure, couldn't find the ball. But those are little things too, right?
Right.
J-Mo, you got to know, hey, if you're looking at the line, you see 6 guys, 7 guys at the line, you know that ball's coming out fast. So you have to get your head back around. So there's still some learning curves for him, obviously. But this passing attack just feels bland. It feels like teams have kind of figured out what they like to do, and you clog the middle of the field. And I mean, just be honest, guys, you watch the same games I do. How many times do we see the passing attack throw outside the numbers? Everything is congested, like to the middle of the field. You know what I mean? Yeah. Whether it's the little crossing routes, or he's really good at throwing those deep 15-yard over routes. We saw a great one yesterday to Donovan Peoples-Jones on a 4th down, but that's kind of their style of offense. Like, that's where they want to get the ball to. And when teams start figuring that out, and Chicago did a really nice job the first time they played them, it's like, where's the adjustment, right? Where are some of the outside routes? Where are some of the 8-yard hitches, right? Something to get the ball outside the numbers. I just haven't seen them adjust well enough to make that a part of the passing attack to kind of throw teams off of what they're trying to do.
And sometimes we've seen them be effective at getting Amon-Ra St. Brown the ball quickly with a wide receiver screen. You kind of give it away when you put Penei Sewell out there.
Right. I mean,
so I understand the thought process, and maybe there's a counter to that. We haven't seen the counter to that. Maybe, hey, you put Penei Sewell out there, and then you run it inside, or you go the opposite way. But to that point, though, you've got to be able to get the ball down the field. You got to get the ball outside the numbers, and some of it can be wide receiver screen. It could be getting the ball to Gibbs, and I know he had the drop, but you've got to be able to get the ball outside instead of always looking inside to Sam Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, or whoever it is that you're looking for a crossing route.
Yeah, and I don't really count the outside screens as part of getting outside the number. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking more of the kind of 10 feet. We're on the same page. And there's also, I talked to a couple guys yesterday. When's the last time you saw them run just like a regular running back screen, right? They've got good athletes on their offensive line, right? I think we can all agree to that. They've got really good athletes. Use those guys in space more. You know what I mean? When's the last time? We see it all the time. It's a staple of a lot of teams. You watch the Chiefs. I mean, they're great at running these these running back screens where, right, it's a 3 count. You fake the pass, line leaks out, you dump it off to Gibbs. I can't remember the last time I saw that from this offense. I think that could be just a small adjustment that maybe they could run because you know what, John? We know what that does to a defensive line too. When the pass rush is starting to get home a little bit and they're starting to irritate your quarterback, that's when you start to call it because if you hit one for a big play, now the defensive line's got to start thinking about that, right? Yeah. So there's just little wrinkles that I'm thinking. And look, I still have confidence and faith in Ben Johnson. I think he's a hell of a play caller. But there's just a couple little adjustments that you look at and you say, I know it's easier for us on the outside, looking in,
right.
But there's a couple little things that I think they can help themselves out with that. They can make it maybe a little bit easier on them, right? They don't always have to make it so hard on themselves. That's kind of what it looks like, to me at least, really the majority of probably the last 3 games.
It ended up not meaning much, but who the hell decides to tell Dan Campbell when to challenge? Because that was ridiculous.
I don't know whose job that is upstairs.
Or is he doing it on his own?
I think there's times where maybe in that situation, I don't know if he addressed it yesterday. I didn't hear, but
no, I don't know.
I think in some of those situations, you have to trust your gut. And when you see Cole Kmet bounce up and you see the entire Bears offense sprint to the line of scrimmage, they're usually getting a signal from their sideline that says, get up and snap the ball. We don't want to give them time to see the replay. We think it might have hit the ground, right? So I think Dan Campbell maybe saw that happening, that type of a tempo going on, and he said, okay, something's weird here. They're obviously hurrying up for a reason. I'm just going to throw it and see what happens, right? Because I don't think there wasn't much time in that situation, I don't think, to really look at 4 or 5 replays and try to get every different angle. Right. I think that was just him trusting his gut. Hey, Chicago thinks they're hurrying up. He might have dropped it. It might have hit the ground. Let's just take a chance and see if we can get one.
All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. If you have any questions for TJ or John, and I don't know when you ask me anything because I've never played the damn game as good as these guys have. However, I do want to bring up the controversial call in that football game and what you saw as well. 97 won the ticket.
When I have a question about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help it prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
248-539-9797. I know Dan Campbell did not want to harp on it at the press conference, but the lack of the intentional grounding or even an illegal touch that set up the 4th and 13, it would have been 4th and 23 if they would have called it the way we thought they should have called it.
They absolutely should have called it. Nobody's blaming the refs here. That's the definition of intentional grounding.
Yeah.
It's not the refs thought he was starting his throwing motion and then got hit, and sure, that can change the direction of the ball. Mm-hmm. He was clearly getting sacked before he tried to dump it off. Right. That is the definition of intentional grounding. And look, did it change the game? Probably, because if it's 4th and 23 now, they're not lining up in fake count. They're probably just punting the ball, right? Now, that's not excusing what happened in the second half by any means, but that's what started the downfall, right? The offsides touchdown, the next play is a snap fumble, boom, you're down 2 scores. Absolutely. I mean, and you can't disagree with that. That was the definition of intentional grounding, and I'm really not sure why they didn't call it, because they had time afterwards too. Even somebody from the booth had time to call down and tell them, because remember that play, they thought it was a fumble. The tackle picked it up, ran around for 10 seconds, and then they had to figure out, was it a fumble? Not. That was plenty of time for somebody to call down from the booth and say, guys, you cannot miss this intentional grounding. It is literally the definition. Right. But
and it was,
for some reason they didn't call it.
Because it was 13-13 at the time.
And they didn't call it. And you know what? Still not the end of the world. It's still 4th and 13.
Yes.
Right? So even with that being said, you kind of made it worse by making a mistake yourself. So
yes, exactly.
Just compounding errors.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's see. Let's go to Todd. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Todd?
Hey, gentlemen. Love the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
TJ, there's an offensive coordinator position open maybe next year in Detroit if you're interested.
No, thanks.
All right.
No, thanks.
My concern is this. Goff keeps stumbling the next 4 games. Lions win the division, lose the first round of the playoffs. I'm just not comfortable with him as our quarterback next year. He's been responsible for 9 turnovers in the last 4 games, and it's just so concerning. And it even seems like they've dialed back the offense a bit because they're concerned of how he's playing. It just doesn't seem right with him right now. And look, there's a backup quarterback that was a heck of a college football player. What was he? 27 touchdowns and 2 turnovers his senior year, 450 yards rushing, 5 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He's a heck of an athlete. I mean, have you seen him in practice, TJ? I don't know. I'm concerned about this quarterback situation.
All 2 weeks of his practice?
Yes, his clock was just turned on.
Look, Hendon Hooker, certainly not going to be anytime this year where we see him even come close to getting an opportunity. No, I think it's fair that there's a little bit of concern about Jared Goff.
Yes.
And we talked about it a little bit on Friday's show too. The bottom line, though, is, you look at really overall the last, 23 games now. It's been pretty damn good, right? It's been pretty damn good. Now, there's been a couple stinkers in there too. And I think the major concern with most of us is, like you mentioned, the turnovers, right? Just way too many turnovers, especially this point of the season where teams don't have the same level of you can't be making the same mistakes and still everything's good, we're fine. Like, your margin of error is not as big as it was earlier this season when you could have afforded to make some of those mistakes. This December football, right? This is where you have to start gearing up and playing your best. And Jared Goff really, the last couple games, last week against the Saints was fine. But 3 out of the last 4 now, it's been a concern, right? It has. And I'm not on the train that I don't want Jared Goff to be my quarterback. That's not the question. The question with a lot of people is the future, right?
Right.
The future is not, do we like Jared Goff? I think I admire Jared Goff. I think he's done a hell of a job kind of turning his career around and turning this football team around. The question is, do you want to pay Jared Goff $50 million a year to be your quarterback for the next 4 or 5 years, right? And that's a good debate. I don't want to sidetrack and get into that debate right now, but that's where I think these next 4 games in the playoffs, this is going to be, I think, a chance for a resume builder for Jared Goff. An audition, so to say, right? If you make a run, and I'm not saying you got to win the Super Bowl, but if you win a playoff game and you make a run, maybe you make the championship game. Right now, you're looking at this guy saying, okay, I'd rather see what we've got. I'd rather see him play in the big games and play well in the big games. And maybe now you're forcing you to overpay a little bit. I'd rather do that, but at least you know what you got, right? I just feel like there's still a lot of questions of, do we know what we have? We know what we have when he's really good. It's the times when yesterday where, average games, we see what this team looks like. That's a concern.
Well,
but I would say, look,
I wouldn't even say he was average.
Okay, fair. For his standards, fair. Below average for his standards, for how we've seen him play the majority of this year and the majority of the second half of last year, right?
No doubt.
I would just say to people, try not to overreact too much. You know what I mean? And this has become a trend a little bit, which is concerning. But what I've seen over the last 23 games, I still go back to, I think Jared Goff is a very mentally tough guy. I think he's a resilient guy. And it would not shock me this week. I know it's a short week, but Saturday he goes out and has one of his best games, right? And kind of silences everybody. Like that's kind of the pattern I've seen with Jared Goff. And if that's what you get with your quarterback, guess what, guys? Look around the NFL. See how many quarterbacks are giving you, yin and yang games every single week, right? Jared Goff's been pretty damn good, pretty consistently for a year and a half. So I know there's a debate to be had there. We're probably going to talk about it to death in the offseason.
Yes.
I want to see what these next 4 games look like, especially.
Well, this is when players go out and make money. If you're able to go out in the big games, win divisions, win playoff games, make a run in the playoffs, that's when you make money. And I brought this up earlier. Last night, Jalen Hurts, they showed his numbers. And it just cherry picking some numbers. 10 interceptions, 5 fumbles. Jared Goff, 10 interceptions, 5 fumbles. So there are some comparables. Now, he is...
Look at Josh Allen. Turnover machine. You know what I mean?
But the question then becomes, if it's not him, what is the future plan? And that's a discussion for later in the year or in the offseason. But if for the last 4 weeks he has not played great football, you could say down in New Orleans he played pretty good. And in the final couple of minutes of the initial game with Chicago, he played really good. But leading up to that, 3 interceptions, that was, they put him behind the 8 ball or fumbles. I can't remember which game it was. But if you were to space those 4 games out, and I'm only asking this question, instead of them being,
bunched together
in the middle of the season when you're trying to seal the division, but they were spread throughout the course of the year and then sprinkled in some of his finer performances.
Yeah.
Would we be as concerned about him right now if your record ends up being the same? You're 9-4, you still got a 2-game lead, but instead of having 4, turds in a row.
Yeah. No, if you go 3 games, 3 good games and then 1 kind of stinker, and then 3 good games and then 1 kind of stinker.
Right, it's a different conversation.
That's ball, right? And yeah, that's where I think the concern is coming from right now, because they are bunched together. Because it does seem like
it's getting to crunch time.
It seems like it's become a trend right now, which I think is
the trend before that was opposite.
Right. Yeah. But we always say, and you've always stressed, John, to me, football really starts Thanksgiving and after.
Yes.
And since then, he's been pretty bad.
For his standards, I think, everything goes into it, and there was a game where coach wasn't happy with the receivers. Now, we don't know what their routes are supposed to be, right? But, yes, I think, and everything around him has been below average, right? It hasn't just been Jared Goff. Everything.
Well, yesterday, you could pick, they missed an extra point. They had too many penalties, drop balls, miscut. It was poor
penalties,
coaching decisions,
right?
If you ask me as well. The 4th and 10 going for it. Now, it ended up not costing them that interception because the interception and the return got the penalty, so they started off at like the 12-yard line.
Yeah.
But going for it on 4th and 10, I thought was absurd.
Yeah, nothing really surprises me with Dan Campbell anymore. But
4th and 5,
that was
whatever.
the interceptions yesterday didn't really affect the game, right?
Because, that one didn't because of the penalty.
Yeah, and it was basically an arm punt, right?
Yes.
It didn't really affect the game.
Right.
The last one, right? It didn't matter. The one that really hurt, though, was the fumble.
The fumble. Fumble could have changed the game. All right, 248-539-9797.
Hey, football season is here. Dive into the best pool in history. That's Stadium Swim, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. That's the description of Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch football games. You got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop football party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports, poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, right on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Two 248-539-9797. I have another question from me, the ignorant person when it comes to football strategy. Or explain to me on 4th and 1 why you'd give the ball to a guy who's lined up like 8 yards behind the quarterback.
That was a bad call. That was a bad call. Bad call. I don't even know why they had that play in this week. You're on the road against a penetrating defensive line that they try to get in the backfield as fast as possible, and you're asking really 3 guys to somehow down block out of a silent count. That was an abomination.
Yes.
And I usually don't call out guys for play calls or play to that. That was an absolute abomination that should have never been in a game plan against a defense like this on the road. If you want to run that at home where you have the benefit of having your count and maybe you go hard count, maybe you can soften the defense up, that's a play that could hit. But to have a long developing counter play on a
especially when they're wide threes,
oh my
they're
goodness,
penetrating, they're moving.
Yeah.
That was a disgusting play call. That was absolutely horrendous.
All right. That
I'm
wasn't a dumb question after all. Good.
That was
All right. Another question I have for you. Should we take anything away? Because I thought he played actually pretty good the last couple of games. That Melifonwu played in 99% of the snaps on defense. Tracy Walker, 0.
Yeah, they started iffy yesterday over Tracy.
He made a good play on the 4th down on the other
awesome
side.
Play, great play
Yes.
on the little jet sweep. That they tried to run out of the tush push look.
Yes,
that was a hell of a play. I think he's a big guy too. I mean, he can be one of those physically imposing safeties. He's 6'4". He's got some good size to him. I didn't really notice, in coverage yesterday.
Right.
It's looked like the coverage was better. Yesterday for the majority of that game. I mean, Justin Fields especially in the first half, looked confused. So I have to imagine, Melifonwu was part of that. But he's another young guy, right, that they drafted, I think, in the 3rd round?
Yes.
Probably high expectations there, I think, in his 3rd year now.
Yep.
So he's getting an opportunity. And, the best thing you can do when you're a young player like that, you get an opportunity, you never let it go. And I thought he showed up yesterday and made some nice plays.
One more question on 2 guys. Onwuzurike, 14 snaps, and Broderick Martin, 6 snaps. Did you see anything that we couldn't see on TV? Did they play well? Were they out of place?
Levi, I think, had one play where he had some good penetration, on a run play that forced a cutback, which was nice to see. Broderick Martin's a big guy. I mean, he's a big guy. He does not get moved easy. I circled in on him a couple times. Young player, right? Just got to understand that things happen faster in the NFL. I think there was one play he did a nice job of kind of standing up the guard, but the running back ran right by him. Probably just hasn't been used to this type of speed, right? It's something he's going to learn and get better at. Okay, lock out, shed, make the play. That's going to be the next step for him. But certainly you can see some potential there with those guys for sure.
Yeah, he is a big dude. My only question is, and I don't know that in 6 snaps that you get a chance to see it very much. It does feel like he's very methodical right now. It's, come off the ball, hands in the breastplate, stand them up, but then it's just a little bit slow to react to where the ball is.
Yeah.
It's still going to be pad level. I think even though he is a big dude, I think he plays a little bit high.
Yeah, and we know those things start to come, right? When you start to watch the film and you go, okay, I got to get off this block a little bit quicker, right? Those are valuable plays and it's a short amount of plays, right? We're only talking about a handful here, but, those are plays he's going to look at and hopefully,
find
the
a way
more
to be
opportunities he gets, he can find more ways to, impact those plays.
Let's go to Willie. What's up, Willie?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Thank you for having me.
What's up, Willie?
All right, so I'm going to put a little different spin on everything, and I'm going to go back to the coaching staff because I think that was a game that Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson, and Aaron Glenn really goofed up. And if you guys and everybody want to think that Eberflus for the Bears is a great coach, you guys go right ahead. That you shouldn't get outcoached by Eberflus and the Bears, okay? What I noticed in that game was in the first quarter, the Bears came out playing hard, maybe because of what happened at Ford Field, so they figured we can jump out on the Lions again. Now, that was a storm that the Lions withstood in that first quarter. If you guys noticed, the second quarter, the Lions started imposing their will with the running game. They were moving the ball down the field easily, okay? The momentum shift to the Lions going into halftime.
Yeah, they were up 13-10.
Coming out in that third quarter, fellas, and this is where I'm about to get on Ben Johnson. You're making a playoff push with a chance to get the number 1 seed possibly, okay? The Bears are 4-8. The 49ers, the Eagles, even the Cowboys now, they don't lose games like this when they know the number 1 seed is on the line. When they know, okay, momentum shift our way, we got the Bears on their heels, we just ran the ball down their throat the whole second quarter, scored 2 quick touchdowns. You come out of that locker room and say, hey, let's go. Okay, fellas, let's go. Division on the line. We're trying to win this division. We're trying to not let Green Bay and Minnesota think they got any chance to win the division. Let's come out on the Bears. Let's put them out there misery. For me, fellas, I saw the Bears looking not confident in that second quarter after the Lions scored those 2 touchdowns. To me, I felt that. To me, just sitting on my couch, okay? You could tell the way Justin Fields was playing.
So what did you Willie, what did you want him to do in the third quarter?
If you're Ben Johnson and you're this great offensive coordinator who could potentially get a job next year, you don't come out and run Jamar Gibbs two straight plays up the middle. You got Jamison Williams. You got Donovan Peoples-Jones that we traded for.
No, they went
pass, run, pass.
Yeah, they didn't do that. I have a different beef with that. I think sometimes, and it's not a beef, but theory, sometimes coaches and play callers can outsmart themselves a little bit. And I'm not accusing Ben Johnson of doing this. I've seen it before, where you have a first half where you ran for 90-something yards on the number 1 rush defense in the league, right? So you're trying to think of what adjustments are they going to make over there? Okay, they're probably getting ripped in their locker room. Stop the run. We got to stop the run. Okay, we're going to come out and hit them with a play action pass, right? Sometimes you can outsmart yourselves where you say, okay, they're going to start preparing more, selling out to stop the run more. We're just not going to run it anymore and try to trick them instead of just saying, you know what, we're going to keep running the damn ball until they show they can stop it. So when you come out and you go play action pass incomplete, 2nd and 10, I think you run for 5 yards, right? Good run.
Yeah.
And then you go incomplete on 3rd
4
down.
yards. Yeah.
Right.
Their first 2 possessions, the second and the third quarter, pass, run, pass. Then Chicago takes it down, gets a field goal to tie the game. Then the Lions, now they had the false start on Sewell, which set them off.
Yeah, which wasn't on Sewell. It was on Awasika. They called the wrong guy.
Okay, so it's 1st and 15, and they go incomplete,
pass,
incomplete.
Right? Yeah, and then the next drive, they tried a couple runs, didn't get anything out of that. But my bigger issue was when you come out throwing the ball, it's got to be if you're going to throw the ball, it's got to be a high completion percentage. You know what I mean? Because you're taking a run off the board. If it's incomplete there, you only have 1 run unless you bounce the second down run for 8 or 9 yards. If you go 4 or 5 yards, still a good run, but odds are you're still not running the ball again on 3rd and 5.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I think that you're taking a run off the board when you throw an incomplete pass to start the drive. Now you're 2nd and 10. Now you're limited in what you can do. And I'm not saying, obviously it's easy from us on the outside to say, oh, hindsight, we should have just kept running the ball, because they did try to run the ball a couple drives later and got nothing. I just think there's times where you go into halftime with the momentum. You say, guys, we're running it, down their throat. We're doing a nice job. That's going to be our mindset. Maybe we've been running zone, John, right, the whole first half. Guess what? First play, we're running a counter play. We're running a toss play. We're going to try to get those linebackers up in the inside where we've hit them in the first half. Maybe this time we're going to get them on the edge, right? Maybe a jet sweep, something like that, instead of trying to outthink yourself and say, oh, maybe I think they're going to sell out for the run, so maybe we should pass. You know what I mean? You start to think a little bit too much rather than just sticking with what your bread and butter is and doing what you're doing successfully until they show they can stop it.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier, the scripted drive at the beginning of the game. You and I have both been in those meetings on Saturday night where they give you the script, the opening script, 10, 15 plays that they're planning on calling. Now, it doesn't always go in that order simply because down and distance, position on the field, where you get to all that stuff. But coming out at halftime, and I know you're not in the locker room at that time, but it feels like there's no direction or there's no understanding of how this offense wants to attack. On the teams that I've been on before, you're not going to get the script, right? And it's not going to be nearly the same as it was at the beginning of the game, but there's a hit chart. 4, 5, 6 plays that the OC puts up on the board and says, here's what we're going to come at them with to start the second half. Make sure you guys understand what you've got. Think about these plays as you go out there. And it just doesn't feel like to start the second half that they have an idea offensively of how they want to attack no matter who the opponent is.
Yeah, and I mean, we can talk schematics all day long. The bottom line is you still got to execute, right? I think there was an opportunity actually on that first down when I was watching it live. If Jared Goff just peeked his eyes downfield, it looked like Amon-Ra had a chance to make a play. And he was kind of running a deep corner, it looked like, off of that play action. He just never saw it, through an incomplete pass. So I would think a bigger part of trying to scheme everything up to where you got the perfect play, it just comes down to the execution more than anything. And that's where I go back and say, when I said it was kind of a failure in the second half, it was the execution, right? And they did have a good drive going in the first series of that scripted first half, John, right? When they got the ball, they were moving the ball efficiently, right? Kind of 4 or 5 yards, picked up a third down, and then you get into 2nd and 21 after the tripping penalty, which just derailed the entire plan, and then the script goes out the window. But I would put it more, I think, probably on execution rather than the play calls. I mean, there's only so many plays you can call, and if you take too long to try to get in the perfect one, that's where you start out thinking yourself a little bit. So I probably put it more on the players' lack of execution coming out of halftime than I do, with Ben Johnson or the play calls that he's making. It's up to you players, you got to go out there and make the play.
248-539-9797. We'll wrap it up with TJ. Coming up next, got to tell you about Planet Fitness. I love going to the Planet Fitness in West Bloomfield. I'm an elliptical guy, a cardio guy, all that stuff. I'm not a weight guy, as you probably know, but they have great weights. They have everything there, judgment-free zone. Everything there is clean. And the best thing about, working out is not only do you get in physical shape, helps your mental attitude as well. And right now, Planet Fitness has a marvelous deal going through December 15th to celebrate the 12 days of fitness. Now join for just $1 down and $10 a month, no commitment. That's right. You can experience the judgment-free zone for just $1 down. Now they got over 50 locations in the Detroit area, and a lot of them are being upgraded, including new cardio in Utica, Dearborn, on Telegraph Road in Taylor, Belleville as well, new strength equipment in the Woodhaven, Livonia 5 Mile, Commerce, Shelby Township locations, that one on 23 Mile Road. Now open, Highland Road in Heartland. So get yourself going. Join now. Get yourself ready for the holidays. I know a lot of people are eating a lot of crap, for the holidays. Work it out. Work it off. Planet Fitness. It's a judgment-free zone. 248-539-9797. Yeah, 2 Monday night games tonight. Miami and Tennessee, and then same time, Giants and Green Bay. Go G-Men. We need the G-Men. Help our Lions.
Yeah, it's
Mike Valeni would love that.
Not really. He wants them to lose for draft picks.
he's in tank mode right
Always
now.
want your team to win.
Not him.
Go Giants.
You know what? The beautiful thing is that we don't have to have that conversation right now. As much as we are bitching and moaning
Yes.
about a 9-4 team that just lost to a division opponent and played
Right.
bad and a quarterback, all that
Right.
stuff, we're not talking about draft position.
Right, and our basketball team, we don't have to hope that they lose because they just do it on their own.
Yeah.
Rob and Clarkston, you're on 97 won the ticket.
Hi, gentlemen. TJ, I agree with a lot of your observations. They didn't run many, if any, screen passes, but I wanted to ask you three things. Number one, should they bring back Sue? Number two, and I asked this stuff before, should they have a spy on defense because Fields had a Fields day in the first half? And the third thing, sign a field goal kicker, Robbie Gould, get him out of retirement, or Brett Maher, who is inconsistent but does have a leg. So anyway, I'll stop talking. Go ahead.
You know, I guess the spy thing, look, they figured it out. I think the problem was
They couldn't tackle.
they couldn't bring him down early,
Right.
right? They kept having, a couple times they kept diving at his legs, and you could tell they made an adjustment. Guys, we cannot go low on this guy. We got to wrap him up, right? And they did that. They that was an adjustment that they made. I know he had the rushing touchdown late in the game where they kind of, maybe at the start of the fourth quarter, I want to say, where they just kind of lost discipline in the rush lanes, and he got out and made a play. I didn't feel like Justin Fields. It felt like maybe yesterday was the best they defended Justin Fields over the past 4 games. After the first drive, especially when they started.
And that was the first one they lost.
They started sack, right? But it felt like the best that they played.
Right,
Justin
I agree.
Fields. Let me see the Sue comment. Look, I don't know. I mean, can the guy help you? Probably. I don't really know. I don't know. I think Dan Campbell addressed it last week. He said, look, if Brad looks at everything, and who knows? I mean, could he help if he's still, even 75% of what he used to be? Could he help? Absolutely, he could help. Is that a route they're going to go? It would probably surprise me. And then what was the last thing? The kicker? Yeah, I mean, the missed extra points are it's an issue.
2 of them.
That's disappointing. I think yesterday, and even watching the replay, the hold was goofy a little bit, which, we know these guys are mental, and one little thing can throw them off. That's disappointing to see.
How about this kicker from the Cowboys? He's
that guy is unreal.
60-yarder.
and
he's a soccer player who decided to try out for the USFL.
He played for the USFL,
Yeah.
and he's 28 of 28 this year, and
He had 50.
drilling. I mean, that 60-yarder looked like it would have been good from 75.
He's unbelievable.
I'm not over-exaggerating.
I
That thing
know.
hit like middle up the net.
That's right.
I think that, it hasn't cost us yet. Heaven forbid it does, the rest of the season,
Right.
missing an extra point or missing a field goal.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Mason Crosby was a guy that was just on the street for, 15 weeks, and the Rams just signed him. I didn't see him play yesterday. I don't know if he did, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Kickers are finicky, and, it sounds like they still have trust in Riley Patterson. He's not a boomer. He's probably not going to knock any 60-yarders anytime soon, but the missed extra point, obviously an issue, and hopefully it's you got to get that cleaned
in
up.
regards to Sue, Terry Foster, who we talked about this earlier, he is quoted as saying Sue reached out to the Lions about playing here, but he reached out to like 4 or 5 other teams as well. He made the initial offer about coming here. Now he thinks he sees a Lions team that is confident that can win, and he could be a guy that could be a 20 to 25 snap per game defensive tackle in that rotation. So he does have interest in coming here. But you know who slammed the door shut so far? The Detroit Lions. They said no. That's just that's a quote coming from Terry Foster.
I mean, he can kick too.
That's right.
Yeah, 2 birds, 1 stone. Yeah, there you go.
And I don't know. I wasn't teammates with Sue. I played against him a bunch of times.
Oh, yes, you did.
I don't know. I don't know the reputation. We obviously know that they're on record. The Lions are of saying they want to bring in the right type of people.
Yes.
Right. And say what you will about that situation. I don't know Sue as a teammate. Maybe that's something. Obviously, we know that's something that they factor in. Might be the biggest thing that they factor in when bringing in new players. So I don't know. Maybe they probably have more information than we do. And if they're declining at this moment, then obviously, they're sticking with their plan of trying to bring in, high character Christian fellas. John, just laughing at you. Just high character guys. That's how they want to continue.
I'm curious.
And I don't know if that's
offended.
And I'm not saying Sue's not a high character guy.
Maybe
Maybe that's
character
Jewish people.
Yes.
That's correct. Yeah. Let's just say religious.
I know. Right? you really think I give a rat's ass? Seriously.
And I'm not saying Sue's a bad character. I don't know. He's been on good teams the last couple of years. Maybe that's just a situation they want to get their younger D tackles more reps and let them continue to develop as well.
I'm curious what you thought of two things yesterday. Number one, the Vikings-Raiders game. When you look at the drive chart, where there's 17 punts, a missed field goal, a fumble, and then finally the Vikings get a field goal to win 3-0. That had to be just
gross.
Absolutely
just
torturous.
It's gross.
And
even the week before, wasn't it Chargers
Patriots
6-0?
Yes.
Gross.
And the other thing is, are you surprised that Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes went off on the officiating yesterday?
A little bit. It seemed like a little whiny.
Yeah.
Like, we used to get warnings. And even watching last night, I think it was Terry McCauley was on the Sunday night program at halftime, I want to say. And he said, look, this is a issue. They are correct. In previous years, you used to get warnings on those type of plays. However, this year, we're 13 games into the season? It has been an emphasis that we are not getting warnings. You have to line up on side. That is your job. That's not the official's job to back you up.
Right.
And
it was like Amani Oruwariye lining up a yard in the backfield.
It's like, I don't know what to tell you. You have to line up on side. Like, guys, it's part of the rule. And if you're whining because we didn't warn you late in the game, like, that's on you. So, yeah, I did think it was a little bit whiny for the Chiefs to kind of blame some of their issues that they've had over the last 6 games on the officiating. And certainly there was one last week against the Packers too. That was probably a very obvious pass interference call that didn't get called. However, they were benefited from a late hit on Patrick Mahomes that was a completely legal hit too.
Right.
So I thought, yesterday watching those guys kind of complain about that seemed to be a little bit whiny, and it seems like you got bigger issues than the officiating if you're Kansas City
get
right
some
now.
receivers, and there are those who believe that they benefited from a phantom pass interference call in the Super Bowl last year when they went.
True,
yeah,
true. I mean, it was a penalty. It was just the biggest play of the game, so that's why it got scrutinized. But no, officiating. Look, was I with you guys last week? We talked about it. Maybe it was the Friday show. It has been an issue. This year. There's been a lot of egregious calls, missed calls, whatever you want to say.
Yes.
Bottom line is, players and coaches alike usually have a general consensus attitude when it comes to that. Is it shouldn't come down to one call. It shouldn't come down to the officiating. Those guys make calls. They miss calls. There's nothing we can do about it. We got to find a way to continue to play the game. And when you go kind of whine about it a little bit, usually that means you've got deeper-seated issues that you don't want to maybe mention, and maybe try to put a little bit more emphasis on one aspect that you can't control. You can't control it anyway, so what's the point of whining about it?
Yep. Teach, thanks as always. Again, thanks for being nice to my daughter on Friday night.
You got it.
Carson Anderson.
One of the twins.
One of the twins, yes. Carson Anderson coming up next. What's up, Doug?
Well,
we'll leave the venting to you now.
I mean, my turn. Coming in 3, 2, 1. Right?
Yes.
Look, it's
go.
I'm going to try and take the deep breath, try and offer the perspective. And
the 30,000-foot view?
That's my bad. My bad.
Swinging them around.
Yes.
We're going to zoom out.
Yeah.
We're going to take the 30,000-foot view, whether or not we should be panicked or not.
Carson Anderson coming up next. See you tomorrow. 97 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Lines 9 and 4 getting beat badly in Chicago, 28-13. Jared Goff throwing for 161 and a score, also 2 interceptions, also fumbled a snap. He's now been involved with 9 turnovers in the last 4 games, 2 of them Lions divisional losses. Lions shut out in the second half of this one for the game, only managing 267 yards of total offense. Next up for the Lions, it's the 7-6 all-of-a-sudden red-hot Denver Broncos Saturday night at Ford Field. Lions the early 4-point favorites. With the loss, Lions lead 7-6 Minnesota by 2 games in the North. Vikings were involved in not exactly a shootout, beating the Raiders 3-0 in what was the lowest scoring indoor game in the National Football League history. 6-6 Packers among 2 Monday night games tonight. They play the Giants. Dolphins play the Titans in the other. Cowboys beat the Eagles 33-13. Buffalo takes out Kansas City 20-17. College basketball, Michigan goes to 5-5 overall, 90-80. They win over Iowa. There are reports of a confrontation at a team practice last week between head coach Juwan Howard and a conditioning coach. Conflicting reports exist as to the nature of that confrontation with a Wisconsin assistant coach. That resulted in a new university zero-tolerance policy. We've reached out to the university for comment and have yet to hear back. Michigan State falls to 4-5, losing to Nebraska 77-70. MSU had beaten the Huskers 11 straight. Northwestern beats Detroit Mercy 91-59. Pistons, losers of 19 in a row, host 12-8 Indiana tonight at 7 and AM 950 WWJ. Red Wings at the Stars tonight at 8 right here on the ticket. PGA Tour losing world number 3 Jon Rahm to the LIV Tour. There are reports that world number 12 Tyrrell Hatton and number 21 Tony Finau could be next. Phil Mickelson, Jon Rahm, Cam Smith, Dustin Johnson, Brooks Koepka, Patrick Reed, Bryson DeChambeau, Charles Schwartzel, and Sergio Garcia, all major champions, all now left the PGA Tour, which makes one wonder about the future of the organization that was Caucasian only until 1961 and once told me that wearing shorts while playing golf was conduct unbecoming of a golfer, despite the fact that wearing shorts is allowed in the LPGA Tour. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. And yes, Anderson is out today. And Lions were out yesterday, out of contention in the second half of that game. It was pretty brutal. I mean, we can talk about the micro and the macro. The micro is the 60 minutes of that game yesterday. The macro is where they sit in the season. The 60 minutes of the game, I mean, the weirdest thing about it is this is the second game where it feels like their best players made the biggest mistakes. They did it on Thanksgiving in the Green Bay game, and they did it again yesterday. They got some really good players, the Lions, and those guys have to be their best, and they really weren't. From Jared Goff's mistakes to Penei Sewell to Aiden Hutchinson to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, we're talking about the guys that have to be at their best, and they weren't. And there's no sugarcoating what happened on the field yesterday. It was bad. And if they're going to play like that the rest of the way, well, then there's major issues. Then when you zoom out, as TJ said, take the 30,000-foot view, decide, all right, how do you feel about your team? You can't feel great in the context of what we just saw. You can feel great in the context of what the standings show you. When teams lose football games, it typically is because some stuff went wrong. And when you're 9-4, it's going right a lot more than it's going wrong. And just for health purposes, mental health purposes, I broke out the preseason predictions and just took a look at all the texts and all the calls and everything we got, what Kang thought, what Gator thought. There were very few people that had them with a better record than 4 losses when the season was all said and done. And if you going into the season, as the season progressed, really truly felt like they were going to go 15-2, 14-3, and that was the new bar, then I kind of get it. When things were going well, one of the things that we said a lot was, hey, seasons are long and things can change, but they're playing really well right now. Now that things aren't going well, the good news is there's 4 weeks left to try and right the ship. And what the Lions are going through isn't particularly unique, and we'll get into that. That also doesn't mean that it isn't a time over the last month to really look in the mirror and see what can be addressed. I mean, hidden in yesterday's disappointment is the fact that the defense wasn't horrific. And it's not going to get very much attention today. That was a 13-13 game in the second half when the Lions defense allowed 3 scoring drives. a 50-yard scoring drive for a touchdown, a 29-yard scoring drive for a touchdown, and a 20-yard scoring drive for a field goal. And that's an example of how this defense, while not perfect, okay? They're not probably in the standard of the NFL parlance. I don't want to overstate it, but I don't think they're particularly good. But they can do enough for you to win. But it has to be complementary football. And when the offense and special teams set up the defense with a 50-yard field, a 29-yard field, and a 20-yard field. Well, it wasn't a 20-yard field, but the Lions, I think it was after the fourth down, they went for it on their own 34 and came up short, and then the Bears went 20 yards and kicked a field goal. But when you set up this defense to fail, they aren't as likely to bail you out as an elite defense could bail you out. Because to me, ultimately, yesterday's loss comes down to offensive failures more than anything. Second half possessions. After they got off to a slow start, it's okay. You can get off to slow starts. You can get off to slow starts on the road. That can happen. But you got to take a few punches, and then you got to start punching back. And it's exactly what the Lions did. They started punching back. They took the lead and come out in the third quarter, and the offense goes 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 2 and out, 4 and out, and didn't get a first down until inside of 9 minutes to go in the game. And that is where, in my opinion, the game was lost. And look, Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator, there's a reason why he's one of the most coveted coaching candidates in the NFL. There's a reason why teams are after him. And he's not likely to be the offensive coordinator in Detroit next year. He's probably going to get a head coaching opportunity, provided the right one pops up. Last year, one popped up, and he didn't really pursue it in Carolina. So maybe the right one won't pop up for him. But that wasn't the best day at the office for Ben Johnson and the offense. And we have bad days in the office, all of us. And their job is to have more good days than bad days. And so far they have, okay? This is not an overall indictment of Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson is an excellent young offensive coach who we could argue had a bad day in the office. Now, maybe the players let him down. Maybe there's examples of the players letting him down. Penei Sewell's a great player, but, false start is... It got him. I think it was his false start with their 1st and 10. False start. They ended up getting like 12 yards and punting. That, the frustrations over the pre-snap penalties run deep. Amon-Ra. Okay, he set the bar very high. He has set the bar very high. But those were some catchable passes, especially for Amon-Ra St. Brown. And then Jared Goff. Look, the 2 interceptions, when you're 4th and long and you're kind of throwing up a ball for grabs, I'm okay with that. And if it gets intercepted, so what? The fumbled snap, though, that's an issue, obviously. And there were some other missed throws. But the Lions' formula for success is starting to get undermined. And where does it all start? I think it starts with a clean pocket. And the personnel is there, and the Lions' O-line has been very good. And this isn't to put it all on them, but to have success, it has to be a clean pocket. And Goff can move around in the pocket a little, but it's got to be clean for him to have success. We all have the things we rely on in our jobs to be good at our jobs. I think for Gator and I, it's probably the reliance on Kang, our producer. I think, for you, whatever it is, your reliance on whatever line of work you have somebody you count on. For the Lions, it all starts with them being able to provide a clean pocket. And those guys are good. This offensive line is good. And I don't want to say it's just the injuries because you got to find a way. You still have to find a way. But you got 4 weeks here, 4 weeks before the postseason starts, and they're still in great shape to win the division. They're in great shape to win the division. Yes, Minnesota won. They benched Josh Dobbs. They won 3-0. I mean, that situation isn't great. Green Bay is going to play the Giants tonight, and they may win to get to 7-6, and they'll both be 2 games back. But remember, they play each other, which is not 100% a knockout game, but it kind of is. So one of them's going to lose that game. Lions can obviously take care of business with Minnesota, who feels like good for them. They've got some wins since Kirk Cousins went down, but that's not the healthiest of situations. And here we are with our warts fully exposed, but the season's not over, okay? And I stopped short of telling people how to feel. I don't like doing that, but I'll tell you why. I'm not panicked. Inside the offices at Allen Park, I think the number one thing they need to do is to figure out what's happened with pass protection. It all starts there. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday. Gators out. We do have Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Who is the person that should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We will get to your Champ and Chump nominations. Get them in. I'll have mine today at 10:35. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, this holiday season, all your wishes are coming true on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Any one of them. So take a big favorite, $5 money line, and bam, $150 in bonus bets. $150 if your team wins. If you're thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season here as we come down the stretch. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. It's Dan Campbell. There's podium Dan Campbell. There's in front of the microphone Dan Campbell. There's behind the scenes Dan Campbell. From what I understand, behind the scenes Dan Campbell ain't happy. And what you hope in those situations are, it means that he's going to know which buttons to press. 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, the offense failed. How about we rip Ben Johnson? So overrated. That's the first text I see. Okay, I would say he had a bad day at the office. I want to make it clear, though. If you're a team that is coveting the next head coach, Ben Johnson's overrated. You don't want him. You're the owner of whomever, Bears, Chargers, Raiders, whomever. You don't want him. He's so overrated. Okay? Goff needs to be benched. He sucks. I hate how everyone defends this chump. He has no arm strength, and he's the check down king with tiny hands who can't hold on to the ball. Give me Teddy the rest of the year. Thanks. Love your show, Justin. That's a reasonable take. Bridgewater? He's the answer. The Lions have played like hot garbage over the last 2 months. The NFL's figured out Ben Johnson. The man should have took a head coaching job last year. Okay, these first three seem rather extreme, Kang.
That's what we're getting today, Doug. You know this. This isn't your first rodeo. It's a Monday after a loss where the opponent seemed inferior.
Yep.
And people are worried, man.
I don't blame you for being worried.
Well, some people are really panicked.
Yeah, I was about to say Ben Johnson overrated. Over the last 2 months, they've
the first 2-3 texts you read is get rid of Goff, get rid of Ben Johnson, which is insane. Okay.
Yep.
I told you a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think it was, that my check engine light was on.
Yep.
And I wasn't sure what that meant. It just meant something was
off. We all
off.
seen it. And sometimes it can be literally
very minor to very, very
problematic.
important. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not in panic mode, Doug. I still think this is a good team. My issue is I'm concerned because maybe they're not as good as I thought they were.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean they're a bad team, people.
No.
They're still 9-4. You know how hard it is to be 9-4 in this league right now? So with that being said, there are things that really concern me that are starting to pop up, and it's because of the trends the last 2, 3, 4 weeks. You brought up our preseason predictions. I think I had 11 wins. I think you had 11 wins.
Yep.
Those changed a little bit as the season went on. But maybe it's just kind of back where it should be,
Yeah,
which is 11 wins now, because they still have 4 weeks to get this thing together before the playoffs start. But there are things they got to clean up, and I'm not sure. I think in that clip that I just played with Dan Campbell, if they don't clean those things up, they're very beatable.
Yep.
So they're just not good enough to overcome some of those things. So they got to clean it up quick, man. And so, like I said, they're not a bad team. Don't get rid of Goff. Don't get rid of Ben Johnson. But they got to adjust, and they got to change some things, or they got to clean it up, like I said.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Ariel. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hello, Ariel.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. You know, before I get to the Lions, I just want to say Michigan has a good shot at that, and that I think you have to agree because you follow this team and program closely. Michigan has a lot of speed on both sides of the ball, especially on defense. Just ask Ohio State. I'll leave it there, and I think that game is going to be very close. Going to be very close.
I'll just say this, and I've started in the prep work. Alabama is exceptionally good. No surprise. I'm not reinventing college football analysis here, but the one thing that surprises me is Alabama does not have a first or second team All SEC skill position player. And I that's what's different about this Bama team than some previous ones. Their defense is great. They got players on all levels. They got a very respectable offensive line, to say the least. And Milroe's going to be an issue. Like, Milroe is going to be tough. But it's going to be. It's not a. Michigan's faced some Bama teams where the matchup was bad. I don't think this one's bad. It doesn't mean they're going to win. But I think it's going to be one hell of a football game.
I agree. It's going to be a one possession game, and I do think that it's going to be a very low scoring game in the 20s. If anyone says Michigan don't have speed, that's wrong. Just ask Ohio State, just ask Penn State. In Michigan, they do have SEC caliber players on this team, and that's thanks to Harbaugh and staff finally getting some speed. Look how fast Edwards is. Look how fast Corm is. Michigan has speed and power. That's why I think this is a great matchup, and I think both teams are even. As far as the Lions are concerned, I think that I think this team is reading their own press clippings way too much, and I'm surprised people are not talking about this enough because ever since they went 8-2 and people were praising them, they played like garbage, and it started when they lost at home against Green Bay.
Yeah, Ariel, that might be the case. I don't know that to be a fact. Maybe we'll just ask Goff directly that this is a suspicion that people have. The only ones that really know that are them. It's possible. It's possible that they started to think they've arrived and gotten away from what got them there in the first place. I kind of doubt it, but it's possible. Let's go to Ivory. You're next on 97 Won a Ticket. What's up, Ivory?
Hey, good morning to you.
What's up?
I just, there's a lot of things I could say. I just keep it short as much as I can, condense it. But as far as the Lions, I just think that it stems from a lot of things. Like, the offensive line has not been good, man. Like, and when you juggling the offensive line, Ragnall's out, no consistency, it's tough, man. I don't think they've played well. With that being said, Ben Johnson, I just think that they're getting too cute. Like, and they're not, I don't know what they're doing with some of their weapons like J-Mo or even using them as a decoy. I don't know where Montgomery went yesterday for like a quarter stretch. I thought he was hurt. And defensively, I just think that his scheme, I've seen some things scheme-wise are like awful. Like when they got that penalty, or that should have been called a penalty on Justin Fields, he went out and went a single high safety with Jerry Jacobs alone on DJ Moore. Like, what are you doing? And then, like, also, it just, Brad Holmes buys the groceries. And I'm not blaming him. He's a good GM, but at the same time, man, like, I don't know, like, what they did, what they saw pre-trade deadline that said, no, we're good. Like, I just think they're still a good team. We're still in a good spot. I'm not really panicking 100%, but they look bad against Denver, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
hey, Ivory, I don't know that Brad Holmes did say, hey, we're good. I suspect he was working on some things and they just never were able to consummate a deal. But, at the end of the day, they've got a lot that they need to clean up. I think as far as David Montgomery disappearing, when you have a menu of plays and you go 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 2 and out, 4 and out, you're not running very many of them. You get yourself in a bad down and distance, plus you start fighting the score, and you can get away from a lot of stuff. And a player can feel like they disappeared when the reality is it's the circumstances of the game that lead you away from them. But you ultimately, you got to move the chains. You got to protect the quarterback. You got to get first downs. You got to set up the defense. I'm not blaming the offense 100% here, but the defense played well enough to win that game yesterday. The Bears' second half points came on drives of 50 yards, 29 yards, and 20 yards.
I think calling offensive plays is so much harder than I think you and I and fans give it, credit. Like you said, you're in the moment, and all of a sudden you just realize, hey, this player has been targeted, or we haven't been running this play and that play. So I think that happens a lot during games. With that being said, I think Ben Johnson probably had a bad game yesterday, right? I just don't think he called a great game, and we're used to him calling great games. Why is there so much criticism on Ben Johnson today? I think it's because he raised the level of expectations for the offense. We expected more yesterday. They didn't deliver. I think the offense totally let down the defense yesterday.
And by the way, those were the scoring drives that won the game. They were 13-13 when Chicago put together 3 less than 50-yard scoring drives to win the game. And look, I'm not saying the offense has to be perfect, but they can't be that. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls, Champ and Chump nominations. I have mine today at 10:35. 97.1 The Ticket. When you're in the middle of this, it feels like it's never going to end. They've played 13 games. They've won 9 of them. You know, the resume is still pretty good, but when you're in the middle of that stretch where you're not playing well, it feels like it's never going to end. You know, you spend the second part of last year looking at his team going, hey, this is starting to look kind of promising. Then you have the offseason they had. You have the draft that they had. And you get into the season, you had the start that they had. And now we've got some recent evidence coming in, and it feels like the recent evidence holds more weight than the evidence prior to that. I get it. It's what our eyes showed us last. And it's not just a 1 week thing. They've won some games, but even when they won, they weren't like they were at the beginning of the year where they were winning pretty comfortably. So the question is, can they pull out of this swoon? And I would say that Dan Campbell and this staff, this isn't as like bad as 1-7 was. They were 1-7 and they pulled out of that and finished strong. Now they're 9-4. They have a lot more motivation, a lot more reason, a lot more on the line to pull out of it. And I think they can. Okay, I think they can. I'm not guaranteeing they can, but I think they can. I feel pretty confident in that. My 51 says that they can and that they will. But seasons are long, the ebbs and flows. So you have to sit on these losses for a week. And it isn't easy to sit on a loss like that and to sit on the way they've played for the better part of the last month. But don't give up. I'm not giving up. I don't think you should give up. Like, is the season over? You feel like the season's over? Based on those first few texts, it sounds like some people do. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tony. You're next on 97 Ticket. What's up, Tony?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yep, gotcha.
All right, good morning. I just, first I want to ask about the horse collar. I don't know the rule book verbatim, like word for word, but I mean, they protect the quarterback so much you can't even fall on them, but you can tackle them with the horse collar.
In the pocket, you're allowed to tackle a quarterback with the horse collar. Why? I don't know, but that's the rule.
Yeah, that's terrible. But the main thing is this, man. I think that I wish that people would just relax. Like, we sucked 2 years ago. Like, be happy where you're at. Like, we're talking playoffs. We're not talking the draft. Like, we would be talking about who we're picking second or third just a few years ago. Like, we might make the playoffs. Stop being so greedy. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think? These guys are going to win the Super Bowl this year with the talent we have? Listen, they're fighting every game. God bless. That's awesome. Be happy for what you're seeing. You're seeing a competitive football team. Before, it was just like lay down and die type bit, So I wish people would do the Aaron Rodgers and just relax, relax. You know what I mean? Just chill out. Enjoy the games, man. We're the same record as the Kansas City Chiefs. Didn't they win the Super Bowl last year? You know what I mean? Like chill out, guys. Like, relax for a minute, man. We don't have that many studs that are super developed. So the only thing I wish we would do, honestly, I like Ben Johnson had an off day, big deal, whoop-de-doop. You know what I mean? The defense, I wish we would disguise more fake blitzes, go and blitz. Like, I remember when the Steelers had Troy, you'd have all the guys up in the line, and you didn't know who was blitzing, who wasn't, and it was just confusing. For what the people, the talent we have, if we were to disguise and just I'm not saying trick plays, just disguise stuff, fake blitz if you're not going to blitz.
I will tell you this, Tony, there's some data, whatever they're doing as far as blitzing, it's not working. There's some data out there that we'll go over before the show is done. It just speaks to how ineffective their blitz packages have been. In fact, yesterday against Detroit's blitzes, Justin Fields went 6 of 9 for 92 yards, added 3 scrambles for 35 yards when Detroit blitzed. They ranked 27th in sack rate when rushing 4 or less since week 7. This is according to an ESPN story. I guess I'll get to the data now. All right, so through week 7, they were 27th when they didn't blitz in sack rate. So since week 7, they've blitzed more, the 5th highest blitz rate over the past 7 games. And the Lions ranked 31st in QBR allowed against the blitz in that time. So they're blitzing more, and they're 31st in QBR allowed when they're blitzing. So, and your point, wasn't that they need to blitz more, but whatever they're doing when it comes to their blitz packages, not really working.
And in the end, the complaint has been, whether they blitz or don't blitz, is that they can't get home.
Yeah.
And so when they're blitzing and they're allowing that high of a QBR, it's probably because they're not getting home, right? And so these blitzes, they have to almost be like controlled blitz. If you're going to send a guy or two, the other guy's got to control and contain the edge, or contain the quarterback, because whatever they're doing, A, they're not getting home, and B, the other team's making plays out of it.
I would argue, okay, that lost in all that happened, I would argue that yesterday the pass rush was much better. The problem is it was against Justin Fields, and Justin Fields is going to get out of jail a lot against a normal quarterback. And I mean, even a mobile quarterback that's not Justin Fields, who's elite in terms of his ability to evade the rush. I mean, they had 3 sacks. I think they probably would have had 5 or 6.
I put most of the blame on yesterday's loss on the offense, not the defense personally. So I'm with you there. But when you make a mistake or two mentally on defense against Justin Fields, he's going to make you pay. Like, you're right. He's not a Joe Flacco. He's a guy that if you make a mistake, that he could take it to the house.
Yep. And I mean, he's so frustrating to play against. So frustrating to play against. Because you see the pocket collapsing, you can tell he's got no options, and they got him hemmed in, and it's about to happen, and then he just does a little dance, and the next thing you know, he's running downfield, and you're like, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Marvin. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Marvin.
Hey, guys. I have a lot to say in maybe 90 seconds. First of all, did a baseball game break out between the Raiders and Vikings last night?
It looked like it.
Yeah. Well, actually, we were rooting for the Raiders because of the Lions' light swoon. I think the offensive play calling, that should have been a shootout yesterday. If Ben Johnson would have been, I don't know what I'm looking for, creative, innovative. We're supposed to have a two-headed monster with Montgomery and Gibbs. Everybody brags about. It's a heck of a running duo. I would put that running duo in more often. And when you're desperate, I would go with 2 very talented guys instead of pass. That might have made a difference, but that should have been a shootout yesterday. It should have been 28-23 with 2 minutes to go, and the Lions have the ball. I don't know why disappointing that 13 points were scored yesterday. My cure would be to spice it up a little bit. I'm glad that Donovan Peoples got finally into the game, but also too, this is maybe I shouldn't be. We should be concentrating on the Lions winning 11, 12 games, but is the pocket passer era dead? I mean, Jared Goff is getting a lot of slack. Dak Prescott, whatever it takes. He had 2 major runs last night that kept Dallas alive. Do you think?
You have to take care of him, and he has to play at the level that he. I mean, he went through a stretch where he was playing at an exceptionally high level. I don't think it was a fluke. He's amongst the least mobile quarterbacks in the NFL. So was Tom Brady. Tom Brady is one of the elites. So that's probably not a fair comparison, but he needs help. He needs help, and they had the formula, and it was working. And in recent weeks, some leakage up front. I mean, when I heard that stat watching Monday Night Football last week, they said, hey, here's the Bengals starting offensive line. They've played every game together all year. I was like, boy, that must be a great luxury, because I do believe in this group. But it feels like the injuries are piling up, and then they just didn't. I mean, look, there's some guys up front that didn't play well. Champ and Chump. Get to my Champ and Chump nominations here. A little bit late for it, but my champ is the ref who flagged Kadarius Toney for being offsides. I don't know why this is a huge controversy. You line up offsides. This is not subject to interpretation. Why is everyone yelling? So I'm going to go with him as my champ. My champ is the Lions offense. 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 2 and out, 4 and out in the second half. Gave up short fields. To be successful, they have to be better. Plus the turnovers and the mistakes and the drop passes. The penalties. It wasn't them. Wasn't them. My chump of the weekend. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, hold on to your glasses because there's some exciting new news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage, has just unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship. But it's not just about the looks, it's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today. Experience the spirit that has captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka. It's a taste of excellence. Cheers. You have a problem convincing people of it today. Look, it is what it is. It's a long regular season. Teams go through ebbs and flows. They swoon. They struggle. They bounce back. The point is there's 4 weeks until the playoffs. You got to get it right by then. They still have a 2-game lead with 4 weeks to go. They play Minnesota twice. Minnesota and Green Bay play each other. Yes, Green Bay's playing well. They've won 3 in a row. A big part of what they have to do, though, is probably run the table. Are they going to win 8 in a row? Are they? I mean, yeah, you can look at the matchup and say, I could see them beating this team, beating that team. But that's extremely hard to do. A few weeks ago, the world was worried about Minnesota. And Minnesota cooled off a little bit. Right now, Green Bay is hot. Detroit is not. But if you look at the season, and we'll go back and we'll revisit some of the ebbs and flows that other teams have had, this is par for the course. It's typical. Unless you're a dominant, elite, overwhelming Super Bowl favorite football team, which at no point I think any of us reasonably believed about the Lions. It's why when they were winning, we kept saying, long season, things can change, but they're playing very well right now. Well, things have changed. Can they change again? I agree with Dan Campbell. I absolutely think they can change again. But suddenly, looking at the feedback coming in and some of the phone calls, look, feel how you feel. I'm just telling you why I'm not panicked. Some people are for sure.
I'm not panicked, but I'm definitely concerned because I know you mentioned we didn't think they were going to win the Super Bowl. I think at one point, what was it? Were they 8-2?
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me Super Bowl didn't cross your mind.
Of course.
So I think that's where my expectation went, and maybe I'm leveled back to, you know what? They're good, okay? They're not bad. Like the panic texts that you're reading, they're terrible, fire everyone, get rid of this guy. They're not that bad. And there are ebbs and flows to seasons like you mentioned. But maybe they're just not as good as I thought they could be. But they have 4 weeks to get it right and get me back to, hey, we can compete with Tier 1. I think maybe we're Tier 2 team right now.
Yeah, but I don't think Super Bowl's out of the question.
Not yet. But
it's my belief that they were going to win the Super Bowl when things were going great. My belief that they were going to win the Super Bowl was, let's say, 12%. Now it's 8%. But they still have a chance.
It's hard, Doug, because you're trying to be as reasonable and as you can, which I appreciate. Because when you're sick, you don't ever think you're going to get better, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you're sick, you're like, dude, I'm sick. I'm throwing up. This is never. I don't see the end. It will get better. It has to, and I think the fact that they were 8-2 shows you that they can get it better. And you have Dan Campbell, who's keeping a level head.
Mm-hmm.
And the only issue, as I said before, is he mentioned, are they good? How good are they to overcome how many mistakes? Can they make a mistake here and there and still win? That's where I'm at with this team.
248-539-9797. Art is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Art?
Hey, good morning, Doug Kane and No Gator. Man, I got to tell you, I got to share this with you.
All right.
What disturbed me is I counted 5 times where Justin Fields absolutely bailed out his offensive line, and I didn't see Jared Goff really bail out the offensive line one time, and I know it's a fatal flaw, which tells me that the availability of Frank Ragnow is the most important thing I need to hear this week going in against Denver. But the other thing, Doug, that really got to me is I hate to see consistent brain farts on defense. That 4th and 13 brain fart, where in scheme and execution was basically unacceptable, man. You know, every time he tries to generate a blitz and he puts one safety out there and the defensive backs on the island one-on-one, a quarterback escapes, and that guy was so wide open you or I could have hit him with the pass. And that's the kind of stuff that makes me think that the only hope I really had for success in the playoffs, Doug, was to have the 2 or 3 seed. And now I feel like that's an extreme jeopardy. And
Actually,
that's what got me
they're probably going to be the 3 seed. Okay, they're almost. Be great if they could get to the 2 seed, but they're probably going to be the 3 seed. So that's not out of the question. In fact, I'd still would bet on it. That play where Hutch jumped offsides on 4th and 13 against the dummy play, the Bears didn't have a play called. They were trying to get the Lions to jump into the neutral zone, snap the ball, and take a shot. And the Lions obliged. I at that point, that moment, I thought that's going to be the low point of the season. That's the low point of the season. Giving up a touchdown on 4th and 13 against what we found out later was a dummy play. All they were trying to do was to get the Lions to jump. And that, by the way, that is a mistake of previous Lion eras. That was all too prevalent, okay? I'll just leave it at that. That was a mistake that was woven through years and years and years of Lion ineptitude. And they happen to make it in the middle of this season, which is still a very promising season. I will bet that'll be looked at as a low point of the regular season. And hopefully whatever it is that led to that gets addressed and addressed now. Because it's overall indicative of a mistake-filled day. Too many penalties, drop passes, drop snap, missed extra point. And that's a self-inflicted, opponent really didn't do anything. You took the bait on something that just can't happen. 248-539-9797. Go to Randy next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Randy.
Good morning.
Morning, Randy.
I've got losers and winners. Losers,
you mean
I believe.
champ and chump?
Well, I like winners and losers, but champ and chump is fine.
Okay.
My chump, I believe, this weekend is Brad Holmes, Campbell, Johnson, and our wonderful defensive coach. I think every week we get to hear a new story, a new hope, and I tell you, 4-3 over the last 7. We could easily be 2-5, and I'm concerned about the last 4 games. I mean, we could be out of the playoffs. It's scary. I mean, I enjoy the Lions. I'm not so bent and bound against them, but I'm concerned that we don't think we need any additional help. My champ this weekend, how about them Cowboys? I'll just hang up and listen.
Let's go to Terry next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Terry.
Hi. Boy, I'll tell you, my thunder's been stolen, but my opinion is the penalties reflect a mental problem. There was too many penalties, especially illegal procedures, which is basically a mental error by somebody. And the second part is a couple of years ago when Ragnar got injured, the performance of the Lions went downhill. I'm so disappointed that we didn't draft or look at a better, stronger center that would make a difference in the team. Ragnar is the core.
So that's
of
a tough one, Terry. Think
line.
about that. I mean, you can't address all your needs in the offseason. They had other needs. They perhaps tried to address some very successfully, others, maybe not. They rolled the dice on Frank Ragnow staying healthy, and they did sign a guy that has been serviceable that can play center for them in Graham Glasgow. They need Frank Ragnow to be good, but to have drafted a center or signed a center that was anywhere close to as good as Frank Ragnow, that's probably not realistic. Why would that guy come here if you were signing a free agent? And for a draft, I mean, I don't know that they could have drafted anybody that as a rookie would have been able to step in and play close to Frank Ragnow. I think they addressed it in a reasonable way with getting Graham Glasgow, and hope that Ragnow stays healthy. And I wouldn't give up hope that is something that he can be the rest of the way. They kind of need it, but I don't know what they were supposed to do.
Well, all I know is that the performance of the offensive line has basically not been as good as they were in the beginning.
No, it's getting healthy and maybe going back to the drawing board a little bit up front. 248-539-9797. Chris is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Have to agree with pretty much everything everybody said. Part of Garth's problem is he's getting his butt kicked, on a weekly basis. Part of that is on him because he's not very mobile. And part of it is, you can't have 2 and 3 guys on the offensive line hurt. Just like, we're missing that big boy in the middle on defense. Am I worried? You bet.
Got to play better. I mean, they got to play better. The question is, the nine wins, is that part of a mirage? The 9 wins, the hot ending last year, the quality offseason, is that all part of a mirage and they aren't that good? Because I don't believe that. I mean, some people I know do, but I don't believe that to be the case. I think many of their problems are solvable. Some of their shortcomings, I mean, they're not going to, guess who's not running for a bunch of first downs? Jared Goff. Guess who's not shutting people out? This defense. But they've managed to overcome some of their shortcomings and get to 9-4. The formula is there. The formula is there. Now, if teams have changed what they're doing to the Lions, it's time to counterpunch. But they were 1-7 last year, and they pulled out of that swoon. Can they pull out of a swoon when they're 9-4? I think they can.
The trend doesn't look good right now, the last 4 games, but you can't neglect when they were, that they're 9-4 overall, 8-2 at one point. You just can't neglect it. That's why you have belief, right, Doug? You've seen them produce. You've seen them win. So you're choosing to believe, hey, they can get back to that team. This is a rough stretch, but they've proven it this year with these guys that they can come back. So I'm a little more concerned than you because of the trend, but I absolutely have not given up hope. To panic at this point would be insane.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. More of your champ and chump votes. Carson Anderson, Gator out today. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Remember, the San Francisco 49ers have lost 3 straight games at one point this year. The Lions have yet to do so. They are 9-4, though, getting beaten Chicago 28-13. Jared Goff struggling, throwing for a score and 161 yards, but with 2 interceptions and a fumbled snap. 9 turnovers he's been involved with in the last 4 games. Lions not doing much on offense, especially in the second half, only putting up 61 total yards. Next up for them, the Broncos Saturday night at Ford Field. Lions favored by 4. Monday Night Football tonight, the Packers play the Giants tonight. Packers at 6-6 can move within 2 games of first place Detroit and join the Vikings in the same spot with a victory tonight. Cowboys over the Eagles 33-13, Buffalo 20, Kansas City 17. Michigan now 5-5 in the college basketball season, winning on the road at Iowa 90-80. We're following a story, reports of a confrontation at a team practice last week between head coach Juwan Howard and a conditioning coach. There are conflicting reports as to the nature of that confrontation. Michigan State now 4-5, getting beat at Nebraska for the first time in eons, 77-70. In fact, Spartans had beaten the Huskers 11 straight. Pistons, losers of 19 straight, host Indiana tonight at 7. That's on our brother station, AM 950 WWJ. We have the Red Wings here on the ticket. Wings visit the Dallas Stars at 8. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson out today. Lions lose and panic ensues. Hey, man, the noon hour, if you are feeling incredibly uncomfortable like this isn't going to end and this is the beginning of the unraveling, maybe we can make it relax a little bit. I got some points of comparison that we'll make in the noon hour, but it doesn't mean there isn't stuff that needs to get addressed, that needs to get better. And it's not just this past game, right? It's haven't played at the same level in recent weeks. And so, the question gets to, can they pull out of this swoon? And I don't know that there's any reason to believe that they can't. The thing is, I'm not quite sure what to make of the injuries piling up. They don't have a huge margin for error at a lot of positions. It's starting to feel like offensive line is one of them. Defensively, they are challenged. The thing is, the defense played better yesterday. The pass rush was better. They did have 3 sacks. Justin Fields probably kept it from being 5 or 6 sacks. And I don't think it's just a mobile quarter. I think he's elite when it comes to his ability to avoid the pass rush. The Lions' pass rush was better yesterday. Lost in all of this, it was better. In fact, the defense was better. But the Lions have to play complementary football. And the game's tied in the second half at 13-13. The 3 scoring drives that put the game away for the Bears, all of them they took over at the 50 or inside the 50. That's not going to win them games. And so, good news is, you can see through the ugliness of the outcome and some of the problems, and there were problems even defensively. The defense did overall play better. If they can get that kind of defensive effort the rest of the way, then it comes down to the offense getting back to what they did best. And that's why I don't think this is an impossible task, because we have too many weeks of good offensive play to say they can't turn it around. Now, if teams are doing something different, and this is where I say it all the time, I'm not a coach. I don't claim to be one. But if teams are doing something different against the Lions offense, it's up to, what do we have? We have a brilliant offensive coordinator, by all accounts, who probably had a bad day at the office yesterday. All right, let's see it. See what you got, Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell, and all the offensive minds. If they need to counterpunch with what teams are doing to them.
You're right. They got to the Lions, the defense and offense. They got to complement each other. And if you look at the second half drive chart with the Lions offensively, we know they scored no points, but it was pathetic, like what they put out there. And the defense tried to step up as much as they could. You mentioned the short fields they had to work with because of the turnovers and going for it on 4th down and things like that. And they made 2 pretty critical mistakes that turned into touchdowns. the one where Justin Fields was able to get outside and there was no containment whatsoever. I think Hutchinson and whoever decided to stunt. I don't know if they did that on their own. I highly doubt that was called by Aaron Glenn, but Hutch went inside. Fields escaped the pocket, ran for a touchdown. And then the other one where Hutch is offsides on that dummy play, it's 4th and 13, and they go over the top, DJ Moore. Those are two critical mistakes that the defense made. Unfortunately, the Lions paid for because they didn't even score any points in the second half.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Gator out. Carson Kang here, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Matthew. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matthew.
Hey, what's up, guys? Champ and Chump. Champ is Dak for clipping those Eagle wings because I'm sick of the Eagles. And Chump is the referee who cheated my Chiefs out of that winning touchdown.
For calling the offsides?
It was barely offsides.
But it was
he looked
offsides.
At the referee. He looked at the referee to see where he was at, and the referee gave him the thumbs up. So he thought he was in the right area. But then, they called the offside. So I blame the referee because he gave him bad intel.
The referee's my champ of the weekend for calling offsides.
Of course. And I do think I hope the Lions pull it together because Russell Wilson, if they give him any momentum, he'll use it. He turns nothing into magic. I really want the Lions to go to the Super Bowl.
Well, it's a big game Saturday, and Denver's a team that's gotten themselves back into the race. That was a team that seemed hopeless earlier in the year, and they've turned it around, and now they're actually 7-6 and on the brink of qualifying for the playoffs. It's a big game Saturday for the Lions. It's a big game, and we'll find out a little bit of what they're made of. When you're good, there's ways that you get tested. When you're bad and you win a game, you don't feel the pressure of trying to win the division. You don't feel the pressure of a team breathing down your neck. This is a new challenge. And I don't even know 2 games back with 4 to go. I don't think they should be sweating it, but they should be, they got a rear view mirror. They know what's behind them. This is a different kind of pressure. How do you react when you're on top and things aren't going well? It is a different challenge than when they were 1-6, 1-7 last year, when the losses were piling up. This is a different kind of pressure. And you have to show that you've got the makeup to respond. Coaches, players, everybody. Juan, you're next. Hi, Juan.
How you doing today, Doug?
How you doing?
Doing great. Like 4th, 5th, 6th time call. I just want to say love you guys this show.
Thank you.
Really get me through my morning while I'm doing my owner-operator thing.
All
right. First thing I want to say is everybody just needs to calm down, take a breath. We're the Detroit Lions. We're 9-4. We just had a stinker yesterday, turnovers, penalties. You're not going to beat no team like that.
Nope.
When, having those type of mistakes. And also I want to bring up a stat I was looking up last night. In Detroit, actually total defense, we're like in the middle of the pack, man. We're like 14, 15, 16.
Yeah, it's trending in the wrong direction, but yeah, they've definitely have played better defense. Yesterday wasn't a bad defensive game. It really wasn't.
It wasn't. And to get to my point was, we're actually better total defensively ranking-wise than the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, the Eagles got themselves a bit of a mess defensively, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. So I think, like Kane said, too, I don't want to panic, but I am kind of concerned. But I'm pretty confident and sure that, we're actually on pace, man, to be what everybody kind of expected, what I expected. I expected, 11 wins, maybe the playoff, maybe a playoff win. But I think next year is going to be our big splash. I think everybody needs to hold on, talking about do some of the trade deadline and all that. No, I think Brad Holmes is waiting for next year. And also, too, one more point before I get off our defense. We don't have Gardner. We don't have, what's the guy in
James Houston.
Again? Houston. We don't have Mosley. So we playing with kind of second-tier kind of players, too. So come on, guys. Everybody just calm down.
Well, hopefully they can get some of those guys back. And, yeah, the Vegas over-under was 9.5. The bulk of the predictions were 11, 12 wins, all still well within reach. So we thought they'd be good coming into the season. They are good. Maybe the panic should be over the fact that maybe the realization that they aren't great and they still have a ways to go is what's bothering people today. But, I think if you look at the way seasons go for everybody goes through this at some point where the situation seems hopeless.
I think the difference is usually those other teams have some kind of resume, and the Lions are brand new at this. This is like the first year where they're like, hey, winning the division. They started off great. I think the question is, are they more the team that was this past 4 games, or are they the team that was the first 9 games of the year, right, Doug? And you're choosing to believe that first 9 games of the year is real. And this is a thing that teams go through. Now, those other teams that you mentioned, like, that have gone through losing streaks like the Niners, the Eagles right now, they have better resumes. They have things to fall back. They have playoff wins. The Lions don't. This is a brand new thing for us. This is a brand new thing for this team. So I think we're not sure how to feel. Mine is I think they're good. Maybe just they're not as good as I thought they were. And some people just think they're bad, which is ridiculous to me.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, guys. You ready to score a touchdown with the best Christmas gift for your special someone? Maybe you'll be able to cross the goal line by getting her Pajamagram's famous Naturally Nude pajamas. Naturally Nude pajamas are soft and silky, better than lingerie with a curve caressing fit. And here's the kicker. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's a $75 savings on the very luxurious 2-in-1 complete holiday gift. Better yet, if you're like me and you can't wrap a present, you can even add gift packaging when you order today through pajamagram.com. Guys, this is a holiday gift that is sure to make her happy. Give her the gift of PJs, and she might give you a great gift too. Listen, we all know how it feels to win, so why not win this Christmas? Go to pajamagram.com today for Naturally Nude pajamas before they sell out. That's pajamagram.com, and don't forget to tell them Carson sent you. Gator out today. Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Look, it was bad. I mean, it was 60 minutes offensively and particularly. I thought the defense played reasonably well. I didn't love that the special teams gave up a long return. That didn't help. But the defense played better. The pass rush was better. And so it's kind of lost in the way the game went. Hopefully the defense can play and provide some resistance the rest of the way. Offensively, that's where this team, it's hard to imagine the Lions winning many games if they don't play well offensively, given the makeup of this roster, right? So they need to figure out what the issues are and how they can be corrected. I think it starts with pass protection. I mean, if you look at the realistic solutions, here's what we're not going to do. Hey, Jared Goff needs to run more. No, they got to protect him. They got to protect him. They actually ran the ball reasonably well yesterday as well. Jahmyr Gibbs, 11 carries, 66 yards. David Montgomery, 10 carries, 66 yards. But they made big mistakes in terms of penalties. And they made big mistakes in terms of drop passes. And I don't know if they made mistakes in pass protection. I don't know why the pass protection broke down, but it did. 248-539-9797. The weekend, I mean, look, the Red Wing game, they lost to Ottawa 5-1. Larkin got hit from behind. David Perron responded. He's looking at a suspension. That sucked. Michigan State lost at Nebraska. They're 0-2 in the Big Ten. That sucks. Michigan beats Iowa, but now the story of this Juwan Howard potential altercation, it's getting looked at. That sucks. I mean, it just wasn't a lot to celebrate. But that's sports for you, right? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Tom, who's been patient and is next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Tom.
Hey, Doug. How you doing, man?
I'm okay.
All right. So first of all, I got a few things I want to go over. But can you stop with the Lions defense? Looked pretty good yesterday. The Bears are what we thought they were. Really good on defense, not very good on offense.
Hold on. I think the Lions defense was improved. I thought they did some things
against
better.
a bad offense. I mean, let's be honest, against a bad offense.
Okay, but they've had some bad offenses chew them up. I mean, I'm not.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, so I'm
but I don't want to get
hoping that. Hold
on
on for a sec. Hold on. I appreciate you making the rules, but I just want to say, if I'm not saying that the defense was great, lost in all that is that the defense played better. Do you agree that the defense played better?
Oh, better than the offense, yeah.
Okay.
So, getting back to, okay, so the point I was calling about, I listened to Pat last night, and I listened to you guys, I guess for the first 50 minutes, and I was kind of going nuts over this DJ Moore touchdown. You finally brought it up, the Hutch offside play. I mean, I'd give a chump and a chump. Hutch, why would that's not even what I'd call a rookie mistake. To do what he did there, that's not even a rookie mistake. But you do that while you have Jerry Jacobs on an island against DJ Moore, and give him a free play on that, and then the other chump, that's got to go to Goff, because I'm tired of this guy not being held accountable. That's twice now he's fumbled a snap. So when you guys talk to him tomorrow, hold him accountable. Ask him, what is going on here that you keep putting the ball on the turf?
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate all the rules. 248-539-9797. Morris is next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Morris.
How you doing, guys? Great show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say this game coming up is going to be the biggest game of the year by far. We're playing against the next 4 games. We're playing against defenses that are definitely better than we are. So I'm looking at this time of the year, defense wins games. So if our defense could somehow we can pull this game off at home this weekend, I think we're good. We have no chance going to Dallas and winning.
Well, that's shaping up to be, if they win, if the Lions win the next 2 and they set up a showdown in Dallas, it'll be fascinating. I do not like their chances. I agree with you. Dallas is a team that's playing very, very well right now. But we'll see if they keep it up, right? They're in a 5-game stretch here Where if we're doing the show in Dallas, I'd say, hey, things are looking great, but long season, things can change, right?
Yeah. I just think that this Saturday night game, prime time, I just hope we come to play. We win this one, I think we'll be in good shape.
It's a big game. It's a big game looming, Morris. 248-539-9797. Devin is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Devin.
Hey, how are you guys?
What's going on?
So, the Lions' performance was definitely really bad. And quite frankly, the defense played good, but, they do still suck. So I think our best shot going forward is just the offense finding their stride again and scoring 30-plus every game to really give us a good shot here. But honestly, the last couple games in general, what's been concerning to me is the conservative play calling where it's, very predictable, where you run the ball first, second down, then you got a 3rd and 8, obvious passing situation, which even bad defenses can play that pretty well. So that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, when you're averaging 6 yards or over 6 yards a carry, you're not expecting to have a 3rd and 8. You're thinking, okay, we can run the ball. The plan isn't to go for 2 yards on the ground on 1st and 2nd down. But again, they didn't execute offensively, and they're not going to. The Lions' formula is they got to put up a bunch of points. Their defense is what it is. Yes, they played better. I think the pass rush, the most encouraging thing is that the pass rush, they got home on Justin Fields 3 times and pressured him quite a bit. A lesser quarterback would have been sacked 4, 5, 6 times. But, hey, man, it's they got to play complementary football. They can't put the defense in a bad spot.
Yeah, you don't have to be a professional scout to know the Lions are an offensive team. That's how this team is built. That's how this team wins. Everyone in the league knows this. The defense just has to show up enough so they can help out the offense. But when the offense doesn't score a point in the second half, they're going to lose more times than not because that's just not the way this team is built. And so that's why when people wanted defensive help at the trade deadline, it was just to help complement the offense because we all know this team has to score. It runs through that offensive line, Jared Goff, St. Brown, Gibbs, Montgomery, Jamo, Sam Laporta. They got the weapons to do it. They have the offensive mind and Ben Johnson do it. So they have to score points for this team to win. That's just the way they're built.
Yep. And when they're going to, the other thing that hurt, that led to 3rd and 8s was when they were 1st and 15 instead of 1st and 10. They had a 3rd and 3 that became a 3rd and 8. The false starts.
They just weren't disciplined yesterday at all.
They really weren't. 248-539-9797. And the point is, if they're going to play like this the rest of the way, they're not going to go very far. The question is, can they get back to being the disciplined team that executes offensively and then hope that their defense can play like they did yesterday? They're not great, but yesterday was good enough to win a lot of games with this offense that didn't execute and wasn't disciplined. 248-539-9797. Mike is next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how you doing? Love your show.
Thank you.
A couple points. On one play, Chicago was blitzing and they called an audible and Gibbs dropped the ball. That was a touchdown right there.
Oh yeah. That was you're right.
Right?
Yep.
And then another play was when Fields got hit and he threw the ball on the ground. That was intentional grounding. They called it incomplete, but that's intentional grounding. And then the next play, they got a touchdown on it. That play would have never happened. Never happened. They would have had to punt. They would have lost it down. And then one more point. They got to start going to Jamo. He's wide open going deep on every play when he goes deep, and they're not throwing the ball deep.
Were you Mike, were you at the game?
Not yesterday, but I have 1953 seniority, and I go to all the Lions games here, and he's open all the time. They just don't go to him. I don't know what's going on with that. Why do we move up in the draft and we don't use him for anything? He had no passes yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, not have seen the all 22. I don't know if he was running open yesterday, but if it's a weapon that I know want to take advantage of, stuff gets called. When you don't protect the quarterback, it becomes even harder to let those longer routes develop. And I wonder how many times they called the deep shot and it didn't happen for a variety of reasons.
I'll say this because I respect the offensive coordinator position in the NFL so much. I totally, you and I, we know we could not do what they do. And it's easy to say from here, do this, do that. So I respect what Ben Johnson did. I'm sure they have plays drawn up for him that maybe don't get, because of protection issues or whatever in reads and coverage, they don't get to do. But as a fan, it does feel a little frustrating that they can't get him the ball more because he's such a dynamic player that there's got to be a way to, whether it's just, shorter routes instead of just going deep and things like that. You see that talent there and you want to utilize it, especially in a game, Doug, where the offense was impotent. They just couldn't score. So you think maybe one home run can get you back in this.
248-539-9797. Get your championship votes in. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Got a few responses, too. Listener Tom, who didn't like our topics, didn't like me giving my opinion and wanted me to dictate to us how we do the interview with Goff. It's good to have his feedback. I respect his opinion. Hope he respects ours. But thank you for calling. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Sean, who's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Sean.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
We're good.
Man, everybody got to relax, man. we in a good spot still right now. It's just a key couple adjustments we need to do, man. On offense, we got to get J-Mo implemented in the game. And Ben Johnson play callers just got to get a little more aggressive, man, especially with the balls going down the field, man. The screen passes and stuff like that is hurting us with this in our second half. But we still in a good spot, man. We can win our next 4 games. Actually, I hope we lose to Dallas. If we lose to Dallas, it's better for us, so that way in the playoffs we won't have to go to Philadelphia, nowhere in the cold, to have to win the playoff game, and that actually plays in our favor.
I don't know if I'm following that. You want Dallas? You want to go to Dallas rather than go to Philly?
100%.
Okay.
We struggled last year in Carolina. Yeah. Last year in Carolina, we had a meltdown. This year in Baltimore, the cold weather. Yesterday in Chicago,
it wasn't brutal weather, but you can make a case that the 3 of their losses came in
cold weather.
Yeah.
Like on that third down in a second. That third down in the second quarter, Gibbs on the swing play, the ball hit his hands. I don't know if it's something mentally with him or what, but it seemed like the cold weather, like our team don't get up.
Hey, Sean, there's your screen pass. That's your screen pass that probably would have gone to the house. The play calling thing. The play calling thing, the one thing about it is, and I've talked to play callers about this, they'll call a play and they'll get to the line of scrimmage and they'll have like a shot downfield as the primary receiver, and they'll see the defense and go, well, this isn't going to work, and they'll kill, change the play at the line of scrimmage. Or they'll go with it, quarterback will drop back, here comes the pass rush, and they can't get the throw off. Like, those plays get called more often than we realize. Sometimes they just don't get a chance to execute them. But, Ben Johnson isn't putting his feet on his desk saying, not my problem. Like, Ben Johnson, I'm sure, and the offensive staff are going, okay, we got a problem here, because I don't know that you change a lot if you have one bad game, but when you string together where you kind of struggled a few games in a row, okay, now you know you need to make an adjustment. Now you know that some things that were working earlier in the year aren't working. There's a little bit more sense of urgency to divert from the previous game plans. And so it's going to be, now they're kind of put on the front. How do you respond? 248-539-9797. Let's go to John. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John. John, are you there?
Me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thanks. How are you guys doing this morning?
Okay.
Great. So I'll start with Champ and Chump, please. And for Chump, I really wanted to narrow this down, but I'm going to go with the NHL here. What I saw Saturday with the Larkin play, really disgusting. We just saw someone die overseas from a play that went to the neck area. This is the 3rd time Larkin's gotten hit in the head neck area. I don't feel like it's being mitigated by the league or the refereeing. I don't know, just scary, bad stuff.
That was scary. I'll be honest, though, when I saw it, I thought, God, that doesn't look as bad as a lot of plays. I think they just caught Larkin wrong.
I hear you. NHL is fast and dangerous, and this wasn't exactly one of those kind of plays. But still, he was targeted up high, which supposedly the league is supposed to be doing something about. But here we have a single player that now multiple times has been hit with a play like this. If memory serves right, they didn't do anything about the Jamie Benn play a few years ago.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, just a weird pattern of events. I'm hoping it's a freak thing, but it's starting to feel a little suspect. So.
And who's your champ, John?
My champ will be Perron. I know he's going to get suspended for the intent to injure, but what have we been saying? Like, Wings don't have an enforcer. They don't have a guy to stick up. He was the only guy that went after anyone.
Unfortunately, went after the wrong guy, but yes.
Well, it was a chaotic play, and he was the one guy still standing over Larkin, which looked pretty bad too. So,
thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Yeah, I mean, look, Perron came to his teammates' defense. Look, I've seen plays that were a lot worse than that caught Larkin wrong. The way he laid on the ice was very scary. And as it turned out, it wasn't Zub and Perron. That was pretty vicious. We'll see how this team responds.
I mean, the caller mentioned it was chaotic, and I'm so like I love when players stick up for their teammates. That's like big thing for me, Like, hey, we're wearing the same jersey. I'm on your side no matter what. With that being said, man, Perron, he got the wrong guy, and so does this mean they get retaliation on you? Like, when does this end, Doug? Like, and it was a scary, scary moment. Do two wrongs make a right? I know hockey's different than other sports.
Hockey's different. Ice justice is a real thing.
But you got to get justice on the right guy.
Yeah.
And looking at all the replays, and I'm still not sure what exactly happened, if there was intent and all that with the Larkin injury. It just seemed, we all know this. It was scary, really scary when he was laying there on the ice.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Tommy next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tommy.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Long time listener, first time caller.
Appreciate it.
Just listening to the guys talk about the Lions saying, hey, don't panic, don't panic, don't panic. I tend to disagree, and here's why. We tend to struggle against mobile quarterbacks. You look at what, what happened with Baltimore. Baltimore, obviously, Lamar Jackson. Then you got Love and Fields, and now we got Russell Wilson coming down the stretch, Josh Dobbs and Dak. All these guys can move around in the pocket, and they can throw the ball downfield. Our secondary, they can't cover a bed with sheets right now. We got CeeDee Lamb coming up. We got Justin Jefferson coming up. We got Jerry Jeudy. He's not like a superstar receiver, but, I mean, you gotta watch the guy, too. So we need to get this game against Denver, and we also need to get at least one against Minnesota. And then I think we'll be in decent shape, But if we lose against Denver and Dallas is going to be really tough, obviously, and we can't afford to go into Minnesota with a must-win situation,
Well, I mean, what makes it a must-win if they lose this weekend? And then lose to if they lose this weekend, then they're going to Minnesota. If Minnesota, who's got their share of issues as well, they're playing at Cincinnati. I mean, that's going to be a tough game for them. You don't want to go to Minnesota. I agree with you, but I don't. I mean, this is a tough game for Detroit. It's a tough game for Minnesota. Look, you got to earn the division. Go out and earn it. It's still there for the taking.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. It's still there. I just, I hope defensively we figure some things out because, these guys are really struggling right now. I hope we get Frank Ragnow back, too. Everybody's talking about J-Mo. Throw the ball to J-Mo down the field. Well, Goff needs time for that.
Yeah, you need more time to make those plays work. Yeah.
No doubt, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate it. I mean, get them the ball on the run. They did yesterday on the reverse. Wasn't quite as successful as it was against New Orleans. But, I mean, even if you can hit them in stride on a crossing route, you can see that speed. But, yeah, he just had the one touch, and he didn't have a target, did he? One target. I can't remember what it was, but I'll just look at the stat sheet. They got him with one target. I wonder how many plays were actually called for him. That didn't work out. I'm going to bet it was more than 2. But maybe we can ask Jared about that tomorrow as well as Tom's question. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. All right, next hour, I do wanted to give people plenty of time to vent. And look, I don't try to fly off the handle about things. And this loss and the recent play, I'm not flying off the handle. And I'll give you one of the big reasons why. We'll get into it in depth right at noon here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, are you holding off on buying a new home because you're waiting for mortgage interest rates to drop? Well, at Hall Financial, they already have. Not only does Hall Financial offer the lowest fees and best rates, but now Hall Financial will give you a 1% reduction on your interest rate the first year of your new mortgage for free. Why pay more for your mortgage when you don't have to? This is more than just a rate cut. It's a gift. Imagine saving nearly $2,000 in the first year alone on your monthly payments. If you're buying a home and not taking advantage of their Easy Start program, you're overpaying. Are you ready to step into your new home with an initial rate in the 5s? Then give them a call at 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. Start your holiday season with a gift from our friends at Hall Financial. Dan Campbell will be at the morning show tomorrow. We'll have Jared Goff on to address some of the things that have happened and how they correct them. Big game Saturday night against the Denver Broncos. It feels like another one of these mental health games for our collective sports mental health. It is a must win. Really feels like it. The Lions enter the stretch drive 9-4, 2 games up in the NFC North, but people aren't very comfortable with the way they've been playing of late. I am not panicked, okay? And I'll be very concerned if they don't turn things around. The thing is, there's a lot of football left to be played to turn it around. And when you're in the middle of this, it doesn't feel great. In fact, as Kang, you put it earlier, it's like when you're sick and you feel like I'm never going to be healthy again. You just can't see the light, potential light at the end of the tunnel. But coming up at 12, right on the starting the second half of the show, right after lunch, get into why I'm still feeling very, very almost chesty about what could happen in these last 4 weeks.
Don't go there, Doug.
Almost.
All right.
Almost.
Don't.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jason next on 97 1 a ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, Doug. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I have a couple questions and a couple statements. My statements are: I think Jared Goff played pretty well. I just don't think that the Lions can give him a long-term contract because he's so limited. Tom Brady was limited with his mobility, but he had a knack for reading the defense and getting rid of the ball quick. And Goff doesn't seem to have that Tom Brady read the defense, get the ball off quick.
Yeah,
right. So I don't think he's a long-term answer. Now, I have a couple questions for you, Doug, and maybe you observed this stuff yesterday too. I don't understand why they didn't ride Montgomery more. Like the beginning of the third quarter, they ran the ball twice to start, and they were both handoff to Gibbs that went for nothing. And even despite that, Goff had J-Mo wide open, running down the field, and instead of stepping into the pass, and I don't know if he's gotten a little gun-shy with all these sacks he's taken over the last 5 weeks, if he steps into that pass, the Lions expand their lead. Even with the bad start, Doug, yesterday, they still had the lead going into half. They turned it around. My last question for you is, why does Campbell keep deferring? It doesn't work. And even going back 3-4 weeks ago against Chicago won the toss, took the ball, and scored on that opening possession. The Lions, you said it earlier, the Lions run through their offense. Take that ball and give the defense a cushion. Get a score. Even if it's 3 points, put points on the board and give the defense a cushion. They do not score on that possession out of third quarter. They scored one time. It was 2 weeks ago, and beyond that, I don't remember them scoring out of half.
Right. Bears won the toss yesterday, but your point still could be valid. But the Bears won the toss, and Detroit then elected to receive to start the second half. In the second half, they didn't go run Gibbs, pass to Williams. They actually Goff threw an incompletion to Khalif Raymond. Then he handed off to David Montgomery for 4 yards. Then he threw incomplete to Williams. But I think Goff would just tell you he needs to play better, and they need to protect him better. We know what Goff is capable of, okay? He went through a stretch where he didn't turn it over at all for an extended period of time, like second longest streak in the NFL as far as of interceptions. So he's capable of it, and it's not like he did this 4 years ago. That streak carried over from last year and into this season, and he kept it up for this season. So he's capable of it, and they're capable of protecting him. And that seems to be the number one thing that can get better. I'm asking. The ask here is that the best position group on the team gets back to being the best position group on the team. This is where they have the biggest collection of good to great players. Is on the offensive line. It's a compliment. They're outstanding. Haven't played it of late. Now, is it solely injury related? It might be, but I think they need to look at the mirror and figure out what they can do better. 248-539-9797. Leroy is next. What's up, Leroy?
Hey, how you doing, Doug? Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
First-time caller,
Appreciate it.
long-time listener. Just want to elaborate a couple of things. First, on the offense. Everybody keeps saying J-Mo. I don't know why Ben Johnson doesn't go back and look at what Alabama was successful with utilizing J-Mo. His game plan was shots across the middle, hit him on the run, and let him do what he does best with running. Every pass that, I think the last caller and a couple callers before, I don't want to elaborate on Jared Goff, every pass that he's tried to throw to J-Mo deep is underthrown. He's had to either pull up yesterday's pass that he tried to hit him deep, underthrown. He couldn't even get to him. Yeah, I heard you say he should have stepped into the throw a little bit more. But again, I don't think he has the arm strength for one to hit J-Mo deep. So maybe I'm wrong for saying that, but I just don't see it. As I said, every pass that he's thrown to him, it's always underthrown. He has to pull up and wait for the ball to catch up to him. And then the next thing I want to elaborate on is the defense. The numbers don't lie. I think it was a few callers ago, 31st in the league as far as the numbers on our defense. I like Aaron Glenn, don't get me wrong. I don't think he's ready to be a defensive caller right now. I think he needs a few more years of tutelage to learn under a good defensive coordinator. Sure, he's going to get there one day, but I just don't think he's there yet. I'd say that's my piece that I want to say, and I'll finish listening to.
Well, I mean, look, offensively, we can always focus on what they can't do offensively. Pretty much without Jamison Williams last year, they had the fourth best offense in the league in total offense, top 5 in scoring offense. This year, they're third in total offense, and I believe they're fifth in scoring offense. And so, I mean, it'd be great if they could do everything. If Goff was more mobile, and if Goff could complete the ball to Jamison Williams on the deep ball. I'm over the course of this season, I'm just not as worried about the offense as a general rule, okay? I mean, yesterday they weren't good. Defensively, I mean, it's so hard to judge Aaron Glenn. 2 of their biggest acquisitions in the offseason they're supposed to help aren't playing. Emmanuel Mosley and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You know who's playing pretty well for them is Cam Sutton. And Cam Sutton is an example of how a better player in this system can play well for you. And I mean, the defense is the issue more so than the offense. And maybe Aaron Glenn is the issue, and Dan Campbell will know that. And I'm not worried about him and Brad Holmes being afraid to make changes because they pulled the trigger on changes midway through seasons twice already with Anthony Lynn 2 years ago and with Aubrey Pleasant last year. If they think a change makes them better, then they'll make it. I just am not sure that the personnel is what it's supposed to be. They're supposed to have James Houston.
Well, you just mentioned personnel, okay? I don't think Aaron Glenn is the next, is Bill Belichick or anything like that, but I don't think he's horrible either, like some callers think he is. Which side of the ball has better personnel, Doug?
Offense.
Okay? And so has the defense gotten better since last year, by the way? They're better than they were. Once they started becoming, not good, but better than horrible.
Better than they were, yeah. It started last year.
This team started winning,
yeah.
right? We all know this is an offensive team. This team is going to take them. This team is going to go as far as Jared Goff, Ben Johnson, and all the weapons around him. And the defense has to complement the offense. They have to come up with timely stops. They got to get a sack here, get a turnover. They're never going to be that Ravens defense or, I don't even know if that defense even exists in the NFL anymore, by the way. But, yeah, they got to play better. But I think with what Aaron Glenn's working with, I think he's doing okay. And especially yesterday, 3 short fields where they gave up touchdowns. Less than 50 yards.
It's a 13-13 game in the second half, and the Bears pulled away with a 50-yard scoring drive, a 24-yard scoring drive, and a 29-yard scoring drive. 50, 29, and 20. I mean,
the offense has got to do better.
They can't put this
they
defense.
Put the defense in bad spots.
Put them in bad spots. All right. The real reason why I think you should. I'm only telling you how to feel. I'll tell you why I am not panicked today and why I fully believe things can and will change. We'll get to that today at 12:02, 97.1 The Ticket.
And we're brought to you by Mother Waddles. Talking Monday Night Football, 2 games for the price of one tonight. In one, you have the Dolphins against the Titans. And the other, a game with some local interest. 6-6 Green Bay play the New York Football Giants with a win. The Packers move into a tie for second in the NFC North with the 7-6 Vikings. Both teams would then be 2 games behind the front-running Lions. Lions will have 2 games left with Minnesota. Lions, of course, shut out in the second half of yesterday's 28-13 debacle in Chicago. They fall to 9-4. Meanwhile, Red Wings tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. 8 p.m. They'll drop the puck just after at Dallas against the Stars. Still waiting on the status of Captain Dylan Larkin, who left Saturday's game and did not return with a head injury, was reportedly knocked unconscious for a bit with a cross-check to the head and neck area. 2-20 Pistons, droppers of losers, that is, of 19 in a row. They host 12-8 Indiana tonight at 7. That's on our brother station, AM 950 WWJ. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Gator out today. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Start with this. The way the Lions have played the last few games, there have been some examples of some performances that just won't be good enough to get it done. Down the stretch and into the postseason, and look, teams in great position to win this division, still host a playoff game, but they could lose a playoff game at home if they don't play well. And you don't have to look hard for an example. Right now, the Detroit Lions match up in the postseason with Minnesota. They could match up with Green Bay. We've already seen them lose to Green Bay at home. So there's ample examples here of reasons why you should be concerned. You know, when things were going well, and they were, like an 8-2 start, they were going well. We said, look, they're going to lose again because it's not realistic. They're not the type of team that it'd be great if they're going to go 15-2, but they're not. Let's keep the guardrails up and try and stay in much in the reality highway as we possibly can. They weren't going to go 15-2, but we made a comment a lot that things change. Kang, who would you consider the contenders? Who are the contenders coming out of the NFC?
You got the Eagles, Niners, and you can't deny the Cowboys at this point.
Right. Dallas has won 5 in a row. 5 in a row. Earlier this year, Dallas lost to a pathetic Cardinals team. 2 weeks later, got blown out at San Francisco, and then lost a game to Philly. They dropped 3 of 5. Peter King pointed out, after that loss to San Francisco, the big storylines in Dallas were Dallas can't win the big one, Dak Prescott can't win the big one, and the Niners have Dallas's number. Now they've won 5 in a row. They're the number 2 seed in the NFC and are one of the hottest teams in football. But after losing 3 of 5, including a pathetic loss to the Cardinals, a blowout loss at the hands of San Francisco, and a loss to Philadelphia, who is obviously their main competitor in the NFC East, Dallas is now past Philly into the number 2 seed, tied with San Francisco. Things changed for Dallas. Okay? Things got better for Dallas. San Francisco, earlier this year, had a bunch of injuries. Sound familiar? They lost 3 in a row to the Browns, the Vikings, and the Bengals. I went back and found a story done right after the last of those 3 losses. And this was from 49ers website. 49ers now lost 3-0 for the first time since weeks 3 through 5 of the 2021 season. It's a pretty significant problem because they don't appear to have any solutions to their issues. This is of the 49ers. Brock Purdy was really bad again for the 49ers, who appears as though they won't be able to win games from behind with him under center. When he has to make plays for them, It's been an adventure. 3 weeks in a row. His 2 interceptions Sunday were amongst the worst decisions he's made since becoming the team's starting quarterback. Okay? More from that time. Their pass rush was once again not extremely effective. These are all things being said about the 49ers. Can't play from behind, quarterback not playing well, no pass rush. Kang, you mentioned Philly. Philly was cruising. Absolutely cruising. This today from the Philadelphia Inquirer. They're 10-3 somehow, and they feel so far away from who they were supposed to be. There's a sense now that their record doesn't really matter. They can win next Monday night in Seattle against the Seahawks, and they can keep getting well over the season's final 3 weeks with 2 games against the awful New York Giants and 1 against Arizona, who are even worse. They could finish 14-3, the same mark as last season's. But it won't be the same because of the apprehension of doubts that these 2 losses have inspired. That's Philly right now, who's given up an average of over 36 points a game in the last 3 weeks. Okay, so these were crises. There's a current crisis in Philly. There was a crisis in San Francisco, and there was a crisis in Dallas, where grandiose statements were made about how those teams were in real trouble. San Francisco came out of their swoon. Dallas, same thing. Philly, we'll see. Detroit's in the middle of one. The point is, the top 3 contenders in the NFC are either going through this or have gone through it. And now it's our turn. Okay? Now, what those fan bases have that we don't have is examples of recent success. Examples of making runs to Super Bowls. Maybe Dallas, it's been a while, but they've had, their fans remember better days. Philly, obviously, went to the Super Bowl last year. San Francisco's been to the Super Bowl in recent years. We don't have that, okay? So we haven't seen the typical swoon and the problems and the ebbs and flows of a season. Now we're seeing it and we're experiencing it. And this isn't easy to get through. People say, oh, yeah, they might be able to win the division, but they aren't going anywhere in the postseason. 2 years ago, the Super Bowl was a pair of 4 seeds. The Rams and Cincinnati. 3 years ago, Tampa made it as a 5 seed. Lions are still firmly positioned to be the 3 seed, with a chance still in front of them to be the 2 seed because they play Dallas in a game that might dictate where Dallas and Detroit could play in the postseason, either here or in Arlington. We don't have experience with this the way the other fan bases do, so maybe our reactions are a little bit more extreme. But I didn't have to revisit 2018 or 2020 or 2021 to find examples of teams that have had times in a year where they were struggling. We found San Francisco, Dallas, and Philly, all contenders in the NFC that have either gone through it this year or are going through it now. So keep it in mind. What was written about San Francisco was written about Dallas, and what's being written about Philadelphia. I mean, Philly, they're talking about being 14. That line, they might be 14-3, and they might get to 14-3, but it just doesn't feel the same. At 14-3, do we have respect for Philadelphia? I have respect for Philadelphia and San Francisco and Dallas. Daku can't win the big one, Dallas. Dallas can't win the big one, Dallas. Those labels were put on them earlier this year. San Francisco, when they lost 3 in a row, Purdy's making some terrible throws. They've got no pass rush. These are problems that they don't seem to have solutions to. And they turned it around. So that's why trying to keep perspective here on this Lions team, but no, if they don't play better the rest of the way, they're done. Just like San Francisco would have been done if they didn't play better, like Dallas would have been done if they didn't play better, and like Philly will be done if they don't play better. So we have plenty of examples dating back to over a year where the Lions have been an exceptionally good team. And they're going through a rough stretch. That's why I'm not panicked today.
No, it's good rationale. It's a good way to stay level-headed, and keep things in perspective, like you said. You briefly mentioned it, but I think the only reason why Lions fans are more panicked than those fan bases maybe, obviously we're going through it right now. So I mentioned earlier, when you're sick, you don't know if you're ever going to get better. You're like, oh my God, I'm throwing up. It's coming out of both ends. I got a fever, right? You're like, am I ever going to be healthy again? So we're going through it right now currently. We're living in the right now. The other difference is, though, those teams you mentioned, they just have better resumes and they actually have proof. Like you can talk about Dallas not winning a big game. They won a playoff game last year. The Niners obviously won a playoff game last year. The Eagles went to the Super Bowl. So those teams literally have proof of the players and coaching staff that they have that they've done it. This staff, as great as they finished last year, they didn't make the playoffs. So we're going through our first time through this. So if they come out of this and this happens next year, we'll be like, well, look what happened last year, right?
We're not as familiar with it.
Exactly.
Yep.
So we're kind of going through it right now in real time. So I think you got to give some of the fans a little bit of a break about just, hey, as far as me, I'm not going to tell anybody else how to feel. I'm not going to tell you how to feel, Doug. I'm just a bit more concerned because of the trend that they're at the last 4 games.
Yes, and we should have expected this. We should have expected a stretch of football where they made us uncomfortable. I mean, unless you are the 72 Dolphins or the Patriots team that went 17-0, unless you are that team, what they go 17-0, whatever they were, unless you're that team, you're going to deal with this stuff in the course of an NFL season. We should have expected it. Now, if they don't pull out of this, I think it's a bigger problem from hey, do they've got the makeup to do this? Do they got the makeup to do it? Because they've got talent, for sure, especially on the offensive side. And what makes this most correctable is I think the best position group on the team, where they are at their best, is what they need the most. They need the offensive line to be the strength that they are. And when that happens, everything else kind of falls into place. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump every Monday. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Well, my listeners are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's not only just a casino, it's a sportsbook also, and it's one that I recommend. Pro Hoops tonight. Detroit is a 7.5-point underdog hosting Indiana. And you can bet more than the score, too. You can bet player performances like points, rebounds, assists. Monday night, we got pro football. There were 2 games tonight, actually. Green Bay is a 6-point favorite against the Giants at home. The over-under in that one is 37 points. Miami is a 14-point home favorite hosting Tennessee. The over-under is 46.5 points on that one. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now, and you can get all your favorite casino games, too, right at your fingertips. You could bet on college and pro this weekend or whenever they're playing. Odds, bets, slots, games, all right in your pocket, and the casino goes wherever you go. Whenever you're in the state of Michigan, you can have fun, get in on all the action. You can play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. New users, guess what? Download the Play Gun Lake Casino app right now and you get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
That's Dan Campbell. All right, open this hour talking about why I'm not really panicked yet. Why I think we should have expected this. And how many teams go through something like this. It's, feels like crisis time in Detroit. It's crisis time in Philly. Dallas had a crisis earlier this year. San Francisco had one. And now it's our turn. By the way, Kang, there's two, you mentioned that in your live read. There's 2 Monday night games at the same time. Do we know why?
Football.
Yeah, okay.
Well, earlier in the year we had it because I think there was that strike going on, right, with Hollywood. So they were trying to replace like ABC programming with football. But I think I'm not sure with this one. I didn't look into. It kind of popped up on me like you, where I'm like, oh, there's 2 football games tonight. I think it's just my guess is in case one of the games is really bad. Because you plan these things ahead of time and you don't know,
right?
So they have a second game. But are you going to be doing a little channel flipping tonight?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out my approach to this because Red Wings play, right? So I'll either do multiple TVs. Probably the Red Wings will get most of my attention, but yeah, I should be watching more than just the Red Wings tonight. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to the people. We go to John. You're on 97 on a ticket. What's up, John?
What's going on, partner? How are you?
We're doing good.
Oh, man, I got a champion chump for you, right? Yep. It's not the popular choice, man, but I think the golden child, Aiden Hutchinson, is my chump because it's sports, right? So it's a lot of emotions. You move at the seat of your pants, stuff like that, man. But when he jumped on that dead play, and Justin Fields with DJ Moore, it was just so deflating. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It just took so much. Oh my God!
I think that was the low point of the season.
I heard you mention that earlier, and I think and then when he gave up the edge to Justin Fields, that's two scores. You know what I mean? And he has a tendency, his motor go, and then go some more, but he just has to slow down and be a little bit more disciplined. And I think to counter that, my champ has got to be the coach, man, because Dan Campbell, from my seat, doesn't make any excuses. You know what I mean? And he stays with the team 10 toes down. We got to make the adjustments, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't seem like a head coach. He seems like a guy's guy. You know what I mean? And to your point, what you were saying earlier about, like, San Francisco and Dallas and Philadelphia, I see what you're saying, man, but they got a different kind of pedigree than we got, and history is so much more.
John, you've been very patient. I don't want to cut you off, but we missed the last sentence. What were you saying?
What part did you say?
The last sentence.
Well, I was saying with in terms of like what you were saying about like your theory about how we're going through a real bad patch right now.
Yep.
Prospectively.
Yep.
I want to say yeah, man, but I've been drinking this Kool-Aid for a lot of years now, brother. And our pedigree doesn't speak to the same pedigree.
I mean, look, we're conditioned. You're right. Yeah, we're conditioned to think it's the beginning of the end. We are conditioned to do that. I can't sit here and spend the better part of the last year forming an opinion that this group and this team and this leadership is different and then panic and bail on that. And I'm not going to. I think that's too much talk show by the wind blows, what my eyes showed me last. I've planted the flag. I believe in leadership in this team. I believe in the GM. I believe in the coach. And I believe in the veterans. And it doesn't make them perfect. It doesn't mean they're impervious to having bad stretches of football. But I'm not going to toss away the beliefs that they've changed things over a rough patch in the season. That's why I'm going to continue to believe. And I think it's well-founded. I think it goes back quite a ways, and we've seen enough because we all know what we're battling against. We're battling against those 3 little letters that nobody has said today, and I'm not going to say them now, but that's what we're battling against. And what you said, you said it yourself. You've seen this in the past. It worries you. But I'm not going to throw away my beliefs over a predictable bad stretch of football. 248-539-9797. I mean, there will come a time. It doesn't mean they have a blank check and they're always going to pull out everything. There can come to a point where I'm like, all right, I've seen enough. they're going to let us down. I'm not there yet. Scott is next. Hi, Scott.
Hey, how are you?
Doing good.
Great show, guys.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, the last couple segues you guys have been kind of therapy for me. And the reason I say that, I went from panic to now nervous.
Okay.
Great. You brought up a great topic about the top three teams in the NFC. Philadelphia, Dallas, San Francisco. We're the fourth best team. With that being said, even if we have a home game, our defense has struggled since Carolina. Agree or don't agree, but nonetheless.
They've played better in stretches. They aren't playing. Are you talking about the Carolina game this year? Sorry, my bad.
Yes, sir.
I thought yesterday was actually a step forward for the defense. And I lost in the way that the game went and the result. I mean, the defense isn't going to bail out the offense a lot, but the offense is capable of bailing out the defense. And by that, I mean not giving the defense short fields to defend. It's a 13-13 game in the second half. And the scoring drives for the Bears to put the game away were 50 yards, 29 yards, and 20 yards. That's too easy. That's too easy.
Agree. The offense let us down this game.
Yep.
But with that said, what do we got to do? Do we got to go 2-2? I mean, we're in the playoffs, right? Green Bay's right on our tail, and they're playing great football with probably the easiest schedule in the NFL remaining.
Yeah, I mean, the Green Bay's won 3 in a row already. I find it hard to believe that they are going to win 8 in a row to end the season. And it's not because they aren't capable or they won't be favored in a bunch of these games. It's just incredibly difficult to do. And if they don't go 8-0 to finish the season, then all the Lions have to do is win 2 games to keep them at bay.
Yeah, and do we have to beat Denver? I don't expect us to beat Dallas on the road.
Well,
and then you've got to beat Minnesota twice, which is, if you're a betting man, you'd say, yeah, that's going to happen, but any given Sunday.
Which is why I wouldn't count the Dallas game out either. Look, do I feel comfortable in the Lions winning 2 of their final 4? Yes, I do. I'm comfortable that they'll win 2 of their final 4. Kang, have you had a bet right now? The number's 1.5 wins the rest of the way. You going over or under?
I would say the over, and that would be right where I thought. You and I both had him at 11 wins to start this year. I think the difference is maybe because for some of the reason the panic is so high today is I think we kind of thought, a lot of us, like they're a 13-win team maybe, and then they hit this 4-game streak where they go 2-2, and you're like, all right, maybe they're just an 11-game win team because you mentioned the 3 top teams, the Eagles, the Niners, the Cowboys. Maybe the Lions are just the 4th team. We're having a hard realization to coming to grips with that. And there's nothing wrong with that. They've done so much better than they did last year. They, leaps and bounds above. But when you get a taste at 8-2, Doug, you want more.
Yep.
And you want to be in the tier 1 group with those guys. And right now, yeah, I would still say 2-2 is definitely I would say that's my floor. I expect them to go 2-2
I expect them to go 2-2.
At least.
248-539-9797. That's the minimum. And 2-2 makes it very difficult. Minnesota and Green Bay got to play each other, all right? So that's going to be an elimination game for one of them if the Lions go 2-2. And the other one will then have very little margin for error. DJ is next. What's up, DJ? Oh, I don't know what just happened. All 10 lines got cut off. All 10 of you just got dropped. I don't know what the hell just happened.
Kenny?
He's
standing up. I went to DJ. For somebody right now.
I went to DJ and all 10 lines dropped. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox from, let's see, who's this? Sean in Walled Lake. When the Niners lost the 3 games in a row, the national media and talking heads were calling for John Lynch. His head here, he made 2 mistakes. Drafting Trey Lance and installing Brock Purdy. As they were saying, quarterback, he obviously knows nothing, blah, blah, blah. Ebbs and flows. You've got to have highs to determine the lows. Love our team. Let's go. Champ of the week is David Perron for standing up for his captain. Going the chump of the week, David Perron for trying to discipline the wrong guy. Champ of Shohei Ohtani for getting 10 years, $700 million. Chumps are the Chiefs for crying about the correct call. Unnamed texter, everyone predicted 12-5, 11-6, 10-7. When did they expect those losses to happen? They'll be all right. That's from Mike in Dearborn. Phone calls, feedback, 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Campbell will be with the morning show tomorrow morning of Jared Goff as well. In the meantime, Gator out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. We had some sort of power surge that cut all 11 phone lines. Many of you have repopulated the phone bank, but feel free at 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. DJ, you're next on 97.1. Hi, DJ.
What up, though? You all right, my dog?
I'm good. Real good.
Yeah, so, I'm a huge Brad Holmes fan, but, I'm really upset with the Brad Holmes thing. Watching that game yesterday, man, watching Marquez Sweat make plays was killing me because that was the one thing that was like, okay, Brad, I'm going to have to give you an F for this one because it was the smartest man in the room kind of thing, and we sticking with our own guys. I get it. But that guy clearly could have helped us and might have got us one more game or two. The second thing I've been hearing you talk about, and I kind of see what it is from my point of view, I think that a lot of the defense we're facing, when you watch the replays and watch what they're doing, I think they've kind of picked up on our intermediate short passing game to LaPorta and St. Brown. And I think by them picking up on that, I think that means that Jared Goff has to adjust, and he has to make more deep shots. And because J-Mo be open a lot, man. He be having his guys open deep. I go to the games. He be open. Goff don't even look for him. So I think if we press that issue, it'll open things back up underneath. And obviously, I'm a big fan of the offensive line. They got to play better.
They got to play better. I mean, look, that's the one thing that I feel like if we're talking about the most simply correctable issues, we're talking about the best position group on the team getting back to playing the best. And we're not asking them to do something they're not capable of. We're not asking them, we're not asking Jared Goff to be a running quarterback, or we're not asking this defense to shut people out. We're asking the best position group that they have to be what they're capable of and have been this year. Now, injuries have taken their toll a little bit, but I still don't. I mean, part of me says I don't care. Like, you've got to find a way. They've played better than they did yesterday with injured guys. And then as far as what happened with Montez Sweat or Chase Young, I mean, Montez Sweat would have cost him a first-round pick. And there might have been conversations there. And maybe they were agreeable, but maybe then the Montez Sweat said the contract that he's going to want after this year was something that they just couldn't afford. It might cost him Penei Sewell, or it might cost him Jonah Jackson and another player that they're looking to lock up, or whatever it might be. So I don't know the particulars what happened there, and I don't know what particulars happened with Chase Young. I mean, every player, you got to remember, has to fit their defensive scheme. And, I got word that not every player that was available that people wanted fit their defensive scheme. So it'd be kind of useless in what the Lions do, but I don't know if that helps at all. But he might have swung and missed on that.
Yeah, I think they can make a mistake. Brad Holmes, as much as we love him, and I love him too, Doug, maybe not as much as you, but I love Brad Holmes. He might have made a mistake not going for someone at the trade deadline, but I'm over that, man. The trade deadline has come and gone. They didn't get anybody, right? Besides, at least on the defensive side. The thing about the protection that the caller brought up, man, the injury to Frank Ragnow and Jonah Jackson and just kind of rotating the guard and center, that seems to really hurt this offensive line because we all know Jared Goff isn't that mobile. So when the pressure's coming up the middle, he's got nowhere to go. When it's coming out from the sides, at least he can maybe step up, right, and kind of maneuver a little bit in the pocket. If it's coming up the middle, I mean, he's almost a dead duck.
Yeah, better.
They got to lock it up there.
Better when he can go north-south instead of east-west. 248-539-9797. Darren, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Darren?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Kang. Hey, you think that old man that calls in every year when Gator takes time off is pretty upset right now?
Probably.
Hey, real quick. I think Jerry Jacobs, man, while he was a feel-good story a couple years ago as a UDFA, played well, that is over. I mean, this guy is getting beaten badly on. And another thing is we're slotting him against teams ones, and it just isn't working. I couldn't understand yesterday. I got an opportunity to go to the game. He lined up against DJ Moore all day yesterday. I don't think it can be overstated how that Emmanuel Mosley injury is really hurting us overall. And also, piggybacking off what DJ said, they got to get the ball to Jameson Williams. He only played about 50% of the snaps yesterday, but when I tell you he was open, probably not on screen on television, he had his guy beat by 10 yards downfield. But the opportunity wasn't there to get him the ball because Goff just did not have time to get his feet under him. And I would argue most of the time, as soon as he took the snap, he was looking at the hot. He was looking at the check down. He was looking at the back. And it was and I listened I listened to Chicago radio on the way out of there yesterday. Boy, were they just lauding Poles for picking up Montez Sweat, talking about how he changed this defense and they've been completely different since they got him. So I know, listen, first-round pick, all that, I get it. But do you want to win? I mean, if you want to win, you can't just sit back and say, oh, well, when we look at next year, look at his contract. If you want to win, sometimes you got to jump, man, you know?
So a couple things about that. One is it's all fine and dandy, and when we get to the offseason, he didn't re-sign with the Bears, right? Yeah, it hasn't been.
Yeah, he signed a huge monster contract.
Did he re-sign with them? And how much was it for? Do you remember?
It was huge. I have to look it up. But, yeah, I mean, that was obviously that was one of the things you had to look into if you were going to trade for Montez Sweat.
Because of where the Bears are in the second round, they give up a second-round pick. It would have cost the Lions a first-round pick. And they might have known that they couldn't sign him to that contract. Yeah, 4 years, $98 million. And so... And the other thing is we don't know what else Brad Holmes was working on, what road he had gone down, how close they were to making another move that would have helped them. Because the only road to the Super Bowl isn't through Montez Sweat. And yet, whatever they did didn't work, or whatever deal he tried to pull off for help on the defensive front, if he did, and I assume he did, didn't work. But as far as the J-Mo thing, you know, when I think about the list of things that need to get better, and it's amazing. We've taken a ton of calls and a ton of texts and a ton of people that are saying they got to get the ball to J-Mo, got to get the ball to J-Mo. And yes, that would be helpful. These shots downfield, J-Mo's running wide open, they really are low percentage plays. I mean, the deep ball, if the deep ball was easy to complete, people would throw tons of them. And I'm not saying that they're not correct, but one of the reasons why it's down my list of priorities is because they were just fine without him when they were doing what they do. He is a bonus. He is a bonus. And even the previous caller hit the nail on the head. They've got a block for Jared Goff. Goff has his strengths and weaknesses, and really those strengths aren't on display if he doesn't have time to throw. He even fit in a few throws yesterday. The one to Donovan Peoples-Jones on 4th and 10, I think it was, where they went for it, was an incredible throw.
Yeah, I thought he was getting chesty with some of those throws.
Yep.
Tight windows. Yeah, I think when the J-Mo thing, Doug, is when you don't score any points in the second half, people are going to start picking things apart, especially like, why is he here? That's an offensive player, an offensive weapon. Why isn't he being used more? Why aren't they going deep? So I get that. You know, that stuff is going to come out after a game like that.
Yep.
The Montez Sweat thing, I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel here because I didn't want to give up first-round pick for him and give him that huge contract. I was more of a Chase Young guy. But with that being said, Ian Rappaport, via NFL research, he put out the numbers on Sweat since he became a Bear.
Yeah.
He's got a team-high 3.5 sacks. He's helped the Bears become a top 5 defense during that time. I mean, he puts through all the defensive numbers the Bears have ranked now since he's become a Bear. So he's really helped their defense. I don't know if he would have done the same thing here. You would imagine he would because he's a good player, but I think that ship has sailed. I think we got to concentrate on the guys that are on this team right now. Broderick Martin, Bruce Irvin, those guys that they do have.
There's a lot of hope, okay, that they don't suffer more injuries and that C.J. Gardner-Johnson and James Houston can return and make plays. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, if you missed it last week, threw out a date, scrolled a date on his IG page. It said December 20th, which is the day they start practice prior to the Christmas Eve game against Minnesota. So he's implying this game against Denver is the last one that he will sit out. That will give him 3 games to get up to speed before the postseason. A playmaker in the secondary would be a huge addition. Last year, he had 6 interceptions. And I'm not saying he becomes that the moment he steps on the field, but can he be that by the time we get to the postseason? Houston might be a bit more of a long shot, and I'm not as convinced. I really, really hope that James Houston can be in football shape and play this year. But I also don't know that I'm comfortable with saying that James Houston is the answer to all their pass rush issues. He showed a ton of promise last year, but, I think back to like Kerry Hyder or Romeo Aquara or players that we thought were the solutions and were going to be great edge rushers that either just put together a season or never were able to duplicate the promise that they showed. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. It's cold outside. If you're tired of dry, itchy skin, get a Kinetico purification system installed by CGC Water. And if you're tired of running out of hot water, do what we did. Call CGC Water and ask them about the Navien tankless water heater. No more running out of hot water. Plus, we reduce our energy consumption and save money. Call CGC Water and tell them Carson sent you, and CGC will offer you 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater. 855-339-4242. We also found out when you don't have a big water heater down there, you create some floor space in your storage room. It's great. Visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, 855-339-4242. CGC, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Dan Campbell, back to your phone calls in a moment. Gator out today. It's Carson Anderson. Here's a bunch of text. Unnamed texter. People are upset because we feel tricked. We thought we could make a dent in the playoffs this year, but now we are realizing we might only win the division. I'm panicked not because of their record of 9-4, but because my goal at the start of the year was winning a playoff game. And at this point, I can't see this team winning a playoff game. That's from August. Okay, so the Lions as the 3 seed are matched up right now with the Vikings if the playoffs were to start today. They aren't, but they'd be playing the Vikings. So this person can't see the Lions beating the Vikings at home. Half game behind the Vikings are the Packers. Can't see the Lions beating the Packers. They've already beaten the Packers. Full game behind them, Atlanta. This person can't see the Lions beating Atlanta, team they already beat. Tied with Atlanta, one full game out of that playoff spot that could be playing the Lions in the postseason. The New Orleans Saints, who the Lions beat 8 days ago in New Orleans. You can't see them beating them. That's why I think this is an utter overreaction. I mean, they have yet to beat Minnesota, but could they beat Green Bay? Already have on the road. Now, given they lost to them at home. It's not a given, but you can't even see it. They beat Atlanta, beat New Orleans. Now, the other teams that can get matched up, Seattle's a scary one because Seattle has Detroit's number. The other one's the Rams, which would be highly ironic for obvious reasons. I mean, it was 8 days ago the Lions beat a team in their place that they could match up against in the postseason. Now, if the Lions play bad football, yeah, they're not going to win any postseason game. But they got 4 weeks to settle down and to get it right. And as we pointed out at the beginning of this hour, there was a stretch this year where San Francisco played bad football, Dallas played bad football, and Philadelphia currently is playing bad football. Those are the 3 other contenders, strong contenders to win the NFC, along with the Lions. We're foolish if we didn't think the Lions weren't going to go through something like this. And it's why when they were playing well, we kept saying, this is great, but these seasons are long and things can change. And they have changed, and now the inverse is true. No, they're not playing great football. Doesn't mean they're done. I fully expect them to pull out of it. They've not, going back to their last, I think it's 6 losses, they haven't lost back-to-back games. They would bounce back with a win. The last 6 times they lost a game, they followed it up with a win. And, that was when they lost last year to Buffalo on Thanksgiving, came back, won 3 in a row. Lost to Carolina, came back, won the next 2 to close out the season, and opened the next season with a 3rd win. Lost to Seattle, won 4 in a row after that. Lost to Baltimore, won 3 in a row. Lost to Green Bay, beat New Orleans, now they've lost to Chicago. Not only have they not lost back-to-back games, they usually go on a winning streak. How quickly we forget. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bill next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Doug. Hi, Ken.
What's up?
Gator, wherever you are, I hope you're having a great day.
I'll pass it along.
Oh, thank you. Quick Champ and Chump. The Champ to me is the Army-Navy game. I love that game. It's one of my favorite for obvious reasons.
Yep.
My Chump, gosh. I'm real hesitant, but I'm gonna say Goff, just because all these. I kind of agree with you guys. I think that they're fully capable of winning 3 of these next 4 games, and I think they have to have that mindset because if they, 2-2 seems doable for 11-6, but who's to say that Green Bay isn't going to win out? And then it comes down to tiebreakers. I don't even know how that would work. So I think they're going to have to. This is it. They're going to have to show us, that they get it done. They have to do it themselves. I think that's what they have to think of. They have to have that mindset.
Yeah, look, if they end up tied with Green Bay and Green Bay wins out, Green Bay will hold the tiebreaker because that implies that the Lions have lost another game in conference and Green Bay will have not lost another game in conference. So that would go in favor of Green Bay. For Green Bay to win out, that means they win their last 8 and in a row. And as much as they are playing well right now, everything I said about how things change and it applies to Green Bay as easily as it applies to Detroit. And it would be impressive as hell for them to win the next 5 games. And I would, again, if the over-under on losses for Green Bay is 1/2 the rest of the way, I will bet the over 1/2 for losses for Green Bay the rest of the way.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for them to do that, but I think that I know your nightmares of Jordan Love will begin to really manifest if that happens.
You know what? That Jordan Love paranoia I got is I don't mind him being good. I don't mind him being close to great. I just don't want him to be elite. They went from Favre to Rodgers. If they hand it to another elite guy, then I'm going to be pissed. Who do we got next here? Len, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Len?
Hey, Doug King. Good show. Goff obviously didn't have a good game, but Gibbs dropped a wide open first down pass, and maybe it would have went for a touchdown. On the very next play, Goff threw a pressured interception. Amon St. Brown, who's steady as a rock, had a nice completion, punched out. And another one, good gainer that he didn't come up with that he always does. And even on Goff's fumble, Glasgow kind of stubbed the sod on the way back. And it's amazing that split-second timing, I think, threw it off because, Goff's anticipating a pass rush, and he's always – so he scrambled out of there. So, I mean, it's his fault too, but there was a little something there with the snap from Glasgow. It's frustrating to see him under constant pressure, and we're not able to do the same to the other quarterback. When Goff has time, he's got a reputation with other coaches and quarterbacks as being one of the most accurate passers in the game. But that's, I think, what we got to guard against is when you pressure him, he's like any other quarterback,
So I will say this you brought up a lot of stuff there. I actually think very quietly and unnoticed the pass rush had a much better game yesterday. They did have 3 sacks, and I think they probably would have had 5 or 6 if it wasn't up against one of the most elusive, if not the very most elusive quarterback in the NFL. Lamar Jackson falls in that category as well, but overall, I thought they simply played better up front defensively. And hopefully they can, keep that up. I don't know that they will, but hopefully they can. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. We do have an update on Dylan Larkin's condition. We'll get to that today at 102 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, late breaking news at this hour regarding Dylan Larkin. Derek Lalone said the Red Wings' Dylan Larkin out at least a week with an upper body injury. Left Saturday's game after losing consciousness in a scary incident. That according to Helene St. James, beat writer that covers the Detroit Red Wings for the Detroit Free Press. So Dylan Larkin out at least a week, which that was scary. The way he laid on the ice, very, very scary. 248-539-9797, open lines, people venting today. The Red Wing game, I mean, that's not going to get a lot of talk today given the Lions yesterday, but they lost to Ottawa Saturday. Larkin did get hit from behind, crumpled to the ice. David Perron went after the wrong guy. Artem Zub cross-checked him to the head. He's looking at a 5-game suspension. There'll be a hearing. So that wasn't great. Michigan won at Iowa, but after the game, there's been a report about some confrontation between staff members that might relate back to Juwan Howard. That's not great. That's being looked into. Michigan State loses to Nebraska 0-2 in the Big Ten now. Their struggles continue. That's not great. But there is some hope, okay? I know that people hate what they've seen in the last few weeks from the Lions, and it hasn't been great. We about an hour ago went over how these are kind of typical of teams. In fact, basically every team at the top of the NFC is either also going through it, like Philadelphia, who's giving up over 36 points a game their last 3 games. It got smoked yesterday by Dallas. You know what? Philly's defense, remember when Detroit's defense gave up 5 touchdowns in a row against the Chargers and then gave up a 6th? What was the next game? Maybe it was the Bears. Gave up another touchdown to the Bears on their first possession of the game. They gave up 6 consecutive touchdowns. Philadelphia, with the way the 49er game ended and the Dallas game started, Philly gave up touchdowns in 9 of 10 drives, and the 10th drive was a field goal allowed. Philly's one of the contenders in the NFC. Dallas, earlier this year, it was pointed out, Peter King did a story today about how when they lost, when they got smoked at San Francisco, they were in a stretch where they dropped 3 of 5, including a loss with Arizona and a loss to Philly. Dallas, hey, they can't win the big game. Dak can't win the big game. They can't beat San Francisco. They're now 10-3, the number 2 seed. They moved past Philly. They're playing better. And then San Francisco had 3 consecutive losses where I found a story and read from it earlier. People are saying these problems don't look correctable. They don't seem to have answers. Brock Purdy's a problem. His worst passing of the year, and they're not pressuring quarterbacks. Now, they got healthy, which Detroit is hoping that they can do with guys like Ragnow and C.J. Gardner-Johnson and maybe James Houston. But, yeah, I mean, these are the other contenders. The other contenders in the NFC, and they've either all been through this or are currently going through it. And as an astute listener, Scott pointed out regarding this, he says the biggest difference is not the team, it's us fans. We're all shell-shocked from an unprecedented 60 years of failure. We're trying to act like we've been here before, but it's harder for our fan base than others. 248-539-9797. Okay, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Frank. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Frank.
Hi, how are you guys doing today?
We're doing okay.
Okay, I'm going to be 70 in February, so I have seen it all.
But you
so
have.
This season was a pleasant surprise. But the only thing that I would like to say to you guys is the offensive line cannot be perfect all the time. So you need a quarterback that can create sometimes. I'm not saying run all the time, but Goff, he just cannot get out of the pocket and do anything. And it's very important for him to pick up the team sometimes. And granted, you're going to have turnovers. I know it happened. He was terrible. But I do believe in a mobile quarterback, and I will listen to your thoughts about that. And if they should draft more offensive linemen in the offseason.
Frank, what sounds easier to you? Is it sound easier to get back what they were doing earlier this year, which was being able to protect Jared Goff well enough to be able to be one of the best offenses in the NFL, and it goes into last year too? Do you think it's easier to get back to that or to find a mobile quarterback better than Jared Goff?
Well, it's hard for me to say because I like a mobile quarterback. But you're right. You probably are better off staying this way, but they can't always keep the line healthy, so they have to draft more and bring these guys up so when someone goes down, they don't miss a beat.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Improve the depth on the offensive line. They might lose a starter to free agency coming up here anyway, but look, I understand that having a guy that's more mobile creates some potential solutions to their current problems. But that guy, to find a guy that can like throw this way and be more mobile, it's not impossible, but they're not going to be drafted near the top of the draft. The solution may be in-house with Hendon Hooker if he has a legit arm. And there's some promise there. Or do what they've shown they're capable of doing. Hope to get healthy up front, which is a hope. It's tough to imagine always being healthy. Develop some depth, Sorsdal, Owasika, whomever. And, Sorsdal's had his ups and downs. They're going to probably have a chance to bring in another starter potentially, Vaitai, and that money's going to drop off. And then Glasgow returns to a 6-man role, which he's not bad at, but that seems to me like it's already proven that it can work. So we'll see. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Thomas. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Thomas.
Hey, how you doing? How you guys doing?
Good, thank
you. You just said one thing, one important thing, and I kind of overlooked that. Yeah, they need to get back to protecting Goff more, but at the same time, they got to start learning how to use Jameis Williams. My bad. Get that dude in space so he can do what he do. And that defense, man, even though the defensive line played pretty decent, man, it gotta be somebody that you can pick up to come in there and just kind of stabilize that middle a little bit. Because in the draft, they're gonna have to look at that front line because you got to start building for your division. They're getting creamed by too many running quarterbacks.
Well, they'd beaten Justin Fields 3 consecutive times leading into yesterday. And yesterday the defense really wasn't the problem.
Yeah, you got to start building. You got to start building for your division and other teams. And that's been a problem for years.
Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Eugene, you're next on 97.1. Hold on. Didn't they go undefeated in the division last year? Am I wrong?
I think they lost the game. I thought they went 5-1 or 4-1.
Yeah,
not 4-1. But
this year they're 2-2. They got the 2 games with Minnesota coming up.
I think they went 5-1.
Did they?
Have to look it up, but either way, that's good.
Yeah.
5-1 or undefeated, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they were 5-1 in the division last year. 2-2 this year. I don't know. The division could be improving. Like Fields is going to give some people some problems.
Jordan Love may be better than some thought, right, Doug?
Just don't be elite. And here's the thing: is I don't need the division to stink. It's not like the only hope the Lions have. That used to be the only hope, that the division was going to stink. It's okay if there are other good teams in this division. Lions are a good team too. But actually, was yesterday probably, just off the top of my head, was that their best game against Justin Fields statistically?
As far as rushing or just total?
Just total. I think it's the lowest rush total he had against Detroit in the last 3 games.
Yeah, because he had 100 yards each game before that.
It was 12 points lower in completion percentage than the first game this year. Oh, no, he had the stinker last year, at the end of last year. Last year, he rushed for 132 yards. This was easily, but he was 7 of 21 through the air. This was easily the best job they have done at containing him in terms of his running ability. And they lost the game.
Yeah, but also they had a bunch of short fields to work with. So, I mean, he didn't have to run maybe as much as he would in the past.
Probably not. But I mean, again, yesterday, the defense, if yesterday was indicative of how they're going to play the rest of the way, okay, that's a good thing. If it's indicative of how the offense is going to play the rest of the way, they're in trouble.
Big time. You know who played well defensively yesterday? He hasn't been mentioned one time today.
Jalen Reeves-Maben?
Yes. Germ played a hell of a game yesterday.
He did.
Right? Like, this is a guy who, when he was drafted, I'm not sure where I stood on that. And then he kind of, all right, maybe he's just like doing in the league. He'll be out of the league in a couple of years. Then he became this awesome special teams guy, a captain, and now he's making plays on defense. Like, pretty crazy.
Yeah, Eugene, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Eugene.
Yeah. Sorry about. I mean, I don't feel bad about y'all cutting into me. My grandson, when he heard my voice on the radio, because I be calling y'all every day, his eyes practically doubled. The difference I see is play calling. Because before, Dan Gamble used to call trick plays so much that y'all used to call him Dan Gamble. But so would you say the play calling? Who be calling the plays?
Ben Johnson.
Oh, Ben Johnson. So he be calling those trick plays.
And you think that's what they need to do?
When they played Green Bay, and it was fourth down, I knew they were gonna try a trick play, but I guess everybody is aware of them playing trick plays now. But I don't know. I think they should get a mobile quarterback.
Thank you. Say hello to your grandson. Are you holding off on buying a new home because you're waiting for mortgage interest rates to drop? Well, at Hall Financial, they already have. Not only does Hall Financial offer the lowest fees and best rates, but now Hall Financial will give you a 1% reduction on your interest rate the first year of your new mortgage for free. Why pay more for your mortgage when you don't have to? This is more than just a rate cut. It's a gift. Imagine saving nearly $2,000 in the first year alone on your monthly payments. If you're buying a home and not taking advantage of the Easy Start program, you're overpaying. Are you ready to step into your new home with an initial rate in the fives? Then give them a call at 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. It's 866-CALL-HALL or callhallfirst.com. Start your holiday season with a gift from our friends at Hall Financial. Gators out today. It's a Monday. Champ and Chump. Get those votes in. 248-539-9797. It's a day that people are not quite sure what to make of their football team here in Detroit. Look, we've had all kinds of solutions suggested, from get a new quarterback to complete philosophical changes. Look, I think probably the most prudent approach would be look at how you got to win 17 of the last 22 games and try and figure out how to get back to that form. And the fact is, they've got the personnel in-house to do things like beat Kansas City. They've beaten teams that are lined up and competing for playoff spots. And I still think they got a shot to be the 3 seed, win the division, host a playoff game. And if you look at the teams they're going to be playing, look, they can't play poorly and beat Minnesota or Green Bay or Atlanta or New Orleans. Those are all teams that could be the first-round playoff opponent. And they've beaten 3 of those 4, and they'll have a chance to beat Minnesota. But you can't look, they played poorly yesterday. And they haven't been a well-oiled machine in a few weeks here. But we should have seen this coming a little bit. I don't think we spent enough time warning people when things were going really well. Hey, we'd mention it. Long season, things change. But it feels like we're a little bit quick here, and understandably so, to panic in Detroit.
You know what seems weird, Doug, is whenever they lose, and they haven't lost back-to-back games all year, and it's good of you to point that out, so It hasn't gone completely downhill. They just look pretty. They look very beatable the last 4 games, right? And they've lost 2 of those games.
Yep.
Dan Campbell seems to always say, hey, we got to clean up this mistake or we got to focus back on this. Is there a focus issue where it kind of just has to reset, where they just can't continually stay focused, it seems like, the last month?
I think it's really hard to do it. I mean, because here's the deal. The variance in the way teams show up from Sunday to Sunday is pretty great. Like, there are teams that'll look great one week, bad the next. How does that happen? I don't know. I think it's incredibly difficult to do. And the fact that they haven't lost back-to-back games is pretty important, and it increases the sense of urgency for Saturday night. That's for damn sure, because their last 6 losses have been followed by a win. And in fact, this is the first time they haven't gone on a winning streak after a loss. We pointed out over the stretch of play, when they lose, they come back and get on a winning streak until now. Now they've lost 2 of 3. And so, yeah, they've been placed on the Russian front here a little bit. It's a different test for Campbell and for all the coaches and for leadership, but there's no reason to believe that they can't turn. Look, when they were 1-7 and turned their season around, that's a lot harder than turning this around. 248-539-9797. John, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Doing good.
Well, I think, as far as overreacting, I think the people that are saying we need another quarterback, we need more players, I think it was collectively just a bad game. I mean, the plays, there was some bad play calling. What I mainly called for was to point some of the blame on Dan Campbell, because he said if they would have won the game, they played a good football game had we won the game. No, they didn't. I don't know what game he was watching. They didn't play any football in the second half. And I think the energy and the momentum going into the second half was to blame for it. And I don't think he's tough enough on the sidelines. I don't think he's tough enough on the refs. I mean, that intentional grounding yesterday was intentional grounding. Fields didn't attempt to throw the ball until he was wrapped. So I don't know how throwing it in the back of a offensive lineman's calf is, missing your target. There was no target.
So what's interesting about that is typically I would see the coaches don't get officials to change their mind, but the one call that it feels like you can lobby and get is intentional grounding, because intentional grounding that's like a penalty grenade. The pin gets pulled when the ball gets delivered. Then the refs start talking. They look around and they drop the flag 25 seconds later. So I think you might be right on that one. Now, I don't know that he's not tough enough. I could tell you word from the inside is his coach was hot yesterday after the game, and we'll see how they respond this week. You know, he seems to have more often than not pressed the right buttons. Coming out of the halftime locker room isn't always their strength. And yet, you know, yesterday it was weird because it falls on, they got a coach on the staff that people think is going to be a head coach. One of the hottest names in the game in Ben Johnson. And their offense came out in the second half and went 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, 2 and out, 4 and out. And there were less than 9 minutes to go in the game before they got their first down of the second half. And so this is the one coach that they have that's clearly a hot property in this league, whose offense coming out of the halftime locker room, whatever adjustments that he was in charge of, didn't really work out. Now, I'm not saying Ben Johnson's a bad coach because he's not a bad coach. He's clearly a very, very good offensive coordinator. Did he perhaps have a bad day at the office? Maybe even just a bad half? Yeah, that's possible. But at this point, I give him the chance to turn it around. 248-539-9797. Randy, you're next. What's up, Randy?
Hey, what's up, Doug? I've been listening for about the past 2 hours, and I just want to say you are an absolute saint, man, for putting up with some of these calls.
Hey, we're having fun, right, Randy?
Absolutely, man. I wanted to get my champ and chump vote. Champ is, of course, Ohtani, because anybody who makes $700 million on a weekend has to be your champ.
Yep.
I obviously haven't made it yet, but my chump is actually going to be Ben Johnson. I don't know what's changed, but it seems to me, you know, the rush is coming up the middle. You roll your quarterback out. I know Goff isn't Jalen Hurts, but they had some decent success with rollouts, you know, throughout Johnson's tenure, and I didn't see any of that yesterday. You know, none of the direct snaps to Montgomery. Some of the stuff they were doing that just kind of kept the defense on their toes. It felt like as the game went on more and more, the Bears were just pinning their ears back and doing whatever they wanted to on defense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what their game plan was, and I don't, you know, like I say all the time, I'm not a coach. I don't claim to know what the game plan should have been, but what they did didn't really work. Probably their worst half of football all season long offensively. You know, they just didn't move the chains at all. Now, there were things like false starts that got them behind the sticks. They didn't protect the quarterback as well as they had. They actually ran the ball reasonably well. And when Goff was given time, he had some pretty tight windows that he fit the ball into. And the interceptions, I don't care. When it's 4th and forever, you're throwing it up for grabs a little bit. Those weren't particularly consequential. Fumbled snap, you know, the color commentator on TV said, oh, the ball it was a hesitant snap by Glasgow. Let's just say that, you know, even if it is a backup center, you always expect to get the quarterback center exchange correct. You know, and I think Goff will probably tell us that when we talk tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rich next on 97 Want a Ticket. Hi, Rich.
What's going on, guys?
How are we doing, sir?
I'm good. So I'm not panicking at all. The Lions are much improved. They're having a good season. They were going to lose some games. That was coming. But a couple of things to me, they got to stop coming out of halftime looking like the Pistons. I mean, that's crazy. You got to the other teams are making adjustments, and you have to make adjustments. This thing with this offensive line, I mean, it's just so clear that if Jared Goff is protected, he's a different guy than he is when he's not. And to come back in a year where they had Vitae, he didn't play any last year, hardly, and they brought him back to do this same act again this year. That's a mistake. Out of all of the good things that Brad Holmes has done, it seems that people have a problem calling him out when he makes mistakes, and that's just a part of the job. That was another mistake, like not beefing up the D-line. The two lines are two of their strongest points as a team, and allowing Vitae to come in and what is he going to wind up playing? 4 out of 17 games? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, he would have been close to a $9 million cap hit had they cut him, and then they did go out and sign somebody that was an ample replacement in Glasgow, who now has to snap the ball because of the injury to Ragnow. I think that they went with a backup plan if Vitae didn't work out, and it would have been more expensive to cut him than to keep him, is my guess as to why they did that.
Well, any game where they're playing, when you see two of the O linemen not playing, and you see that when you see the Kobe dude, it's going to be a rough day at the office. The backups, the other backups that they have, they just don't measure up. But last but not least for my call, the reason there was a text that came in and said people were tricked. They feel tricked. No, they were tricked by the media. They kept talking Super Bowl and deep playoff runs. Detroit fans, learn this. When your GM of your basketball, baseball, or football team tells you with a kind of a low on the cheap off season or no moves at the trade deadline, they're telling you one of two things. We're not good enough to win, or I'm not ready to spend enough money for us to win.
All right, thanks. We're short. We're way past the break. I don't think they had a cheap off season. We don't know the full story at the trade deadline. We probably never will. I doubt that Brad Holmes had his feet on the table not working on anything. But I didn't pull off a major move, that's for sure. Hey, guys, you ready to score a touchdown with the best Christmas gift for your special someone? Maybe you'll be able to cross the goal line by getting her Pajamagram's famous Naturally New pajamas. Naturally New pajamas are soft and silky, better than lingerie with a curve caressing fit. And here's the kicker. When you order Naturally New pajamas today, you get a free Naturally New nightie. That's a $75 savings on a very luxurious 2-in-1 complete holiday gift. Better yet, if you're like me and you don't like wrapping, you can even add gift packaging when you order today through pajamagram.com. Guys, this is a holiday gift that is sure to make her happy. Give her the gift of pajamas, and she might give you a great gift too. Listen, we all know how it feels to win, so why not win this Christmas? Go to pajamagram.com today for Naturally New pajamas before they sell out. That's pajamagram.com. And don't forget to tell them Doug Karsch sent you. Doug Karsch, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Dre next here on 97.1. What's up? He's got us on hold. Feeling very zen, though. We'll circle back to Dre. We go to Brandon next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
So I was just thinking about more of the play call and back to, Ben Johnson's part of the game. I feel like the Lions are sort of getting away from their identity, which is essentially as soon as Dan Campbell came into tenure, they're a smash mouth football team. I remember when they were losing games, they committed to the run no matter what. And I remember looking at my buddy and it says, this is the time for the play action. This is the time for the play action. But they always committed to the run. And now they've got all these shiny new toys on the outside. They've got the Jameson Williams, Sam Laporta. They got all these guys that they want to get the ball to, but I feel like they start to abandon the run. And the defense, they can start committing. They can start blitzing, and that doesn't give Jared Goff a lot of time to get the ball out.
Yeah, you don't want to get behind. And I'd be interested to have Ben Johnson reflect on this game. He speaks to the media on Thursdays, so we're going to have to wait to hear what he had to say, Dre. But I'd be very interesting to hear him reflect on how they ended up. I mean, they took 35. Goff ended up, I think, with 35 pass attempts. How many sacks? Because he got sacked 4 times, so 39 pass attempts and 24 runs, and only 21 of those with the 2 primary backs. They had 1 reverse. They had the fullback dive with Sam Laporta, and then they had Goff carry it once. So, yeah, I wonder how they got to be a little bit imbalanced. Sometimes those things are dictated by the score and down and distance.
And there was a lot of penalties that
gets them behind the sticks.
In your 3rd and 10 or even that 4th and 10, it's like that. It's really hard to play your style of game when you're playing behind schedule. And the offensive line, it's a lot of pressure on them having to pass protect a whole lot. And getting back to what Lions football has been all about punching people in the face and biting kneecaps. I feel like we kind of have strayed away from that.
Thank you for the phone call, Brandon, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Wayne next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Wayne.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
Okay.
I understand you, Brandon. I hear you on that. But look, we got to spread these defenses out. We have to with these receivers. We got to quit looking St. Brown so much. If we double and we got Raymond, J-Mo, and Peoples-Jones, they got to streak. We got to throw something down the field just to open up the defenses. If we start throwing all short passes, Doug, they packing that in. We got to go deep at least 2-3 times a game, at least 2 times a half.
Yeah, again, another great question for Ben Johnson is how many times were those plays called and they didn't get executed for whatever reason? Was it the look the defense? I mean, maybe not at all. Maybe they didn't call them. Maybe they did call them, and the look the defense gave him had him checking out of those deep shots. Maybe the pocket collapsed, and before those routes could develop. But it's a good question. 248-539-9797. Let's try Dre again now. All right, Dre. Sorry, bud. Who do we got next? Greg, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good.
My problem is, the Lions are regressing at the point they're going right now. We have so many teams that are getting better as time goes on. The only game that really the Lions played good was that loss to Seattle, but they didn't have the defense. Now they're starting not to call the right plays. Ben Johnson's plays are now vanilla. They are totally vanilla. He does not call the right plays in a situation where you need to get points. The line is okay. Goff has had a chance to throw the ball at times, and a lot of quarterbacks will not have that much time. But still, you have to call a play. You have to fool the defense. We're not fooling the defense. I don't want to go back to that SOL stuff, but the bottom line is they're not planning
Greg,
to win the game.
Can I ask you a question? Did you say the only game they played well was the Seattle game?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm saying they played a good offensive game, okay? They played a good. I'm sorry, I did make a mistake there. They
It's
played
okay.
a good offensive.
You know,
game,
like they're top
but
5 in the NFL in scoring and total offense.
Well, you see, what you're doing is you're going by analytics, like you were saying earlier. You said, well, they lost one, they won 2. They lost another game, and then they won 3 in a row. But see, analytics sometimes don't play a part because this is the season. This is a new season. This is all analytics should be thrown out as far as what the Lions should be doing. They should be progressing to play these teams because the only team they, like I said, you got to think about how they're calling plays when it's a necessary thing. They still haven't learned how to get that second half adjustment, and that's on both sides of the ball.
I don't know if I'm using analytics. When you compare the points that they score on average per game to every other team in the NFL, let me get exactly where they rank. I don't know that that's like analytics. Isn't that just a point of comparison that maybe, just maybe, the offense isn't quite as bad as my man thinks?
Doug, you're coming at me with all these numbers that I don't understand, so I'm going to take that as a sign of disrespect. No, I mean, you're fine, Doug. Hey, the league, you score points, right? I'm sorry if you call that analytics, the average points you put up. I mean, it is what it is offensively. People are overreacting to a bad game from Ben Johnson. I think he had a bad game yesterday. I think you think Ben Johnson had a bad game yesterday. They think this guy's the worst offensive coordinator that's ever put on a headset, apparently. Like, everything he did before that. When Goff was in the MVP conversation, St. Brown's up there with all the best receivers, right? Montgomery and Gibbs are the best 1-2 combo in the league. All that is out the window. Laporta having a record year for a rookie tight end because he had a bad game Sunday. I think Ben Johnson would redo some calls he had.
I would agree.
That doesn't mean he sucks all of a sudden. Like, now he's too cute, now he's predictable and all this. I think they're going to, I'd like you to ask Jared Goff tomorrow maybe. Some offensive questions about, like, play calling. Just, I know he can't give away everything.
I'm going to say to him, look, these are some of the questions we get. But leading into this game yesterday, the previous 5 games, they were averaging 31 points a game. Okay? Which is...
Hey, what's that, analytics?
An incredibly healthy amount. So they come out, they have 13 at the half. They have a 13-point first half, which isn't, like, great. But then they get shut out in the second half.
That's not great either.
And we need to scrap the offensive philosophy. So let's dismiss the 5 previous games where they averaged 31 points a game. And because they had a bad half yesterday, total revamp. I mean, is that an overreaction?
I think the offense as a whole had a bad game. Ben Johnson, the protection, St. Brown, right?
Yes.
It wasn't like their usual game. They got to clean things up for sure. I think maybe even throw out that game plan. Maybe don't go back to that. I didn't like the 4th down call where they drew a running play up. It was like a counter or something. I didn't like that.
Was slow developing run play. Yeah.
Throw that out. Don't use it on 4th down, right? But I like Ben Johnson's still good, people. He's still probably going to get a head coaching job as soon as the Lions season is over.
I know. And look, nobody's saying he had a great game yesterday. But is that just a sign of panic?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you went to say, like, I guess he didn't say he wanted him fired, but it was pretty close, right?
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, this holiday season, the NFL deals are heating up on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Think about that. $5 on anybody to win, and you get $150 in bonus bets. Just find a big favorite. Hey, if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to take advantage of this offer. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. Again, visit FanDuel.com/Doug. As the season heats up, FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Karsch Anderson, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls here on 97.1 The Ticket as we go to Tony next. Hi, Tony. Tony,
hi, Doug.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, great show today. Listen, I just want to say this. It's like, I don't think anybody in this town expected the Lions to win the Super Bowl this year. I mean, our goal, I think their goal, was to be competitive, which they have been, get in the playoffs, with a little bit of luck, maybe win one game. But I think next year is when they make the big move. And they would probably do something at the trade deadline. So I think they're having a great season. But the thing that puzzles me is the Jameson Williams, where you gave up draft picks to move up to draft him, and you knew he couldn't play the first year. Okay, that's cool. But you still got one of the best wide receivers, hopefully, in the league with the speed that cannot be matched. But they didn't have a quarterback that could throw him the ball. What was the plan?
Well, they have thrown him the ball.
But he can't throw it deep. I mean, that's where Jameson Williams is at his best. when he's deep. He's not a St. Brown or something like that. But if you're going to throw 15, 20 yards to,
why?
You want maybe like a 45-yard or 50-yard bomb, and
Tony,
that's where he's a game breaker.
So here's the deal: is yes, Jameson Williams has a skill set that maybe, just maybe they can't use it to its full effectiveness. But the offense is good. They're not in the business of trying to get the most out of Jameson Williams. They're in the business of trying to get the most out of their roster. And yesterday they had a bad half of football. They, offensively were averaging 31 a game going into that over their last 5. The stretch where they really haven't played quite as well collectively, they're still averaging over 31 a game. And sure, Jameson Williams' skill set could be utilized in other ways, but they were still getting the job done offensively. And so, I don't know that we need to be wrapped up in the who so much as who's doing it. They've been doing it offensively. They didn't yesterday.
No, Doug, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that's his biggest asset. Well, if you knew what it was when you drafted him, I'm happy with the way they're playing and the way they're scoring and the way their season has went. But he's the deep threat. But you don't have a guy who could get him the ball deep.
Okay. Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dave next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with the Lions.
It's
it's called focus, execution, and concentration. The gentleman on your show, your helper there, said focus is a thing. They are not. They got to focus, concentrate, and execute. You don't have to have a great quarterback to win in the NFL. Each player has to take it upon himself to focus. And if you think the coaches aren't focusing, you're wrong. What the Lions got to do, as a person who suffered 50 years of throwing up every Sunday, they're going to make the playoffs. Okay, that's number one. Number two, when they get to the playoffs, they got to gear it up and be ready to play in the playoffs. Focus, concentrate in the playoffs as hard as they can, because they don't have a lot of talent compared to a lot of the other teams. Just get to the playoffs. There's nothing wrong with the Lions.
I mean, I tend to think you're more right than wrong. If you missed it, what we did at noon is we documented how all the contenders in the NFC have gone through either this exact thing or something just like this. Philly's in the middle of it right now. They've given up over 36 points a game their last 3 games. Dallas lost to Arizona, got smoked by San Francisco, then dropped the game to Philly, and everybody said they can't win a big game. Dak can't win a big game. San Francisco went through a stretch where Purdy was being questioned. They were generating no pass rush, and people were saying their problems are not solvable. All these things, the Lions are going through it now, okay? And we don't have the history of the resume where we've seen our teams get to the postseason and make some noise. Those fan bases do. And so it's easier for them to deal with this kind of stuff. We're not going to go anywhere if they keep playing like this. And they're not. I don't expect that to be the case. 248-539-9797. Let's go to John next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, John.
Hey, guys. I love you guys. You guys are always great this time of day. You help a lot of us get through our days, I tell you.
Glad to help.
And I know we're talking a bunch of same old stuff. Not same old Lions, but same old whine when they lose. Well, I just look at it like this. And I'm sorry. I've been mad at Goff ever since last year. And I'm not mad at Goff. I like Goff. But he has limitations. He's not the quarterback for this NFL. And that's not his fault. That's who we wound up with. His sideline passes are horrible. His downfield passes are horrible. And what the league is doing, they're figuring that out about him. And they're figuring out, take away the middle, force him to throw outside, keep him in the pocket, and that's his limitations. He's not going to be able to go outside to the left or the right. That's not his game. That's not his fault. But today's NFL wants you to be able to make that sideline throw or that deep sideline throw. And, yeah, teams are going to have up and down years. And they'll have up and down moments during the year. That's true. But they have the ability to change those things, some of the teams you mentioned, because they have that talent outside. They got that big arm behind there. There's nothing really wrong with the Lions and their play calling. Some of those passes Goff threw yesterday, he just didn't execute.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Dave is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Dave.
Hey,
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
How nice is it to be relevant with 4 games left in the year?
I would think it would be great.
Well, the reason I'm saying that is everyone's going to critique them, and I'm hearing everything about Ben Johnson. And, hey, I was that guy yesterday. I was disappointed, at times disgusted. But at the end of the day, these are professionals. They have to execute. They have to play smarter. They can't keep shooting themselves in the foot, especially as the season goes on. You're supposed to get better. And as I've heard it, and I'm going to piggyback on some of the things I heard earlier, they're not getting better. They're making mistakes. And some of the play calls, yes, and of course, Dan Campbell, who knows what he's thinking sometimes. But at the end of the day, these guys are professionals, and at this stage of the season, they have to get better and execute. Now, let's keep in mind, like you said earlier, they have not lost back-to-back games. So I'm not saying it's panic time yet. But if they don't beat Denver at home, we're going to have some concerns, my opinion.
Feels like a big game coming up this Saturday night. I would agree with that. You know, you start getting into losing streaks. You know, you can pull out of those, but then, you know, then you wonder if teams have gotten onto something that they could take advantage of. Speaking of losing streaks, Rico Beard just walked in the studio, and your favorite team, San Francisco, went through a 3-game losing streak.
I was like, where are we going with this, Doug?
Your team, San Francisco, went through a 3-game losing streak. And I went back and found some of what was being reported and said about San Francisco at the time. Mm-hmm. Now, given that team and that fan base, you guys have a history of knowing postseason success. But hasn't everybody in the NFC either gone through something like this year, like San Francisco and Dallas did, or currently going through it coincidentally with Detroit, like Philly's going through right now?
Yes and no. I think the difference is like for Philly got caught up in the fact that their last two opponents, San Francisco and Dallas, each had 10 days to prepare for them, where Philly didn't. They got caught up in the scheduling game. For the Niners had a lot of injuries. You had Williams was out, Debo was out. You had injuries.
And when guys got back, they started playing better, right?
Yeah. That's like the Lions have injuries, but you know, McNeil is significant. But other than that, it's like
I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he did lead the NFL in interceptions last year, and they certainly could use a playmaker,
right? But it's just like, yeah, it feels weird. But yeah, every team goes through it, but
other teams have a history to know what it's like to be on top, to go through this in the regular season, and still have success.
And fight your way through it.
Yeah. The Lions, to their credit, their last, I think it's 5 losses, have been followed by a win. They haven't had a losing streak going back to last year. So, you know, this is a chance to right the ship pretty quickly Saturday game against Denver.
And here's what happens for the Lions. For the first time ever, Doug, in a long time, the Lions need to learn what it means to be the hunted. Mm-hmm. They've always been the hunter, but now you get everybody's best shot. That's what good teams have to prepare for.
Nobody's looking past you. You're right.
Right.
Have a good show. All right. There's some people on hold that will talk to you. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Deep breaths. 97.1. All right, let's get into it on a Monday. This represents a show that I never wanted to do. This is the peak of unhappiness in the holiday season. There is only one question to ask you, and we had to tap a radio legend to do it. Rico, it's very simple. I'll give you a monologue. You'll give people thoughts. But straight up, here's the question of the day. David, hit it. People, we got to have that conversation. It doesn't matter about... Shout out to David for getting Bob to record that. I'm disgusted. It's one thing to lose a football game. It's one thing when a game is high caliber. Boy, no one deserves to lose this. No. You invariably deserve to get your ass kicked yesterday. And not even by a good football team, by the Chicago Bears. 267 yards of offense, 8 penalties, 3 turnovers, and a partridge in an effing pear tree. Your quarterback looks like he's throwing without opposable thumbs. Your offensive line is awful. You are terrible. The mental errors are amazing to me. 4th and 13, Hutchinson jumping off sides, only to be outdone by Aaron Glenn having Jerry Toast Jacobs man up, no safety help on 4th and 13. I got Dan Campbell all hopped up on G Fuel, going for it inside his own 30 with some Jay Johnson slow developing off tackle run. What?
4th and 1. Turn around and hand it off 5 yards behind the line.
You're down 12, not 17, with 12 to go. Relax. That's not the Niners on the other side.
That's the Bears.
It's the Bears.
And aside from the first drive, they didn't go down the field and do anything.
I just, guys, is it panic in Lionstown? Because here's where I've arrived at. I may regret saying this, but I'm me. I'm never going to be afraid to say what I'm feeling. I think the division's in peril. Let's face it. You're not beating the Cowboys. You want nothing to do with that. Which means you've got to win 2 of the remaining 3 games. Does anyone want to bet their mortgage you're beating the Broncos? I mean, you might. You could. But I wouldn't be overly confident. Here's a question. To the tune of Office Space, what would you say you do well? Not what would you say you do here. What would you say this football team does well in the last month of the season? What do you do well? When did you meet Will Smith? What do you do well? Is your quarterback playing well? Hold on.
You know how to squander a third quarter?
How about, are you protecting the football?
There we go. There we go. Turnover. Yeah.
How about that defense? Spinal cord. Hey, how about your coach losing his faculties?
I was going to say, yeah, Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell, the stupidest fake punt I've ever seen. How about you? And yesterday, listen, if you want some of that Smarmajan cheese, a.k.a. Jim Costa, you can go listen to a different show. That was abject stupidity on Dan Campbell's part. Mm-hmm. The analytics do not take into account injuries, Frank Ragnow, who you're playing, the Bears, and even still, situationally, Rico, if it's if it's 4th and an inch, you run the tush push, I'm not even mad. That was a long yard, maybe yard and a half, and you did the Jay Johnson.
Well, not only that, I still think if you're going to run that play, you run it with David Montgomery.
Yes.
That's your guy who falls forward and gets yardage. Yeah, everything about that play was just, it was fugazi.
What do you do well? Right now, I'll tell you there's nothing. Nothing. So therefore, this is the question of the day. Or is it? I'm panicked. I admit it. I'm panicked because I am scared of the Broncos game this weekend. Mobile QB, a defense that's playing better. Taylor Decker right now. By the way, Taylor Decker's getting steamrolled.
I mean, he basically got Rashawn Gary $50 million this offseason. And yesterday, another really bad game by Decker. The offensive line in sum total, not optimal. Are we sure Ben Johnson's okay? Has he been body snatched and it's Kenny Cott after a bowl calling plays?
You know
what
you
am
wonder?
I watching?
I just wonder, has the league caught up to him?
Maybe. And maybe you don't have the personnel to counter. Here's the other one, and we can spend more time on this later because this is not all on him. But a lot of it is. Jared Goff, let me state it very clearly because I am fine admitting I'm wrong and I'm fine changing an opinion. Jared Goff has 5 games to determine whether he wants to get paid. Win the division, win a playoff game, or I pay you nothing. And you become Kirk Cousins with smaller hands.
So it's all inclusive. You not only have to win the division, you also have to win a playoff game.
Anything short of winning a playoff game this season's a failure, Rico. And guess what else? I don't care. It's BOGO. And I hate saying this because this man's bulbous head only inflates further.
Jeez, between you and Kenny, the
But
strays.
the more, just work with me, there's a compliment coming down the tracks. He said it weeks ago, and I thought it was stupid, and it was unfair, and it was rude. But the fact is...
It's the compliment.
Here comes the compliment. The fact is, the longer this goes on, the more you do look like last year's Vikings, okay? My spinal cord. So here's the question. Is it right here, right now? 248-539-9797. Rico, help me.
I do. No, Mike, because you got the Broncos. Maybe if you were playing the Vikings this week, you feel a little bit better, but the Broncos, 5 of 6 wins. Russ starting to look a little more vintage. They're getting it done. Mobile QB. He can extend the plays. Now, he's not going to probably run for 100 yards, but, I mean, when you tried the blitz yesterday, it didn't work. And
you want the stats on that?
Yeah.
David, you got those Justin Fields blitz statistics for everybody?
Yeah, let me pull those up real
Here,
quick.
hold on. When you blitz, go ahead. This is what happened.
Yeah, Justin Fields yesterday, 6 for 8, 122 yards, touchdown, 156.3 passer rating when the Lions blitzed.
Justin Fields, when he saw that blitz, he was doing the robot.
So basically, almost a perfect passer rating.
Yeah.
When you hear that number 156, isn't that the perfect passer rating number or close to it? So
Yeah, it's
which
close
means
to it, yes.
Yeah, which means when you sent the blitz, they were like, "Thank you. Here comes another big play."
Oh, you want another stat? Because I
Not
can give you
really.
some more. Okay. Weeks 9 through 14, the Bears defense, since they got Montez Sweat, 9th in points per game allowed.
Third
5th
against the run.
5th in pass rushing, pass yards per game allowed, and 22nd. I'm sorry, not 22nd. They're 2nd in sacks. And Montez Sweat has 3.5 of them in 5 games.
And he had a pass breakup yesterday.
I'm not hitting the button again. I can't.
Yeah, you will.
No, I just, again, Jared Goff, you got 5 games. And I've been the guy who said it. I'm not having this conversation about not paying the guy while he had given you 30 games of Pro Bowl caliber football. But in the end, this is what it boils down to. If you as a starting quarterback want to be paid elite money, you got to do elite things. I need banners, division championships, playoff wins. If Jared Goff in the last 6 weeks of this season, last week's part of the all-inclusive, allows this to slip away, and they get beat at home by the Vikings or the Packers or some other rat-ass wild card in the NFC, I am not paying you an effing dime. You will play next year and like it. I'm serious. Rico, this is...
Mike, no, think about this. I mean, averaging about 2.5 to 3 turnovers a game. Now, as I told David, I won't give him the last interception because it was 4th and 24, and he was just trying to make a play.
Still a terrible ball.
But the fumble?
And again,
you weren't even out the game. Okay, fine. Aiden jumps, they score, they missed a 2-point conversion, and you fumble the ball. and give it right back to them. What are we doing?
I don't know.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm with you. Either he plays it out or you just go the franchise tag. You can't extend this, man, because it will just bring pain and suffering to this city if you do. You can't.
The other problem is this. Look at the team you played to start the season. The Chiefs have to admit they're a defensive football team. You have to admit that. You have to own it. The defense is going to need to carry the day. You saw it again yesterday.
Oh, and by the way,
what,
Michael?
What?
You were right. See, I'm just going to give you the compliment.
On what?
Minus the smar. Kadarius Toney, hot garbage. You said it before when he was a Giant. And I was like, man, you awful hard on this guy.
No.
You weren't. You weren't.
No, he's a functioning idiot.
There was a real-life Homer Simpson meme yesterday where Tony wanted to be sucked into the bench. He wanted to go into the wall.
Faded into the shrubs.
Right. It was a real-life Southwest commercial. You want to get away?
Well,
yes.
I could just tell you,
do.
me and Big G did the Morgan Freeman at the award show on that.
I was like,
wow. Kadarius Toney is awful. No, but as the Lions, you have to admit, you are an offensive football team. The rest of this season is going to be on Jared Goff's back. Well, what do we expect out of quarterbacks making north of $40 million a year? The Burrows, the Mahomes, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, Lamar, Dak, Hurt, you know the names. You got to carry your team in portions of a year. Or for some of these guys, it's all year. Mm-hmm. Jared Goff, I know your hands are small. That ain't got nothing to do with your spine. Bow up and carry this team. Jared Goff has been awful. Awful. And I'm not going to sit here and defend it. Your offense put up 267 yards. Do you know who you're beating with that? No one. 267. That's what you did. Oh, and by the way, furthering the belief this dude's fully incapable of ever playing outside. Ever.
Yeah.
No. So, is it or not? Thank you, Ojo, for recording that for us. It's highly annoying, but highly effective. 248-539-9797. Sound good?
Sounds great.
I know it doesn't sound good, but I mean, this is what we're doing today. Kenny can't even look at us. It's disgusting.
Oh, he
may as well have Stoney screening calls. He's just staring at the floor.
Oh, please. He might as well hit me with a chair.
That may be my fault he's staring at the floor.
Kenny wanted nothing to do with me.
I'm having a great day in this room. And
I said, hey, Kenny, he's like, this is vintage Rico right now. The I told you so guy.
Oh, yeah, the I told you so beard coming into the studio.
Yeah, Rico walks in. Whoa, what's wrong, everybody? Yeah, well, not all of us have the best team in football.
And they forgot my fries.
I forgot your fries. Oh. Hey, remember when this team was 8-2? And they were going up for the 1 seed?
That's one. That's one. And Kenny's telling you you're number one right now. Time is running out to get health insurance for 2024. What are you waiting on now? Call Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. The only time you can change your coverage. For open enrollment, it ends soon. Mike will shop every health insurance plan available. Make sure you get the best bang for your buck. And how do we know it? It's simple, because Mike, he's delivered results for 30 years. Check to see if you qualify for a government subsidy. He will shop health insurance carriers both on and off the marketplace. Why do this on your own again? That just seems like a big-time headache, no? Get with Mike Papura now. Open enrollment's here. You want coverage for 24 or a change to that current plan? Call Mike Papura, 877-734-2200, or simply go on the web. That's 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Kenny's very upset. His football team has lost. They forgot his fries. Kenny's despondent. And the question is it? I say yes. I think the division's in peril. And Saturday is pretty much all the marbles for me. You lose Saturday. We already know you're losing to straight up. You're going to lose Dallas. And I can't tell you what you do well currently. So let's get to it. David, ticket text, and we'll go to the people.
Yes, it's time to panic. SOL, Bob from Burton.
Can we stop with the SOL? Christ, you haven't been 9-3 since 62. How is that SO anything?
Yes, it's full panic after yesterday. I'm opening the door for Hooker to win the starting job next year. Okay.
I'm glad you are.
It's not panic in Detroit. It's more of the same. I just think it's 60 years of ineptitude. People are used to them collapsing like a lawn chair.
How are you collapsing when you're never in a position to collapse? That's like a homeless man going broke. He was never in the position to.
Well, here's a little bit of the latest news from Dan Campbell. Apparently, James Houston and C.J. Gardner-Johnson looking at late December, maybe early January for a return.
So the last game of the year.
They desperately need reinforcements. But if you're pinning your hopes to someone who hasn't played in months to then go out and give you 60 defensive snaps,
I get the rust off.
That's tough, man. David, then we'll go to the people. Go ahead.
Someone says, glad we landed DPJ at the trade deadline. We'll be lucky to win another game this year. That is Paul from Detroit.
Listen, I will always disagree with Brad Holmes' approach to adding nothing. It wasn't selling your future. It was building your present. You know, look at Dallas. Great example. Dallas gave up a 5th-round pick in the offseason to get Stephon Gilmore. Do you know who I saw running with A.J. Brown last night and largely taking him out of that game? Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, he did.
Like, there are moves you have to make. Off-season, in-season. Like, I just feel like they are too comfortable. Well, we have our guys. There were opportunities to get better. Montez Sweat was the guy I wanted. Chase Young was secondary. They both were available for less than a first-round pick. Tell me again how you wouldn't be better. It's crazy to me. Let's go to the people. Travis leads us off on a Monday. What's up, Travis?
What's up, fellas? Yes, it is panic in Motown. I'm pushing all buttons, all panic buttons. Look, man, Pete, listen, I was at the game, not being braggadocious, excellent seats. I was between the 10 and the 5-yard line, 2 rows up. I got to see that first half interception. He looked like a deer in headlights. He was trying to attempt to pass to Laporta, and he just threw a lame duck. The reason, man, we getting ready to moonwalk into the playoffs. Jared Goff needs to go watch Footloose, Dirty Dancing or something. He has no footwork at all. Man, that's it. I just wanted to say, man, that it's panic mode, man. And shame on us for not getting one of those free agents, man. So y'all have a good show. Thanks for my call, man.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this. Look, the Goff thing, there's a fine line when we give quarterbacks credit for throwing into traffic and getting a completion. And then if it doesn't happen, we blast them like that dude was never open. You know what you're seeing a lot of right now? Jared Goff is throwing it into some serious high-traffic areas. He had one completion to Laporta. I still can't believe it wasn't an interception. He threw that ball. He damn near got Amon-Ra killed a couple times. Oh, he's protecting him by throwing it at his toes? Like, there's just a lot happening here, and I don't want to do the lazy sports radio thing, but guys, I've already said for weeks, you are an offensive football team. It is going to be on your quarterback. That's not unfair for me to say it. Goff has got to be exponentially better than what we've got in the last month.
No, I think it's fair, Mike, because there are times, where you got to lean on your defense. Like, basically, that's where the Chiefs are right now. We got to stop teams. We got to hold them and try to keep them under 20 points, and maybe we'll win this game. For the Lions, you're missing a lot of your key defensive players. Lee McNeil, he's not there, and you saw his lack of presence on that defensive line. it is going to be up to Jared Goff and the offense and Ben Johnson. Go out there and score some points. And you're going to have to win some shootout games. You're going to have to win very similar to the way you beat the Chargers, where you just got to put up 35 to maybe 40 points. But I also think you got to be smart about it, and you can't just be going for it like Dan Campbell did early in that fourth quarter. That still was like, why?
I think defending Dan Campbell's decision for going for it in the fourth, they didn't lose because of it. They were already losing and likely to lose. But it reeks of desperation.
Yep.
The other angle, too, please do not call in about the intentional grounding. Please. It's 4th and 13. The Bears are out there to draw you offsides. And like idiots, you did go offsides. And then gave up a 50-yard YOLO bomb. I don't want to hear from you today. I don't want to hear about that.
Because if you're going to jump offside, then just go and grab the quarterback.
Oh, it should have been illegal touching. You know what else should be illegal? Jerry Jacobs man up on DJ Moore with no help. Just save it and call another show with it. Let's go to Herman, 97.1. Herm, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good, Herman. What's the word?
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Welcome aboard. What's on your mind?
Thanks. I was wondering about. I've watched every Lions game. I watched it, and I noticed a trend. On first downs of every series, they usually run the ball. I rarely see them do a pass. There's no pass option. I mean, every now and then they'll throw a screen pass, but still, a majority of the time when a new series of downs come up, the first play is a running play. Maybe the second time is a running play. Then they go to a pass. Then they flip a coin. So what the fourth down is going to be. But if I can see that, the other team can see that, they're worried about first down stopping the run. You end up with 1-2 yards. Yeah, because they know you're going to run. I'm going to pass over the middle every now and then.
Herman, here's what I'll tell you. Kind of back up for a minute. Let's do this. There have been issues with first down play calling now for a month. There have been issues with red zone play calling. The bigger picture is this. Here are your second half possessions in a divisional game on the road. Ready? Punt, 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 fumble, downs, interception. Like, you can call runs, passes, flip a coin, do whatever you want. You will beat no one in this league when your second half looks that way. Then show me 8 penalties.
I agree.
Then show me 3 turnovers. So, like, I can't even arrive at, like, a singular play call I'm upset about. Herman, Ben Johnson's red zone play calling, and on first down specifically, they've made their hard play action, hitting people down the field. Teams are kind of taking that away a little bit. And ever since Ragnow got hurt, you can't run it. Not consistently. It's a huge problem.
Yeah, you're right.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's maybe why they leaned a little bit more on Gibbs, because I thought that this was a Montgomery type of game, but Gibbs just take it to the outside, make spin move, make some people miss because we can't run it between the tackles.
Even him. He dropped the touchdown. Yeah. That screen pass, I know it's hard to say it's 40 yards out. Rico, that was a big gain. There are moments, man, you get 5 or 6 plays.
Right.
That's
he
what
may
you
not
get.
He may not have scored, but it would have been a game changer. You would have flipped that. You would have been very close to scoring a touchdown, if not scoring.
And the Glasgow snap, they had 2 bad snaps. One of them was with Goff, and you want to blame the quarterback, blame it. It's on the exchange. Both guys are culpable. Glasgow's not a center. Here's the other one. You also had an extra point where that whole exchange was wonky. I mean, you're talking about, think about the bigger picture. If I said to you, I don't care who you're playing, you're going to miss an extra point, you're going to fumble a snap, you're going to throw 2 picks, you're going to have 8 penalties, you're going to go offsides on a 4th and 13 and give up a 50-yard touchdown, you're going to go, we're not beating anybody.
Correct.
You're not playing good football. That's all this is. Now, you come home against the Broncos. Do I think they're great? No. I'm not even sure they're good. But they're playing good football. Their defense somehow has gone from clown car giving up 70, and they
really good, yeah.
And they still don't tackle well. But they're generating pressure, they're making plays, they have a lockdown corner, and offensively, they're doing just enough. If you play this brand of football, you're losing Saturday night.
Right. And it's the brand of football you've been playing since the Ravens game.
What a way to cap a segment. Kenny, how are those fries? More of your phone calls next. 97. What? All right, let's get to it. Lions, the question of the day. David with a master stroke of production, getting Wojo to record it. Is it indeed I'm panicked. You're losing to the Cowboys, and frankly, I wouldn't put your money on beating the Broncos the way you're playing. Tell me what you do well right now.
Wow. So you're saying at best 2-2?
No, Rico, that my whole point to you is, and hold on. In what world does a team that hasn't played well since the bye week, do you get to just sweep the board of a divisional opponent?
You don't.
What are they doing well? Penalties. The quarterback's falling apart. The defense is terrible. And the head coach, guy may as well be, he's hopped up on G Fuel. I mean, some of the decision-making, I don't want to hear about game theory. I don't want to hear about win probability. Win probability tells you when the Bears, who are an offense in need of Cialis, you cannot down 12 with 12 to go for it inside your own 30 unless it's a tush push. Can't do it.
Here's the thing. You've seen this before. You thought it was over. You thought you would never see it again. They look like the 1-6 team from last year.
Right, outside of the first couple of possessions against New Orleans. Look at the rest of that game. Yeah. Thank God Derek Carr got hurt, or what are we talking about today? Yeah. We're talking about a team that's damn near in free fall. Mm-hmm. Now, I understand. You go, well, look, over 5 games, they're 3-2. It's more than that. It's how they're playing. You stole the Chicago game. You got lucky against New Orleans. You are not playing a level of football of a team that 5 weeks ago we're talking about as a 1 seed, a team that, hey, could they go to the Super Bowl? Guys, right here, right now, who are you beating in a playoff game? That is all any of this is about, winning a playoff game. So I understand. We haven't lost 6 in a row, right? We're not Carolina. But you're supposed to be playing better, getting better. Mm-hmm. You're getting worse. And I will defend Goff when he plays well, and I'll tell you when I'm concerned. I am very concerned. He looks terrible. Okay, good?
Good.
Let's go. Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy? Or confusion in Lionstown. We go to Don, 97.1. What's up, Donnie?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Don.
Hey.
What's up?
Good. It's actually John with a J, but that's all good.
Well, you know what? They forgot Kenny's fries. He can't get names right. He's disoriented. John, welcome to the show. How are you?
I am not good, Mike. So here's the thing. To answer your question, what is it that the Lions do well? And it's not necessarily well. We go for it on 4th downs. But the reason why we go for it on 4th downs, because unlike other good teams, we don't get first downs on 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down. Even though in this town people think Jared Goff and Ben Johnson are the greatest offense of ever, I've been arguing and telling people, like, that's not good offense. Why can't you get a first down and 3 downs like normal teams? But I digress on that point. I just want to call today to talk about a couple things, and then we try to be fast. The defense. Everybody's going to call, and everybody in the YouTube streets are talking about the defense, and Aaron Glenn needs to be fired, all this crazy stuff. Like, we got 3 sacks yesterday. And I keep trying to stress to people that this is an offensive league. Just like you just said, that our offense is what it's going to take for us to win. Like, the Eagles yesterday allowed 33 points. They're a better defense to us. They allowed 42 points last week to Dallas. The Seahawks allowed 28. 49ers, they allowed to the 49ers, they allowed 41 to the Cowboys. The Browns just allowed 36 to the Rams, 27 to the teams are going to score. The Ravens allowed 31 to the Rams yesterday. Teams are going to score, and when you're giving them essentially 2 touchdowns like we did to Chicago yesterday, you can't blame the defense for this. Now, the 4 for 13, I have no idea why he was in press coverage when it was 4 for 13. He should have been far back anyway, as far as Jerry Jacobs. But our team, we are suffering from a terrible offense and Jared Goff being Jared Goff. I told y'all a long time ago, I said, do not extend this guy because he is not a good quarterback. He's a beneficiary of the Lions being sometimes a good offensive
He's got 5 games.
Just like Jamal Williams was.
Don, he's got 5 games. If he wins this division and wins a playoff game, you're going to pay him. And if he doesn't, I'm going to be riding with Team Don. And I'll just tell you, you play out the string or we have to see what the offseason brings. It's as simple as that. I can't pay you if you don't put banners up in the stadium.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I'm with you that it's an offensive problem because you know what? We know they don't have the horses on defense. That's the whole point here, guys. I'm not letting Aaron Glenn off the hook, but I can't turn chicken bleep into chicken salad. They don't have the horses. Rico's giving you an injury update over here about James Houston, about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You know, we lost Mosley for the season. We talk about they don't have the horses. Why do you think this exists? Because I so desperately wanted to bring someone in. This is an offensive team that has sunk high draft capital into offensive assets.
And see, here's the other thing about the defense, since you brought it up. I'm not a big fan of saying, oh, look how bad they are. They've been put in bad spots. You keep turning the ball over, and they have to defend the short field.
Yeah.
So when they're holding teams to just a field goal, that's a win. Because they just got off the field, they just took their helmets off, and oh wait, we just threw a pick. We just fumbled the snap. Okay, guys, let's go back out here and try to put out this fire. So the offense is not helping them. They gave up one long drive yesterday. They did what they were supposed to do. So I'm not really big on people saying, oh, this defense and Aaron Glenn. Man, I think that they're doing a decent job. They don't have the horses. But this is about as good as you're going to get out of this defense.
Now, look, Saturday, the recipe's easy. You make Denver go 80 yards every time, they're not going to beat you. They won't get to 20 points. But you continue this nonsense. Rico, after you have a bad week, hey, the Ravens game.
Everybody's have a bad game.
The Ravens game, I told you. I wasn't upset. I told you I thought they'd lose the game. They had a terrible day at the office. You burn the tape, you move on. Guys, this is 4, 5, 6 weeks. Now, come on. I can't just sit here and tell you everything's fine. It's not. And it does begin with the quarterback. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Hey, Phil. Yeah, buddy.
Listen to me. 7 minutes into that game, I turned to my old lady, and I told her, this game is done. It's over with. I went in the basement and cleaned the basement. Oh. There wasn't God could have been at that game, and they still would have lost it. Goff has got nothing but an inflated ego right now. He thinks that these games are going to be given to him, and that isn't going to happen here.
I don't think that's.
They should have put Bridgewater in there. The game was gone, Mike, and any good sports guy would have seen it. Put Bridgewater in there, give him some time. He couldn't have done any worse.
All right. Well, I guess listen. I'll be straight up with you then. Then I'm not a good sports guy because I think that's a ridiculous opinion. You cannot bench Jared Goff in favor of Teddy Bridgewater. Now, if Jared Goff gets broken in half, all right, we'll have a conversation. Come on. I mean, I can't. How do you want me to take that serious?
I don't know, Mike, but Goff, I don't know, Mike. I don't know. 67 years on this earth.
I understand.
Waiting for my Lions team to do something, and what happens? I don't know, Mike. I don't know.
Oh boy. Listen, breathe. And here's the deal.
Yeah,
you have every right. You have every right to be upset. I share your anger, your concern. I don't share 67 years of frustration. But Phil, you're talking about playing a backup quarterback for a guy who is your franchise quarterback. Come on now. We got to rein it in. And you're saying, well, he thinks the games are going to be given to him. That's irrational. I mean, the turnovers are bad. Look, 3 of his last 4 games have been absolutely 100% just inexcusable awful. Awful. Can't do it. This guy's struggling to break 200 yards passing. Well, huh? What is it, 10 turnovers the last 4 games, David? Does that sound about right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
And I don't think it's asking for too much for you to just go out there and lead this team to a win and just put this team on your back and say, guys, just follow me. We'll somehow win this thing.
You know my biggest point of concern? The minute something's not wide open, he's hanging on to this ball. His eyes are coming down, and he's taking sacks. I mean, the O-line can be a lot better, Taylor Decker specifically, but he's creating problems. Here's the other thing. He's missing guys that are open.
You're right.
He's playing his worst football at the worst time. So, yeah, is it?
Still funny.
It's kind of how I feel right now. Rico, tell him about it.
Well, you know what? There is no judgment with Planet Fitness. As a matter of fact, we are in the 12 days of Fitmas at Planet Fitness. What does that mean? It means for $1 down, $10 a month, you get, and no commitment, you can get a membership at Planet Fitness. You can experience a squeaky clean gym with tons of new equipment at a lot of the different facilities. And if you say you don't have time, you get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the 30-minute circuit. And all memberships include fitness training because start of the year, you're going to put in your New Year's resolution is, I want to try to drop some lbs. I want to get in better shape. Why not start now with Planet Fitness? It's the 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness. Remember, join now. $1 down, just $10 a month. But you got to hurry. This offer ends December 15th. So what do? Head over to your local Planet Fitness right now and sign up. Or you can just go online at planetfitness.com. Remember, it's $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Oh, man. We got some problems in this town. I'm very worried, guys. I am. And look, They still have an opportunity. Our goals are all still in front of us. But this team's playing bad football. You're watching Aiden Hutchinson get his ass kicked by a backup running back. Yeah, we're playing some bad football. You're watching your quarterback completely melt down. Your head coach, like he's hopped up on G Fuel playing Madden. Guys, what do they do well right now? Anyone want to tell me? I am on the precipice of panic. And Saturday night, this is it right here. You lose this game to the Broncos, all bets are off. Because you're not beating Dallas. You'll be lucky if you walk out with your head attached to your shoulders, which means you're going to enter some territory you don't want to enter, which is must-win games. That's not what we're looking for here. And I look at this a different way. You stole that Bears game. And you got extremely fortunate that Derek Carr got hurt. Because, frankly, you really are playing like a team that should have lost 4 games in a row.
Oh, you're playing with fire.
Yeah,
Mike,
big time.
You lose the game Saturday, and we've always talked about you and Kenny and the suite and tuxedo and all of that.
God forbid we have fun.
You lose Saturday, and you know what? Let's
Kenny,
just
return it.
Let's just make the playoffs. Let's just lower the bar to let's just make the playoffs.
If they don't win a playoff game this year, was a complete
let's just get in the playoff game. But you may win it, but it may not be here.
And right here, right now, the way this team's playing, they won't beat anyone in the playoffs. You cannot play this way and win a playoff game. Can't. David, quickly, and then we'll go on the board. No, not quickly.
Yeah, we'll go quickly. We are punting the ball really good, Tom says. You asked the question about what we're doing.
Thank you, Tom. You have found the one thing this team does well right now.
We're not kicking.
The problem is they never punt because the coach is out here acting like a Twitch streamer. Whee!
See what I can do.
Yeah, look at this.
You know, I think the analytics say this will work. What analytics in my mind?
My brain.
Yeah.
Man.
Rico nailed it. They're playing like the 1-6 team last year, especially on defense, and that is concerning. Why is everyone freaking out? What I heard on Doug Carr's show, everything is just fine.
All right, I can't speak to that. I did not listen, and Doug is not here to defend himself. Leave me out of it.
Goff isn't the problem. The defense is. He scores points. The defense gives up points.
He doesn't. You had 276 yards of offense yesterday. You're not good. Hey, after that 21-0 start, you had to hold on to your ass to win the game. You were lucky they put Jameson blindfolded. How'd you look against the Bears? This has to be a team that gets a lead and gives this defense the ability to be aggressive. You're an offensive football team. Accept it. On the board quickly. Well, look, I know we're just dipping our toe a little bit, but the good old system that's not a system but plays like a system, it's off to a 3-1 start this year, so that's positive. Unfortunately, nothing qualifies on tonight's college basketball card, so patience has to be the word of the day. I know you don't want to hear that. David, any interest in the Pistons breaking their losing streak?
Not at all.
Exactly. I don't have anything for you. What I would advocate for, but Kenny has to bless, would be the Islanders plus 110 at home. Kenny, you shake your head. Why? They just won an OT thriller against the Kings. You're getting positive odds. What's the problem?
That's classic up-downism with the Islanders right there.
Up-downism?
Yeah. Riding an emotional high, playing a team that desperately needs to stack some wins together in Toronto. So, no interest there.
You know what's funny? When they're not playing the Islanders, I'll tell you, Toronto, can't figure them out.
I can't, but I know they have talent somewhere on
All
that
right, then
lineup.
I have no play for people tonight. And don't ask me to get involved with this Giants game tonight. Do not.
Too emotional?
No, it's awful football. And if you're Green Bay, it's a business trip. By 1 or 100, get out with a W.
Hey, the Jets won.
Exactly, which is why you don't go laying a touchdown in a monsoon. I'm out. I don't want to talk about that.
Still raining out there?
Probably. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I mean, that may affect my bet. That's why I was asking, is it still raining out there?
All right, hold on. Let me give you the Doppler doo-doo here. Go ahead, start talking. I'll tell you what the forecast is.
I'm going to go with Tyreek Hill to get an anytime touchdown, and I want to pair that with a Jaden Reed anytime touchdown for plus 342.
Weather's clear in New York, but that has nothing to do with the Dolphins.
Okay.
Just bet Tyreek, bet the Dolphins, bet the over. Go ahead, go nuts. Tyreek would be my MVP right now.
Or I would do Tyreek anytime and Jaden Reed anytime at plus 342.
By the way, can we stop with 2 Monday night games, please?
You got a choice.
I know, but I don't like it. Kenny, you didn't like the Islanders plus 110. What are you going to do? Step to the plate.
Yeah, none of my teams won this weekend. The Red Wings lost. The Lions lost. They didn't give me my French fries today. Emotional spot for me. I'm just staying out of this one. Only 4 games on tonight, too.
Your league goes from 13 games one night to 3.
It's not a real league. It's a joke
15
league.
to 4. What is the imbalance?
I don't know, Mike. I don't know. This league is very confusing from top to bottom.
Listen, I didn't forget your fries. Don't take this out on me.
It's not your fault. I'm sorry.
Okay. Hatchet Man. Indiana laying 7.
No.
Pistons getting 7. What do you want to do?
No, I'm not doing anything with that game. I don't know what Indiana will look
I'm
like.
shocked, by the way, that Halliburton's daddy didn't have a Halliburton prop tonight, right? Here, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. That's your guy. You called that draft night. You wanted him instead of Killian.
Because it's the NBA, Mike. I don't know how much he's going to play, with the whole in-season tournament. And, yeah. I'm trying to be responsible for the people.
You get your average and then you leave. That's what you do.
I mean, right. It's almost like
half.
you got to bet bench role players because they're going to play the entire game.
If you wanted one, I'll tell you, the Trailblazers absolutely stink. Under the radar. People are talking about the Pistons. They're talking about the Spurs. The Trailblazers stink. Scoot Henderson stinks. They're fixing to get their heads taken off in L.A. Now, I'm not big on laying points. Vegas trying to tell you something here. It is very rare you see a 13-point spread in the National Basketball Association. They're begging you to take the Blazers, and I couldn't possibly. If you wanted some late-night action, root for a blowout, Clippers might be your side there. I mean, the Blazers are bad with a capital B.
Ooh, wow. They expect Halliburton to have a game tonight.
The over-under's 247.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to, okay, put together a parlay.
No.
They're expecting him to at least drop about 30 points tonight. Yeah, I can't. I don't know if
stay out of it.
He may get bored. He could do it. He just may get bored and say, I don't need to do the rest.
I just need the Pacers to win because this story only grows and it forces Tom Gores to talk. Need it. David?
Yeah, so I have 2 separate same-game parlays for the Dolphins game. Jalen Waddle, under 45.5. That is at plus 321. And then the other game, Jaden Reed, over 37. Saquon Barkley touchdown, plus 590.
Saquon Barkley touchdown. The Giants would have to get in the red zone for that to take place.
So you can have a Halliburton to score 25 or more points and Indiana to cover the 7.5 at plus 130.
Guys, it's not a good betting night is what we're trying to tell you. There's nothing in the NHL. I don't have a college basketball system play. Have some fun with the props on Monday Night Football. Enjoy yourselves. Don't go nuts tonight. And whatever you do, don't go betting the Pistons or the Pacers. Just stay away from it. Mm-hmm. That's on the board. Holiday season, we're in the sports solstice right now. New customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line wager. That's $150 if your team wins. And if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, best time now. You probably have a little bit of time off. All the sports are playing. It's FanDuel. More ways to play, more betting markets, spreads, props, over-unders, you name it, they got it. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season. It's FanDuel, the official partner of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-270-7117. I'd like to say, for accuracy's sake, that song was taped when we were 6-1. Respect my privacy.
Still possible.
It is. It's just, Rico. This is the question of the day for the people in short form. Is it? I'm leaning yes, because you're also not beating the Cowboys. So that puts you in a very interesting spot. And by interesting, I mean terrifying. I mean, we've arrived at a must-win game. Rico, they should have lost 4 in a row. They are so fortunate they stole 2 of these games. Mm-hmm. And right now, Aleem McNeil, gone for the rest of the regular season. Maybe he's back in the finale. Frank Ragnow, no one knows. We're looking at something where
James Houston maybe back for the last game.
Right. We're looking at something, the quarterback play is getting worse. What do they do well? Penalties yesterday, turnovers again, Goff, Dan Campbell losing his mind, and we know the defense isn't good. Guys, what do we do well? All right, I've said it. We need to bring more pressure. We need to make up for the fact that we don't. And by the way, if you want to sit here and get all high and mighty because Hutchinson had back-to-back plays he made, you know what he had overall? A lousy game. I watched him jump off sides on 4th and 13. I watched him get his lunch pail taken by a backup running back. And most snaps, you didn't know he was there. 2 splash plays when you play 60 snaps. I'm sorry, guys. Can't do it. 4th and 13, you're the team leader. 4th and 13, you jump off sides, giving them that YOLO bomb. That's horrible. Horrible. So overall, what do you do well? How the hell do I pick you to beat anybody moving forward? I took the Bears with the points. Never imagine you get your ass kicked. Never. Not like that. So that's where we're at today. And if you don't beat the Broncos, then what right do you have to beat anybody? Oh, well, Minnesota was ugly yesterday. What are you? If you go to Minnesota in a must-win spot with your quarterback playing lousy, turning it over, penalties.
I was about to say, because as bad as Minnesota's offense is, their defense is pretty good.
Right, and who's covering? Jefferson won't play this week against the Bengals, but he'll be back after that. Who's covering Addison? Mm-hmm. Who's covering Hawkinson? Who's covering Jefferson? I don't care who's playing quarterback. Who's covering these people?
Heck, who's covering Osborne? Yeah, I'm with you.
David, and then we'll get to the calls.
I'm hitting the panic button because the Lions need a 3-1 finish to control their own destiny. There's potential if Green Bay wins out. They finish. Detroit finished 11-6. Green Bay ends up with the tiebreaker and wins the division. That is from Chris.
You know what I'm more afraid of, David? That it doesn't matter what happens. You're going to face Green Bay in the first round of the playoffs, and you're going to lose them.
Right. The biggest question is, do you face them here or do you face them in Green Bay?
This one's just for Kenny. Between the dogs, his fries, the Lions, the wings, Larkin, Kenny's having a very bad day.
Yeah, Kenny is not having an optimal 72 hours.
Lions defense now has given up 20-plus points in 10 of 13 games. That is not a playoff winning stat.
It is if you have the offense playing the way it should be playing. I don't know how many times I got to say this. We all knew you weren't a complete product. If you were going to do this, the offense had to carry the torch.
9 turnovers in 5 games from a veteran quarterback. Don't dare pay this guy and jeopardize the future.
Yeah, if you want to distill it down to a Jared Goff topic, here it is. He's got 5 games. Win the division and win a playoff game, I pay you. Anything less than that, you're on your performance plan. You will play out the last year of your deal. I'm not going to fight the Jim Costas of the world on that. Anything short of winning this division and winning a playoff game, I'm not paying this guy.
Rico cannot talk about the Lions today. That's like having a millionaire talk to a bunch of poor people. Mike even said it. He's privileged. LOL.
It's not fair.
That's Warren Buffett at a soup kitchen.
No, not fair.
This chowder's lovely today.
No, because one, I told you there's a lot of games you were going to win and you're going to win easily. I can see it coming. But this is one where you got to take my word for it because I've seen it before. Guys, you're in new territory. You're hunted. You're not hunters.
He was screaming at Karsh when I walked in here during the commercial break. He was yelling at Doug like freshman year at State. And he's like, effing this, and you're a marked man. It was unbelievable. He was speaking about the Lions, not that Doug was a marked man. He was saying that the Lions,
No, I was saying.
Watch your back.
I tried to tell you.
No. For years, the Lions have always been the hunters. They've always gone after those teams. No one ever took the Lions seriously. Well, guess what? When you became that 8-2 team, when people started talking about you as the number 1 overall seed, you became hunted, which means that you get Chicago's best game. You get everybody's best game, and you're not used to that. You're used to, well, why are they playing this way? Because they want to beat you. You're the game that they circle now, where it used to be, we're playing the Lions. We could use that game to get right. We could try some new things. No. We're playing the Lions, so we got to make sure we play our best football. This is new. This is what you're experiencing. This is why all your games have been struggles lately, because you can't gamble. You can't do dumb things. You can't turn the ball over because these teams are out to get you because you're at the top right now.
You're not the homecoming game anymore.
No, you're not.
Let's go to Dre, 97.1. Dre, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, y'all? Y'all good?
Oh, yeah, just stellar.
Yeah, I think a lot of and I'm not saying you guys are selling it. I mean, the Lions are debtor to themselves, but I think a lot of Lions fans are dealing with, whether they want to admit it or not, is we're battling that Lions PTSD. You know, even when they're winning, you know, you always, and I'm being transparent with how I feel, you're always kind of waiting for that rug to be pulled from under you. And that's in game, in season, because of what we've been dealing with. So I think a lot of any fans right now who are going over the board saying, oh my God, it's over 9-8. We're going to miss the playoff. It's like, calm down. I know it's hard, but calm down a little bit. Now, the team is not playing well. And I actually think there's another team that's really good, better roster, much better roster, but it's been very similar in terms of they're struggling. And I think it's mostly due to hitting the wall with fatigue, and that's the Eagles. If you really look at the Eagles' last 4 or 5 games, even the games they've won, they haven't been very impressive. They got, as you would like to say, Mike, jail sex by the 49ers at home. They just got the pants by the Cowboys, and that's a Super Bowl roster. So I think possibly what we're seeing, besides just injuries and regression due to those particular positions being affected by that, I think somehow this team has hit a wall, physical fatigue, and now it's starting to affect their mental, which is why you're seeing so many mental mistakes. And what the Lions are right now, and this is where I think Dan's biggest challenge is going to be these next 4 games, is we can't help injuries. You know, we're not going to be able to make Graham Glasgow now. But we have to fix the mental mistakes. And that is something that can change week to week. You can't improve your talent week to week, but you can affect how clean you play. So that's why I'm not overly panicked, because I know that can change week to week. And I do see that Campbell's had a track record. I wish it'll be a longer winning streak after a loss, but typically his team does bounce back after a loss. So, and look, when it comes to the Vikings, no, the Lions haven't earned the benefit of the doubt to beat anybody. But I refuse, besides some SOL type people throwing that out there, there's no way in hell you should lose to a Vikings team with no quarterback. I'm just keeping it real. I'm sorry.
I don't listen. I agree with you on surface, but Dre, the point I'm making is when you're doing nothing well, and as Rico has so eloquently stated, when you're just handing the football to the other team, Dre, you also don't have a right to expect to beat anyone.
Oh, of course. Look, man, if it was an average backup, like their quarterback situation is so bad, it's not. If they had Teddy Bridgewater, who's an adequate.
Right.
Backup,
all right. So then do this.
That's what I'm saying.
Just work with me on this then. Fine. Let's say you get in. Who the hell are you beating? Are you beating the Pack in a 3-6 matchup in the playoffs?
Right now, no. Now, you know what's interesting? This is why I was talking about the momentum and energy. You know, and I see the Packers have it, and the Lions don't, but it was reverse this time last year. Is that I don't know if you see this too, Mike and Rico, but the eye test of this team right now, they're lacking juice. They seem tired.
They look like they've seen a ghost.
Yeah, they seem a little shell shocked. Like they're just not their normal confident selves that they seem at a certain point during the year. And I think they've hit a wall. Now, I don't know if they can get out the spiral. I don't know if you can rejuvenate your locker room once you kind of gotten tired out a little bit. But I do think that is the crux of their issue in terms of how these games are going. And I do believe that it's possible to – look, like I said, you can't fix the injuries, but can you get back to a point where you're just playing solid football not to beat yourself? And if you just do that, you'll be fine. Now, when it comes to Green Bay, I still think what we saw on Thanksgiving was the inverse of last year's last game when we went to Green Bay. You saw a Green Bay team that was embarrassed when we beat them early in Green Bay.
Here's the thing, though.
And they came in here.
The big thing, and this is key, we're up against it. Green Bay just keeps getting better. They're getting better at the right time. Dallas is getting better at the right time. You and the Eagles are not. The Niners, it goes without saying. You're either playing your best ball this time of year and ramping up, or you're going to fade into oblivion.
And the thing about the Eagles, they get to finish off with 4 bad teams to finish the year out. I think they even got your Giants in there.
You know what?
No, because I'm saying your Giants are going to be going for a draft spot. So,
oh, are they? Or is Johnny Chicken Cutlets going to screw us over more? Hey, enough. Just lose. Hey, lose.
But I love him in those.
Hey, Tommy Pizza Box. Enough.
Those Jersey Giant commercials.
Will you read something? Just read something.
Winter semester is coming up at Specs at LTU. You need to reserve your space now. In a few weeks, we're going to be in that new semester. The fall one is wrapping up this week. So what are you waiting for? You want that career in radio, TV, graphics design? Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. You got to be curious. You got to head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs. You'll learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU. Located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like yours truly who work in the business. It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it's going to take to make it in the radio, TV, or graphics design industries. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. The winter semester is coming up. It's not too late to reserve your spot in the next class. LTU.edu. Remember, you got to head over there. And while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
The amount of big truck accidents that result in a fatality in this state, the numbers are staggering. The attorney you choose has to have specialized knowledge and the expertise to handle these complex cases. That attorney is David Feminino. Him and his team have helped victims of big truck accidents for over 25 years, and they stand ready to help you. If you've been injured in a big truck accident, call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right. We'll get with the people here in a second, just resetting everything. Look, the question, it's not nuanced. It's simple. Is it? I'm there. And again, if you want to do the Goff stuff, because I know Cookies is obsessed with it, it's simple for me. 5 games. He's got 5 games for his career here in Detroit. You want to get paid? Win the division, win a playoff game. Period. Anything less, I don't pay him. There's no argument to be had. It's cut and dry. Now, if you don't want to pay him after that, here's your problem. You're not living in reality. When your quarterback wins a division and wins a playoff game, you kind of don't get a choice. Right. Now, you could technically create a tense situation, play it out. He's a restricted free agent. We can get into franchising and all that. I'm making a point there. There's nothing to debate right now. He's not playing good enough. He looks like he is in a collapse. Part of it looks like the O-line. Part of it is him. He's seeing ghosts out there. And some of the passes he's completed, look, I said to Rico earlier, guys, we give quarterback, I always laugh at this. Wow, he threw it into a tight window there. Yeah, that's called triple coverage, and he was never open. He didn't see the third guy, and the ball, look, windows in the NFL are extremely tight. That's where you'll see guys, and you go, why did that guy not make it as a pro? He was awesome in college. Because the windows are instead of it being yards, become feet.
Mm-hmm. But because everybody's good in the
right,
pros.
And
everybody's
Goff,
a top player.
You're seeing more now, Rico. More balls that we call them turnover-worthy plays. Mm-hmm. Dude, there are plays every game. He's throwing it right to the opposition.
Well, it's why you always hear the cliche, you don't throw across your body, you don't throw across the field, because it's just basically you hold your breath because you're thinking this is going to be an interception, this is a bad throw. So you're saying basically if they don't win the playoff game, you just ride out, you let him become a lame duck quarterback. He's just on the final year of his deal, and you figure it out later?
Yes. I've been the guy saying, extend him. He's playing MVP caliber football. Why am I going to continue saying that when at the critical point in his career and this team's season, he's collapsing? 10 turnovers in 4 games?
Yeah.
I mean, what am I supposed to say to that? And I got to be honest, guys, I view it a little different. If you think it's horse bleep, cool. I'm not mad at you. When you take bad sacks, those are turnovers in my world. Do you know who's holding on to the ball too much? Jared Goff. You know who's taking bad sacks? Goff. And he's not capable of escaping. So we can't play that card where mobile quarterbacks have distorted sack totals. So I'm very concerned. Defensively, I know you're bad. There's nothing new here.
Yeah, defensively, you are who you are. You don't have all the pieces, but you didn't really go out to try to gain pieces, and you're missing a lot of your guys are injured. We were told, hey, we don't want to interrupt our culture in locker room. So this is it. This is as good as you're going to be. But the turnovers, I think, also make the defense look bad. But when you think about it, defense playing against short fields, they just got off the field. They just did their job. And then the offense turned the ball over. And now they got to go out there, put out a fire, and try to at least hold them to a field goal instead of a touchdown.
Hey, can I ask another question? I mean, here I go being unfair again. Tell me who this is. 2 for 51, 1 for 11, 0 for 0. 2 for 16, 2 for 18. Jameson Williams. That's the number 12 overall pick in the draft last year. Where are the JMO truthers for me? But did you see the swan dive? Guys, a team in desperate need of a playmaker, a team whose quarterback needs someone to help him, did not catch a ball yesterday.
Oh, but here's what they're going to say, Mike.
What?
He was wide open. Jared Goff just couldn't get him the ball.
Okay. The point I'm making is...
And for some of those, he was open. Goff either didn't see him or couldn't get the ball there.
What do you want me to tell you? It's what I've told you since early in the year. He would never be bigger than this team's third option, maybe fourth. Rico, something's got to change. They either got to get him out of here or you got to make a switch at quarterback in the offseason. Because this is nonsense. Guy's going to finish the year with 15 catches. Come on. What are we doing? This is the point in the season we talked about Jameson Williams evolving and developing into a weapon that people would fear.
I thought maybe that was it when he did the little end around in New Orleans and dove into the end zone. It was okay.
Rico, with all due respect, that's Robert Turpin. You know what Turpin is? That's the Cowboys trinket player. Okay, that's not Brandon Cooks.
Ray McLeod.
Right, that's not Michael Gallup. That's not CeeDee Lamb. I didn't draft this kid number 12 overall to be Bob Turpin.
No, but see, I thought maybe at that point.
What is Turpin's first name? Is it Robert? I'm sorry, I don't want to be disrespectful.
I think it is, yes.
And maybe I was just being too hopeful, even though I'm not allowed to speak upon the Lions. Okay, you start playing him like that, maybe he could become your Debo Samuel, where you can move him around and you can bring him off a jet sweep.
Right now, here's what we know. Nothing's happening. And you know what's not hard to find a guy? When it's a smoke route. If they're playing off cover because of his speed, snap, throw. You know what's not hard? A screen pass.
You mean like DJ Moore yesterday?
Right, I'm just making a point.
No, you're right. Where single coverage, tap the helmet, single coverage, you know what to do, throw it deep, I'll go get it.
I would love to. And again, if you're saying, Mike, I'm not panicked, then what is your level of concern? Look, I'm not saying you're guaranteed to lose this weekend. I'm not doing that. But if you're playing the way you've played over the last month of the season, guys, that's a quarter of your year. If you play that way, you will not beat Denver. And if you don't, do you understand the situation we're in now? You're not beating Dallas. So that's a BOGO. That's a negative BOGO. That's me. I'm concerned.
No.
Let's go to Quentin, 97.1. Quentin, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, Mike, I'm heavily concerned. I'm concerned about Jared Goff, but not for the turnovers, because I can explain those away yesterday. Those two picks were at 4 for forevers. He was trying to make a play, and it was at the other side of the field, so it was almost like a long punt for both of them. The fumble was really bad, so that's no excuse. But my problem with Goff really extends to how Chicago and honestly the rest of the defense is every playing. If you see, I got to look at the alternate too. But if you've been seeing, the safeties are playing a lot closer to the line of scrimmage. They're playing a lot closer, and they're saying we're not going to give you nothing underneath, or make it very difficult for you underneath. You got to go deep. And there were numerous opportunities. I know you just got done talking about JMO, but there were numerous opportunities where JMO had his guy beat.
Mm-hmm.
And for whatever reason, either Ben Johnson's not drawing up plays, or he's the first read and Goff got to see him, or Goff's not trusting himself for whatever reason to push the ball downfield.
And I agree with you, Quentin. But my point to you, and I think you would agree, it is incumbent upon the coaching staff and the quarterback to figure out the best way forward to get the ball in the kid's hands. Because if he's not going to cut it loose and throw it 50 yards down the field, well, then what are we going to do? Just shrug our shoulders? Ben Johnson's got to do better here. Goff's got to be better.
No, I agree. But I guess my whole point was earlier in the year, everybody was saying this is a JMO problem. JMO's not doing the things he needs to do. JMO's not doing everything. Well, as the years progress, we're starting to see it's maybe a Ben Johnson and Jared Goff problem. That's specifically when it comes to the relationship between him and JMO. That's the only thing I'm going to point.
Yeah, and Quentin, I'm not here to argue with you. And things evolve as the year goes along. I mean, look, we were having a conversation at the start of the year. Goff was great. Goff has been bad. I have no issue if you want to put blame on him, because at a certain point, you're the veteran and he's the rookie, and it's your job to bring him along and figure it out. Mm-hmm. And he's not. I'm not going to sit here and defend Goff like that. But I also can't sit here and defend a guy who's never had more than 2 catches in a single game in his career.
Yeah, I have to correct some things. Robert Turpin last played in 2012, and he is not fast. It was Cavante Turpin.
See, I knew it wasn't Robert.
Turpin.
I had the wrong Turpin.
I was thinking Robert played in the NFL, but he is not fast.
He played with Seattle, didn't he?
Yes.
Wow.
That's Robert Turpin.
Unbelievable. Where'd you get that Rigo drop?
Friday.
What happened to you Friday?
What were we talking about? Oh, it was a running back or something. I forgot what it was.
You were talking Robert Turpin on Friday?
No.
No, we're talking about a running back.
248-539-9797.
Yeah, you're talking about the offensive lineman to get out of the way.
Cavante Turpin. All right, Northville Lumber. We've talked about them. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex decking and railing than Northville Lumber. How do they do it? It's all in stock all the time. Simply put, you don't have to wait for things when it's in your warehouse. I know it sounds simple, but most places don't have that capability. Northville covered 26 football fields with the amount of product they moved. Nobody does it better. And if you're not a builder, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So bottom line, you're going to get that outdoor project taken care of the right way with great product, great pricing. It's Northville Lumber. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, straight to the people. We're talking Lions. There's a lot of blame to go around. What's your level of panic, concern, whatever verbiage you want? It's the whole operation right now. It's bad. Turnovers, penalties, a bad defense, a quarterback who's spiraling. None of it's good. And then factor in 2 critical injuries to the centerpiece of both, Frank Ragnow on the O-line and Aleem McNeil on the D-line. And you've got, look, from a mentality standpoint, a must-win game this Saturday night at home. I mean, they guys, when you play a bad month of football, I'm sorry. Tell me what they're doing well. They didn't just lose to Chicago. They got punked. So that's what we're rapping about today. Anything else? You good?
Let's go.
All right. Good to see. Glad no one's gone full Juwan Howard today.
Monitoring that.
Yes, because we all know we can trust a Michigan investigation. I'm sure they'll be truthful and forthright. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. What's up, Paul?
Hey, Michael, Rico.
Paulie.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, Kenny, David. Rico, I got to throw you a big attaboy. I'm telling you. Yesterday in the pregame, all your worst fears came true, so it's all your fault. But I'll say this, guys. The North next year is going to put the league on notice. The North just got a lot tougher in 2024. So Holmes has got his work cut out for him next April. There's no question. No more luxury picks. You gotta build yourself a team of dogs. But yesterday was bad, really bad everywhere. It might be the worst Lions performance I've seen in quite some time. Not going to push the panic button until what I see Saturday. Question, though.
Mm-hmm.
Is 11 wins going to be enough, guys? Depending especially on how they perform the rest of the way. What do you guys think?
Well, hold on. I mean, the tiebreaker is if they're 11-6 and Green Bay's 11-6, Green Bay wins the division.
Now, why would that be, Mike? Just refresh
divisional record.
Yeah, I think it's the record in the division. I think Rico's nailed it. I can double check on it, Paulie, but I don't think it's enough to control your destiny.
Okay. Well, with the personnel we have, you hope we get a little healthier in the next 4 games. But this is kind of the way it's been for the Lions most of the year. Players going down, guys coming up, next man up. We've seen the very best, and now we're seeing the very worst. You look at what's going on in Philadelphia and elsewhere in the NFL. And
yeah, but Paul, think about this. Paulie, hold on one second.
Ahead.
All right, you bring up Philly. This is case in point. That's a team that won a Super Bowl last year. They
were in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, excuse me.
They went to. Won a few years ago.
But, Paul, you don't get to have a bad month of football. They stole the Chiefs game.
Don't.
They stole the Bills game. They got drilled by the Niners, drilled by the Cowboys. You're talking about panic. If you plan on being one of those teams, this is the standard. You don't get to have a bad month.
No, you're right. You know, you play like you did yesterday, you are going absolutely nowhere. Even if you do get 11 wins, you're going to get pummeled in the playoffs. So
I really think part of this, and this is where it's hard if Ragnow is not available, Paulie, I think they need to dial it back a little bit. They know their quarterback is struggling for one reason or another. Run the ball. We got to shorten these games. I'll tell you the other thing, Paul, and I know Cookies, if he's listening, his head's going to explode. Punt the ball.
Yeah, that 4th and 10 was ridiculous.
I'll say this,
but,
Paul.
Go ahead.
No. In the Dallas game, go for it. Run the trick plays. Do what you have to do.
If you're playing a premium opponent.
It's on the road. This is one of the top teams.
You know, Rico, that's a great point. When is the last time we've seen one of Johnson's gadget plays? It's at least been 5 or 6 games.
Well, you ran the gadget. You ran one last week against the Saints when
the
double
scored. Reverse. But I mean, Paul, here's the thing: when you're not executing the basics, like look at your second half. I mean, here it is for the 3:30 audience. Here's the second half. Hard to run gadget plays when it's punt, fumble, downs, pick. 4 possessions in the third quarter, 3 and out.
Sounds like a bad country song.
Mix in the word tailgate and my dog, and you'd have it. You'd have a Jason Aldean classic. Right. I mean, it's just, guys, you know what it is? I think I've arrived at a point. It's not just this one thing that's the villain. It's everything. It's all encompassing. And that falls on the head coach. It's his operation.
Yeah. This is a team that has not evolved. And as they got better, as they got hit 8-2, they're still trying to do the same things that got them to 8-2 instead of taking it to another level. Teams figured you out. They know your plays. They know your weaknesses, and you hit the injury. So now you're struggling. And you haven't been the same since that Ravens game. Even though you've won some games, fortunately you played lesser opponents. The Raiders fired their OC because he was so bad on Monday night.
Go to Brian, 97.1. Hi, Brian.
How you doing, guys? Love the show.
Thanks. B. What's up?
My panic level is I'm going to follow Paul's point where I'm going to wait till Saturday. And on that game, I'm really irritated. I haven't heard anybody bring this up, but I'm not happy that the league bumped this up to a short, so they're playing on a short week. I know everybody's banged up at this point of the season, but with all the injuries they've got, I think that one extra day, having a full week, that would it might make a difference.
Well, I mean, sure it would, but I mean, Minnesota's in the same spot. Reports today are if it were a regular week, they'd have a better shot with Justin Jefferson, but now because of the short week, they'd be very surprised if he plays. I mean, listen, Brian, I'm an 80-year-old, basically. I don't like any of this. I'm with you. I don't need Thursday night. I don't need Saturday matinee. I think it affects the game unnaturally. So I agree, but the problem is we don't get to cry. You know what I mean? Plenty of other teams are affected by it.
Right.
Yeah. And about on Campbell's going on fourth down, I'm done. I can't scream about it anymore. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's.
I like it in certain instances.
It's who the guy is.
Yeah, no, I know it is, and believe me, I'm all for, legitimate discussion on win probability, but only with people that are going to acknowledge the shortcomings of win probability. It does not take into account injuries. It does not take into account who you're playing. It does not take into account the actual flow of the game. It's telling you that if you do this over the course of 1,000,000 times, this is allegedly what will work. Well, here's the thing. If my quarterback's Patrick Mahomes and Drew Lock's on the other side, well, that's one set of win probabilities I'd like to know about. If I have Jared Goff wearing dance gloves outside in freezing weather and I'm facing the Bears, not the Niners, I'm allowed to have a different conversation.
Right. And the fact, even if you're going to do that and analytics dictate that you do, come up with a better play. Well, I've never been one to understand why on 4th and 1 do you turn around and give the ball back 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage and hoping that your guy can just pick up the yard. Like, if you're not going to do the Philly shove or whatever, come up with a QB sneak. You shouldn't have to turn around and hand the ball that far back.
Or calling 1986, down 12 with 12 and a half to go, punt the ball.
Oh, you're not allowed to do that.
All right, this holiday season, FanDuel. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. You've been thinking about joining FanDuel, no better time. College hoops. Well, not in East Lansing, there's not, but NBA, NHL. It's all their bowl season. It's FanDuel. Spreads, props, over-unders, you name it, they got it. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL, and 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. David, how about a little football today?
How can I go from that song to this?
Well, hey, man, you play the music. I just give you the reaction.
Well, speaking of reaction, let's go to the Bills-Chiefs ending. Kelsey throws what he thought was a game-winning lateral to Kadarius Toney. One problem, he lined up offsides. Patrick Mahomes goes off. Here's his quote after the game. I've played 7 years and never had offensive offsides called. That's elementary school stuff we're talking about. There was no warning throughout the entire game. Then you wait until there's a minute left in the game.
It's not their job to warn you. The wide receiver looks at the side judge, thumbs up or thumbs down. It's not because you're Maximus the Merciful.
Yep.
It's to make sure you're good. Yeah. Everybody does it. Kadarius Toney was so offsides, he was blocking the football.
And the refs will tell you, if you ask us, we'll let you know.
The Chiefs have become intolerable.
It's not our job to tell you you're offside. But if you look over, like every wide receiver does going back to high school, thumbs up, ref. Well, no, you're about 2 feet ahead of everybody else. You may want to back it up, son.
Here's an idea. Score more than 17 points.
But yeah, I'm watching the game, sitting on the couch, immediately saw him on the phone like, he's offside. He's off. This play won't count. Sure enough, snapped the ball, flag in the air. Kadarius Toney went from being a folk hero that Kansas City fans were going to be singing songs about for years. This was going to go down like the Music City Miracle. And instead, he's a Homer Simpson meme where he just wants to fade away into the background. Oops.
Employ stupid people, get stupid results. This is what you get when you bring that bag of vomit, Kadarius Toney, into your room. I warned you, Chiefs fans.
You did. At some point, somebody needed to rein in Mahomes and say, hey, Patrick, he was offside.
He was out of his mind.
You're yelling at the ref. We're out here working our butts off. And okay, you are, but you lined up offside. Like, what are the ref? And then to hear people like, well, the ref shouldn't have called it. What do you mean they shouldn't have called it?
I don't want to hear it.
Because when the refs have to come out and say he was so egregiously offside, it wasn't up to interpretation.
Here's the other thing. Get ready, because for the first time in Patrick Mahomes' life, he's going to have to play a road playoff game.
Yeah, Denver's coming for that division right now.
No. He's going to have to play a road playoff game if he plans to get into a Super Bowl.
I know what you're saying, yes.
Hasn't had to do it.
Well, let's speak of this here. The Cowboys are now leading the NFC East. They beat the Eagles last night. Does this feel a little different this time for the Cowboys?
No. Yes. It's Cowboys-Niners, NFC title weekend. Let's get it done.
No, it doesn't. I think the Cowboys are peaking right now. I think the Eagles will still win that division. They play bottom feeder teams.
Dude, they're in Seattle this week.
Seattle doesn't have a quarterback.
Well, Geno's hamstring might be all right.
Will it?
I don't know. I'm just making the point.
Kenneth Walker's part-time running back. Hey, we don't even know if DK Metcalf's going to he may be suspended.
Okay. The Eagles' defense is on the field an average of 82 plays a game the last 4 weeks. Like, their defense is bad, Rico.
Mike, it's bad, but I think this is the perfect recipe for them, playing all of these teams to kind of get everything right.
I know what this is, David. He doesn't want any of that Dallas smoke. He wants to play Philly again because he knows San Francisco will clobber them in the playoffs.
Have you seen the last 2 times they played in the playoffs?
Don't worry about it.
Ask Zeke Elliott how that worked out for him.
Purdy's arms are attached. He'll be fine.
Ask Zeke Elliott how that worked out for him at the end of the game.
It's not this version of Dallas.
Oh, it was the year before?
This is a new day. This is a new day.
Okay. As I've stated before, the Cowboys...
Why can't we find a kicker from the MLS like they did?
The Cowboys are...
really good.
The NFL version of Penn State.
Oh, my God. David, step in.
Well, then answer this question, because I want to know, in Philly and Jacksonville, is it panic time in those cities?
Yes, 100% it is.
For Jacksonville, I think so. But in Philly, I don't. I think they've hit their losing streak, and they got the Chargers with no QB.
You love Philadelphia.
No,
man.
David, I'm looking. No. When you look at the schedule, we knew when I said that the Lions had an opportunity to take over being the number 1 seed because Philly had 5 games. where it was just going to be a gauntlet. Well, they're about to go through that and go 3-2. Okay, and now you get rewarded by, I think, the Commanders and the Chargers and, Seahawks with no QB. But, Trevor Lawrence probably shouldn't be playing, but he has to go out there. He looked, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He doesn't look the same, but it's because he had a high ankle sprain. But if he doesn't play, you don't stand a chance. So that's why I would think there's panic in Jacksonville, not so much in Philly.
What an apologist. We may as well have Philly's security guard co-host the show.
Hey, don't make me get my man on here.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because I'm saying that Philly shouldn't panic?
Don't worry about it. It's fine. You're going to the Super Bowl regardless. What do you care? What do you care about all the pores? David?
He asked the question.
What do you care about all the pores? Well, speaking of the pores, the Vikings beat the Raiders 3-0.
What a blessing.
I really thought something was wrong with my television. 3-0? When's the last time we've seen a game like that?
Do you remember
1950?
No, the snowplow game. New England.
Oh, the ex-con that came out there. The Dolphins.
And they cleared the spot for New England to kick the field goal. It was a big controversy. That was the last time a game went that deep into the game scoreless.
It was like 3.5 minutes left in this game here.
Was that the Patriots-Dolphins?
Yes. And
they changed the rules because of that.
Right,
Yeah.
because he went down the sideline. Oh, wait, you're going to kick from there, and then he swerved back
He just
in.
Mario Karted his way onto the field. I mean, it was ridiculous. No, I mean, David, listen, this is my issue. I mean, I love the NFL, and we know football is oxygen, but you have to have the conversation. There's a lot of bad football that takes place. Tom Brady nailed it. There is a lot of mediocrity out there. Go up and down the league here now. I mean, part of the reason there's parity is there's so many bad teams.
Well, you can look at the NFC alone right now and see so many teams fighting for a playoff spot that are under 500 this late in the season.
I know it's blasphemous. Maybe you two will think I'm a complete jerk. I'd get rid of okay then. I would just take a cue from the Big Ten. I'd get rid of conferences. I would just take the best 14 teams and put them in the playoffs. I can't do this. There's a competitive imbalance in the AFC and the NFC. Why not get the best teams in?
Yeah, there may be an under 500 team that wins the NFC South.
So just take the 14 best teams.
That's right, and seed them. 114, 213, boop, bop, beep,
Yeah, you
bop,
do
boop.
win percentage, common opponents,
That's
and
it.
stuff like that. Yeah,
Can't say I don't hate it.
No, it's just, for me, I don't know. What the hell do I know? Go ahead, David.
Well, I have a question. Should it be time for Mike Tomlin to go? Year 17. He's won just one Super Bowl, lost the second, made just 3 AFC title games in 17 years.
Are you
No, I'm sorry.
I'm just asking a question.
I'm sorry. And you called me privileged.
I'm asking a question.
And you heard what he just said. But I'm privileged.
Yeah, all right. Let me
I'm
take
just
over.
asking.
The Niners haven't won since Kenny was born.
I didn't say that I believe
He's
it.
only won one Super Bowl.
I'm asking
David,
a question.
David, the last 2 years of Big Ben, the transition period with Pickett, this is what happens. But what has never happened for you is a complete bottoming out. Mike Tomlin has held it together. They play a consistent brand of football. They make the playoffs. I understand. They're not
You know the
attaining-
brand. They just don't have a QB.
I mean, Jesus, David, you were going to make the playoffs again if your quarterback didn't die
All
this
I
year.
did was ask a question. I didn't say either
And-
way
and
where
David-
I am.
Well, you're acting like
No, no.
Ricky Schroeder from Silver Spoon, and I
as
don't
of-
like it.
And as of right now, you're in the playoffs. You're the 6th seed.
Which is crazy after losing 2 in a row.
So
Wild.
Don't worry, after 3 in a row and the Colts beat you this weekend, it'll fix itself.
That'll
no,
be
you know what
very
happens
fun.
then? You're still the 7th seed. You just swap with the Colts.
Yeah, because we're the 6th seed. You're
Do you
exactly
know
right.
Mike Tomlin is 8-1 against the Colts since
Yes.
07?
Yes, I do.
It's
And-
like a voodoo
yes.
he has against the Colts.
But you want to get rid of them.
I'll
Did
take
not
him.
say that. I asked the question. That's it. That is in football today.
All right, 4 o'clock. Lions, obviously the main dish. I do have some breaking news, though, that I need Kenny to react to. This is in Kenny's wheelhouse. If I
No, that wasn't it. I just saw that Andy Reid said he will not give up on Kadarius Toney.
Congratulations. Breaking news, very sad breaking news. Kenny, Cardi B and Offset have split. Your thoughts?
Oh my God. I can't go on with the show anymore, guys.
Oh, then you have a chance because she'll be here in concert in April. She'll be here. Go ahead, catch that.
Rico's disgusted. I just, sorry. David Ticket.
Kenny, what's the shot you're going to shoot,
I mean, if
man?
Cardi B and Offset can't make it, what chance do any of us have?
Kenny, what's your opening line?
Yeah, that's exactly right. How are you living today?
David, take a text quickly before this spirals.
Woo-hoo-hoo! We all called last year's Vikings frauds. Is it time to call this year's Lions frauds as well?
I'm getting close. I mean, look, if you finish up this season with a good record but playing bad football, you know, the Vikings were a fraud because they got every bounce and won every close game. And we said it. You're not winning a playoff game that way. It's just it's not just who you play, it's how you play. The Lions, if you're playing good football, we can work around results. But when you're playing poorly, you're escaping in the wins, you're getting drilled in some of these losses, and you're like, okay, what do we do well? As we sit here now entering the last quarter of the season, what are we doing well currently? Is the quarterback playing well? Is the offensive line, do they look like an elite O-line right now? All right.
No.
Are we playing disciplined football? Are we protecting the football? No. How about the penalties? Awful. And defensively, terrible. Then factor in special teams. You're afraid to kick a field goal. You missed an extra point this week. You never punt, even though you have a great punter, and your coach is out here hopped up on G Fuel. So I don't know.
Gambling when he should not be gambling.
So guys, I am the captain of the win the division, win a playoff game. If you're playing this way a month from now, you're not beating anyone in the playoffs. And my message has been the same. If you don't win a playoff game this year, it's a total failure. The year means nothing. This is a year to exercise some demons. Win a division, win a playoff game, put to bed some of the negative past. And as we head towards Christmas, this team's playing its worst football. I mean, no one sat here feeling great about the New Orleans game. You felt like you survived it. Mm-hmm. Thank God Bruce Irvin, who, by the way, didn't get signed off the practice squad, didn't dress, wasn't even a part of the team yesterday after he killed Derek Carr the week before.
That one didn't make any sense whatsoever. No real answer either.
No. So, and again, go back a couple weeks ago. Did you feel good about the Bears game? No, you stole it. It's the same conversation if you're on WIP in Philly today. They stole that Bills game. They got lucky as hell against the Chiefs. Drilled by the Niners, drilled by the Cowboys. Nobody in Philly feels good today. Because they know they're whistling by the graveyard. But our record, no one cares. Because if the Eagles play the way they're playing now, they are going to be an early out in the playoffs. If you want to be at that level, then you got to have this level of standards. Right here and now, who's confident they're beating the Broncos Saturday playing this way? I can't be. I'm hopeful, but I'm very nervous. And that's why we have asked the question, is it?
Yeah, because you're going to have a Bronco team who desperately needs this win to get into the playoff picture. You're there. I don't see you falling out. I just wonder if you're going to be playing a home playoff game now. But the Broncos, they're playing with their hair on fire, man. 5 of the last 6 games, they've won.
They win ugly. Their defense has improved in a cosmic fashion. They're not going to score a ton of points. This is a game. See, this is where people are going to get upset at me. But our defense isn't good. If you make the opponent go to length of the field, you'll be surprised the results you have. Mm-hmm. But when you turn it over, and then your coach is Mel Gibson and Maverick half the time, No wonder you're giving up 35 a game in losses.
Yeah.
But your offense has to do their job.
They do.
267 yards yesterday? What are we talking about?
Yeah, I thought yesterday was a David Montgomery type of day where you just methodically go down the field. It's boring. You know what it is? They should have done what Michigan did against Penn State. We're just going to keep running this ball and eating the clock and keeping Fields on the sideline. And yeah, it's going to look boring, but we don't care because we're going to end up with the victory.
Also of note, if you're looking for something to watch tonight, the Monday Night Football doesn't do it for you. Your 2-20 Detroit Pistons on a 19-game losing streak are at home against the Pacers as 7.5-point underdogs. I would advise you root that they lose. I want to know how long we can go with this losing streak before Tom Gores has to be awoken from his slumber to speak.
Yeah, I'm a bad person because I'm hoping they can make it all the way to December 30th and just get the record.
You're not a bad person because at this point, this is so offensive. It's such a dishonest product to this fan base and this community. It's wrong.
I mean, it was a caller, but yeah, when the Tigers set their record,
changes were made. Yeah, Lions at 0-16.
Changes were made. And if you break the new NBA record, you're almost forced to make changes.
So here's this week. Tonight at home against the Pacers. Home against the Sixers Wednesday. At the Sixers Wednesday. Back here Friday night against the Sixers. You go 0-3. You will have lost 22 straight. You will be 2-23. Is that enough to get the owner to speak? Maybe get on the PJ and address the public? Total embarrassment that he is. Let's go to the people, shall we? Let's go over to Jim, 97.1. Really, Jim? Absolutely unbelievable. Let's go to Nathan, 97.1. What's up, Nate?
Hey, guys. First-time caller, long-time listener. Going on to the game yesterday, I was just pretty frustrated with the offense. I just don't get why right now, like the way Goff's playing, why they want to keep leaning on him when we got Gibbs and Montgomery averaging 6 yards a carry on 10 and 11 carries. In my opinion, I think they should be getting 15 carries each minimum a game, and I just wanted to see what you guys think about that.
I don't disagree with the idea. The problem is when you're playing from behind and you don't have a good defense, it's very hard to stay committed to that plan. Now, Nathan, the other issue is they're just nowhere near as effective without Ragnow. But I'm with you. Nate, they come home Saturday night. Fans may not like it. Their job is to win by any means necessary. I would love them to line up, run the ball, control TOP, shorten the game. Ben Johnson has got to have a bit of a recovery here. He's had a bad several weeks, and their red zone play calling's been bad all year long.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Like I saw some of the play calls that they give down there. It just leaves me mind-boggled half the time. That's why I just don't understand why we don't want to. I don't get me wrong. I get our old lines all banged up and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, in my opinion, the strength of this team is the offensive line, and you got to roll with it, you know. And you got to be making sure that them guys are getting their touches and their chances. And right now, they're not.
I'm with you, Nate. Nothing is working right now. Not consistently. I mean, even though they got off to the hot start in the New Orleans game, what happened? These third quarters, I don't know what is going on with this team, but they are the worst third quarter team in the NFL. Their offense falls apart. They can't score. Their point differential's all out of whack.
But see, that's what throws me back to when they were, 1-7 last year, 1-6 last year. It was the third quarter collapses where, okay, you're not throwing pick sixes, but yeah, I don't know what the halftime speech is, but stop saying it. Maybe we just meditate. Maybe we just sit in silence. But I don't know what happens because, yeah, you come out in the third quarter and nothing. Maybe you just leave the team on the field.
Here are your second half possessions, by the way. Okay, so no matter what we're talking about, whatever you did didn't work. Here's your second half in Chicago. Punt, 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 fumble, turnover on downs, pick. That's clown. That is a clown performance. And you primarily had the same luck against the Bears before the last 2.5-minute meltdown a few weeks back.
Mm-hmm.
Reality is you should have lost to the Bears twice. So it's just I'm getting a little nervous here. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. Get some ticket texts, and we're going to catch up on those as well. 97.1.
Guys, every year you're going to put on your New Year's resolution that you want to get in better shape. So Planet Fitness is here for you. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Right now, you can celebrate the 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness. And what does that mean? That means for $1 down, $10 a month, and with no commitment, you can get a membership at Planet Fitness that you can cancel at any time. But trust me, you're not going to want to do that because a lot of the new facilities have brand new cardio equipment. Some feature brand new strength equipment. You need to head over to your local Planet Fitness right now, and you need to sign up for this offer. $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. And if you say, well, you know what? I don't have a ton of time. Yeah, you do. 30 minutes, you can work out on the 30-minute circuit, get a full body workout. And all memberships include fitness training as well. You get all of this for just $1 down, $10 a month. So what are you waiting for? Head over to your local Planet Fitness and sign up today. Or head over to planetfitness.com, but you better hurry. This offer ends December 15th.
Thanks, David. When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry of Abraham and Rose. Legitimate representation, whether income or business payroll tax. Abraham and Rose, not a tax organization, are going to fight for you. They've represented their clients in the highest courts, the Supreme Court. They will fight for you, save you time, save you money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right. Just real quick, we're going to get back to the Lions, but let's just let you in on what we were chatting about in the commercial. I mean, the Tigers should thank God the Lions exist because the Lions in peril are running cover for the Tigers simply taking the winter meetings off. Shohei Ohtani's salary is basically your whole payroll.
Yeah.
Oh, but hey, I know what I found in my stocking. Andrew Chafin.
Canna, Maeda, and Chafin.
I actually like Maeda, but it's this thing of Erod out, Maeda in. I didn't gain anything.
Right.
Yeah.
What all the money's coming off the books. You know how much money they got committed for next year?
Yeah.
Half of Ohtani's salary. This team could be a threat. Hello? Anyone want to do something here?
And you know who will make more than half of that salary of their entire $41 million?
Oh, your boy.
Harvey.
He'll make $25 million of the 41 that's on the books.
There's still time, and I understand I'm a little amped up. It's just, I believe that team could make a real nice move forward. You go and make a nice couple of moves. No one's asking for nutcase stuff. I'm not even asking them to spend dollar for dollar what came off the books. I'm not. But don't show me Mark Canna and Chafin. What? Come on.
See, I am because I think that
because
you
you're
could go
unfair.
No, you could go out and get 2 or 3 pieces to really help you get to that next level.
Okay, I'll meet you in the middle. Can I get one veteran bat that is good that I care about?
I was going to say a leadoff. If he could be a leadoff hitter, sold.
Great.
You don't like Mark Canna? Come on.
Okay. You done?
It'd be better if I had French fries, Mike.
I mean, he's a veteran, but, you know.
You got half of it right. By the way,
and Miggy still gets a $8 million check. I guess his last one.
My God. You know what? No one cares here. I was just going to say I wanted your take. I mean, I was floored by the Ohtani thing. I thought 600 he'd get. I never imagined $700 million.
Not me. I don't think he's pitching, is he? Ever again?
He's going to pitch.
Who cares?
He's going to pitch. And if you think of it like that you spent and you're going to get $35 million for a hitter, $35 million for a pitcher, and it's spread out over 10 years,
he'll
David.
pitch one more year in a couple years. That's it.
David,
listen.
When you spread it out over 10 years, it does not seem as bad.
David, he's Babe Ruth.
That's true. No, that part alone, yeah.
Somebody was going to pay that amount of money, and you had teams lined up.
You'll be selling Dodger gear globally.
Very true.
He's worth billions.
Very true.
It's a business transaction. I'm just like, at any point, does anyone else get to have good players?
But think about it. That's why I said, with your low payroll, and people laughed at me, if you brought him here, the Ilitch family would have made their money back because this would have been the hottest team. You would have had sellouts every night. You know how the Lions season tickets just skyrocketed in price? That would be the Tigers every day.
There's one little detail you're missing.
I know.
I don't think you wanted to be here.
Okay.
Just a small note there.
I mean, could have tried.
Oh, you were looking for the other thing.
What?
That I doubt your ability to write a check, like that I don't think this organization is serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Okay, 2 small problems. Let's go to the people. Sorry for that minor side.
Wait, but I thought he was headed to Toronto, the flight and all of that.
Well, somebody pulled an oopsie there.
That was Friday. Oh, he's on a flight to Toronto. I was
yeah, I heard you heard what happened?
Yeah, Kenny went to the hospital with no blood in his legs.
No, apparently Mark Cuban was in the Anaheim area, got on his jet, and everyone thought the rumor, oh, wow, he's headed to Toronto to sign. No, he's not.
The
That's not
dumbest
him.
thing that people do is the flight tracker because they act as if no one else has a private jet. No one else is flying. It's got to be this.
I don't think anyone's doing a flight tracker for Mark Canna. That's like following Cousin Eddie's Winnebago. Go to Dan.
You get the people mover.
97.1. Danny, what's going on, bud?
Hey, Mike. Thanks for having me on, guys. I got to tell you, my Lions, my SOL PTSD is at 11.
Mm-hmm.
And here's why. I mean, like a month ago, when you smashed that chair at the trade deadline, I said, thank God you did that, so I didn't have to do it at work, so my boss wouldn't chew my butt, because I was losing my mind. And now we're saying, you know, win the division, win a playoff game, that's the mark of success. We might not do either. I mean, look at the schedule coming up between the Lions and the Packers. The Packers got the Giants, they got Tampa, they got the Vikings, and the Bears and Carolina. We're praying to God that the Bears can beat Green Bay so that we don't lose the division, because we're only winning 2 of those games. We're not beating Denver, not the way it showed up yesterday. And we're not going to beat Dallas. That means we're going to win 2 games. We're going to have the same record as Green Bay, and it goes back to head-to-head. And the last game against Green Bay was when you got your bells kicked up over your shoulders on Thanksgiving.
Dan, listen, I think you have every right to be concerned, but let me say this. I don't think SOL is the appropriate thing. Like, they were 9-3 for the first time since 1962. What same old would we be referring to? You know,
the epic collapse.
I mean, all right. So if you want to say, like, what, the collapse of, what was it, 16, when Stafford had the hand injury, they needed to win one of the last 3 and they couldn't do it. If they lose to Denver, I arrive there. I do.
I think the only way you can go SOL if they just
lose out.
If they lose out and you don't make the playoffs.
Oh, no. Lose division. If they lose this division, Dan has every right, and I think people would have every right to say SOL.
No, because if you lose.
Especially if you lose this division to Green Bay. I mean.
Dan, but here's the thing. You lose the division.
Like picking the left and the right one.
You lose the division to Green Bay, but you still win a playoff game. You don't care that you didn't win a division.
Yeah, maybe. But then again, let's talk about this. Let's go back in history and look at what Dan Campbell's done from the beginning to now. Year 1, fires Anthony Lynn because the guy's a bum. Year 2, we fire Aubrey Pleasant after 4 games in because obviously he's not a defensive backs coach, and they get better. At what point? But this defense is still historically bad, and you got injuries just like everybody else. At what point do we say, Aaron Glenn, it's not good enough? Let
me offer you something, Dan. At what point do we challenge Brad Holmes drafting when you're drafting tight ends high, off-ball linebackers high, running backs high, a wide receiver who's never had more than 2 catches high? Look, they haven't invested enough in the defense. I would argue, hey, if you don't want Aaron Glenn, get rid of him. Mm-hmm. But to suggest that Aaron Glenn has this war chest of stuff. Look, Dan, they're an offensive football team based on the roster and salary allocation. They've invested heavily in the O-line, heavily in the running backs, heavily in wideouts and tight ends and the quarterback. Danny, the offense got to carry the day.
And they've told you for the defensive line, we're good.
Right. If you don't want Aaron Glenn, respect. I'm not having that argument. But I think if you're going to challenge the Aaron Glenn thing, can we talk about the drafting?
Drafting free
agents.
Use
the 3rd-round pick on a quarterback with 1 leg who wasn't going to play this year. Could that not have been a corner? You did nothing at the deadline. Like, you need to have that conversation too. And I'm not knocking Jack Campbell. I'm not saying Jack Campbell's not going to be a good football player.
No.
Off-ball linebackers in the 1st round, I don't know, man. You just don't see it very often.
Yeah, and with your 2 top 1st-round picks for the last 2 years, you went offensive instead of defensive, instead of adding to that line. You care more about offense. But that's been the Detroit Lions' way since I've known them.
248-539-9797. Moran Buick GMC. Get in the game. If you need certified car service, certainly MoranExpress.com. You get that free loaner vehicle, but they're going to get you set for the holiday road trips. The Acadia seating up to 7 for $259 a month. The GMC Terrain, $242 a month. New stock arriving every single day. MoranExpress.com. And if there's something wrong with the current car, we've already told you. You get that certified service appointment, you get the free loaner vehicle, and you are on your way on your schedule. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. David, ticket text, please.
I'm going to turn this song off. Kenny
Yeah, please do.
that.
It's
he
awful.
wanted that.
Yeah, I'm scarred from my childhood. My grandparents playing that. Just please.
When is it time to really ask about Aaron Glenn? No way they can keep him past this season,
You can,
right?
Fine. Change your defensive coordinator. Look at the defense. What Super Bowl team is starting Jerry Jacobs? What Super Bowl team is depending on John Kaminsky for 60 reps? What Super Bowl team? Here's our answer at D tackle, Benito Jones. Rico's cousin Benito might be a better selection. Guys, you want to rip him, rip him. I agree. I'd like to see him be better, but look, the point I'm making is in season here and now, this is where we are. You're down James Houston. You're down Aleem McNeil. You're down C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You're down Mosley. Those are 4 legitimate starters. I don't know what defense would be good. That's why I said to you prior, you're an offensive team.
Plus, your defense gets put in very bad spots.
So if you want to give
turnovers.
Aaron Glenn the smoke, then talk about Ben Johnson. Okay? It's no one says a word when we call him a genius. But if you bring up he's been one of the worst red zone play callers in the NFL this year, you get a dial tone.
Because if all of a sudden the Lions defenses were just letting teams drive 80 and 70 yards on them, then yeah, you know what? It is Glenn. But a lot of the stuff is turnovers. They got the short field. They got to defend. And simply getting the other opponent to kick a field goal is a win because you kept them out of the end zone.
Yeah, 267 yards of offense yesterday. Why are we talking about Aaron Glenn?
100% panic in Lionstown. Mike promised me the division would be wrapped up with 3 weeks to go. Rico guaranteed me an MSU basketball natty. Everything is in shambles on this Monday afternoon.
Oh, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'm only not doing the Izzo thing because of your Lions, but tomorrow, Rico's going to play the role of Tom's wartime consigliere. I'm giving Rico 2 choices. It's choose your own adventure, Izzo edition. You do this or you do that. But that is all.
No one gets hurt, right? There's no fishing boats out on the lake. Okay.
My goodness.
All right. No Mo Green.
Maybe a chair to a spinal column.
Tom, would you like to get a shave and a haircut?
I think the chair I broke would outperform Matty Sissoko, so that might work.
There's a lot of orange cones being taken off the freeway.
Kevin from Flint says, everybody needs to relax. Everybody said at the beginning of the season, we should be competing for the division title.
I didn't.
We are doing that. We are 2 drafts away to be competing for a Super Bowl.
2 drafts away?
Relax.
What is this, 1976?
Apparently so.
Okay, you know what? You're done. I'm moving on. I'm not dignifying that text. Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy.
Yo, Mike.
Hello.
Hey there. Yeah, I just got to say, on a tangent, you brought up the Pistons streak that they're on, and I'm going to say which one's going to be beat first is Dan Campbell, as far as I know, in 13 games has not won a challenge yet, and the Pistons haven't won a game yet. Who's going to win first?
Dan Campbell's challenge, that was awful. You know what, Jim? Let's bring it up because we haven't brought it up yet. He rushed to judgment there. It was a bad challenge in the second half road divisional playoff game where you can't put a timeout at risk unless you are certain. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry. I don't even know if there was enough time for the people upstairs to wire down to him. He just went rage mode and threw the damn thing.
This is where your assistants have to say, nope, I know it looks bad. Trust us on this.
I agree. It's not all on DC, but and the Bears did rush up.
Yeah, but I mean, Jim, listen, that's not a point in the game. I'm not challenging that play. It's not clear
either.
and obvious. And you're right. He's had a terrible record challenging plays. Terrible. You're right to criticize it. If we're going to salute coaches who win them, you got to rip coaches who don't. And consistently, he's bad at it. No problem with the phone call. And whose streak will be broken first? The Pistons will win a game.
They got a better opportunity.
Well, they got
more
80
chances.
chances. I mean, a coach might challenge 5 or 6 plays in a year.
Yeah, but Campbell only has, 4 or 5 more weeks. Are the Pistons going to win a game?
It's the NBA. Maybe the Pacers show up drunk and high tonight after the in-season tournament. I don't know.
Right, but a month and a half, they haven't won. It's the NBA kind of goes out the window.
Okay, I got one more question for you guys.
Sure.
Was it Brad Holmes who drafted J-Mo? And I don't mean
Brad Holmes
anything bad about J-Mo, but he can't catch the damn ball. Or, excuse me.
Oh, you're fine. That's not a potty word. Damn is just fine. Damn. Just fine. The point I'm making is J-Mo didn't catch it. He had 0 catches for 0 yards yesterday. You don't even get to talk about a guy's hands.
Yeah, well, because if you throw it to him, he's going to drop it anyway. I mean, he does make some big plays. He's had some touchdowns, but the guy can't catch. Go look at all his Alabama. I went back and I looked on YouTube, saw all his highlights. Like every time he's open by like 10 yards and he can turn around and catch it with his body. I've never seen the guy high point a ball.
Dan Campbell acknowledged when you drafted him that, quote, he would never be one of these great hands catcher guys. I believe that was his quote. Jim, bottom line is either the quarterback's got to change or you got to get him out of town because it's not going to work with him and Goff. We're too deep into this. He's never caught more than 2 balls in a game. We're in the home stretch of his second year in the league, and they desperately need him. Safeties are creeping up to the line of scrimmage to play you. They know Goff isn't going to go over the top. They don't fear J-Mo.
Well, heck, I know a key 4th down play. They went to DPJ before they went to J-Mo yesterday.
Okay, that's slanderous.
It's fact. Happened.
I know.
Shout out Cass Tech.
Shout out not being able to measure a football
field. We're not doing this every single time Cass Tech comes up. No, we're not.
Shout out
We're not doing it.
4 foot tall corners.
We can do that.
Okay. Shout out Boubacar.
We could do that too.
Okay. Dior Mathis? Who was the other one? Was it
I know Jordan Lewis and Cowboy.
Yes.
In the league, yes.
Yeah. He'll get a pension.
Yeah, is it wrong that I forgot he still plays for the
Hey,
Cowboys?
listen, he'll get a pension.
Yes, good for him.
Hey,
yeah.
come on.
JD.
Eventually come back home and coach the team at Cass Tech.
On a 94-yard
I'm not kicking you out,
field.
by the way, Coach, right now. I'm not, but we got to win some states again.
Oh. He had a bad year, David.
Damn.
It's like Tomlin. Win again.
Jesus. The man had a bad year. And they lost in the semifinal?
I'm about to get a text. I'm sorry about
Let's
that.
go to-
I'm so sorry.
Wow.
Oh, my bad.
They lost in the state semifinal.
Jeez.
I would like to apologize.
Let's go to John, 97.1. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, how's it going, you guys? First-time caller.
What's up, man?
Yeah, so part of me, because, Mike, I've heard you say this even when Stafford used to be there, how it seemed like the media would always carry Stafford's water.
Yeah.
Every time, oh, he had a 340-yard game, or, well, how come people aren't doing that? I mean, well, they're doing that with Campbell, it seems like, because Brandon Staley gets crucified with the Chargers for being a defensive coach whose defense stinks. And Dan Campbell's basically doing the same thing with Detroit.
Yeah, I'll tell you why it's happening now. No, it's happening because he's fun and he's quotable, and I'd have a beer with him.
Right.
I'm with you. John, this team has fallen apart a little bit. It's on him to run a better operation. It's the penalties. It's the turnovers, missed extra points. My quarterback's falling apart. You are the CEO of the operation. And look, you want to be the riverboat gambler, we got to have a conversation about some of the choices. I mean, the fake punt on Thanksgiving Day. Whatever the hell that was on 4th and plus, down 12 with 12 and a half to go. John, I'm with you, but I can't control it. I'm one person.
Right.
I
wanted to make 2 more quick points.
Go ahead.
Just because so if you really think about it, and these 2 things really bother me, because Rico brought up the point that ever since the Baltimore game, which that was a complete beating that they took. But the red flag for me was the Charger game, because they came off a bye week with 2 weeks of rest, and the Chargers had basically 6 days of rest coming off that Cowboy game that they lost. And they allowed the Chargers to basically have their best offensive game of the year. And Justin Herbert, who's been mediocre all year, so that to me was where I kind of had the big antennas up where I was like, because that's a game where coming off of 2 weeks of rest, you're facing a tired team and a bad team. They should have just steamrolled that team.
John, it's a bad defense. They don't have depth. They're down 4 starters. I mean, I pick a defense.
And that was
go to Rico's team. Take their most important defensive player, Nick Bosa. Take Lenoris Baboris Sr., Jr., the third, whatever his name is. Take him. Take Fred Warner. They won't look the same. John, we have to accept it's not this nameless, faceless group. They lost C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who was supposed to play a major role. They lost Aleem McNeil. They lost James Houston. What? They lost their number 1 corner in Mosley. John, they're not a good defense. I know this. The offense has to carry them.
Yep. And then finally, I just want to end it with just I always think of the imagine if theory. And I always think, like, if you as a fan have to tell yourself, like, imagine if Jared Goff is in 3rd and long, because they're not running against San Francisco or Dallas in the playoffs if they get that far. And I always say, like, can you just imagine that offense?
They can't beat
Jared Goff, as bad as he's playing now, in constant 3rd and longs against those defenses.
No, they can't beat them. They can't beat the Niners. They're not going to beat the Eagles. They're not going to beat the Cowboys. The goal right now is to win this division and put a banner up and win a playoff game so everybody here gets the joy and we get rid of the ridiculous stat that they haven't won one in 30 years and they've only done it once since 57. But if you think the goal is anything other than that currently, I don't know. I don't know what to say to you. They're not beating those teams. Now, football's a weird game.
No, it is.
With an oblong ball, okay?
And 3 weeks ago, Lions fans thought that they could beat those teams. They thought that they could go toe-to-toe with everybody in the NFC.
What is Denoris Lenoris' name? What is his name? I always get it wrong, the kid for Frisco. He's actually playing good ball this year.
I'm not answering that.
No, he's the corner, number 2.
I feel like there's a chair waiting for me.
There's not. What's his name?
I feel like there's a chair because you're going to be like, don't care.
Gregoris Bedorius. What is it?
I'm not doing this.
His name is something out of a Key and Peele sketch.
Diomenor Lenore.
Thank you. He's actually playing really well. He was a punchline last year. He's actually playing good ball.
See, I just figured, he's like, what's his name? Don't care. And then you would go to break.
I think, honestly, you're a little...
Because you asked me, hey, what time's that MSU game? Yeah, I don't care. You did it better in the pre-show meeting. Hey, PTSD what's this? I don't care.
You're kind of right.
Okay.
Hey, the perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. Bottom line, we'll leave other debates for other times, but what's not up for debate, the eco-friendly. Best mattress ever made, the iComfort Eco by Serta. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. David on the ticket text. What do we got? It's exciting.
Let's not forget, the Lions were winning at halftime 13-10. Ben Johnson's offense had a chance to go up double digits, and then we got that second half.
Hey, third quarter, 4 possessions, no first downs, 3 and out. Again, people, I get it. It's popular to blame Aaron Glenn, and I don't care. They could launch him out of a cannon after the season. You know how the team is built. You know who needs to lead the charge. I don't understand this refusal to discuss Ben Johnson, horrific red zone play calling, horrific third quarters. And right now, your quarterback and Ben Johnson are tied. They're tied to each other. He's got to figure out what the hell's going on with Jared Goff.
Mike, I agree. You need to punt on many of the fourth downs, but do you think Campbell was going for it because he doesn't have the confidence in his defense? That is from Rich in Northfield.
Yeah, but here's the problem. You're down 12 with 12 and a half to go. It's Justin Fields and a Bears offense that really didn't do much outside of the first drive. Shout out Rico Beard. Punt the ball. It's not a tush-push situation. Just punt the damn thing.
Someone says there are games on tape now, and other professional teams are making adjustments to them, and the Lions aren't changing anything up.
Listen, they have to counterpunch here. I agree. Now, whether they can or can't, maybe they don't have the pieces. Look, Goff has 5 games to earn his paycheck. If this is what we're going to get down the stretch and they don't win a playoff game, or heaven help us, they don't win the division, I'm not paying him. I will acquiesce to the Jim Costa Goff haters club.
So just let him finish out the contract. Let it play out.
Or no, you go into this offseason and figure out what to do. I don't know, man. I don't even want to think about it. I really don't. It would set them back. You'd miss him when he was gone.
Lions will win both against the Vikings, and they will win versus the Broncos. Lions will win 3 of their next 4, and the Vikings have only scored 13 points in their last 2 weeks.
Sounds good to me.
Not worried.
All right, that's great. Who are you beating in the playoffs? See, that's my whole thing. They've got to play better football. The goals are bigger than just winning the division. It's the playoff win. Mm-hmm. Here, lose the division but win a playoff game. I'm in. Win division but lose playoff game. I'm out.
Someone says it's very simple. The Lions season is over. That's it. Okay.
Wow. All right.
Wow.
Happy holidays. Ken, 97.1. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, brother. What's on your mind?
Hey, I wanted to just kind of echo what you were saying about Ben Johnson, man. There is absolutely zero reason why we should be able to go up double digits at the half and come out the third quarter and have no connection. Offense has been terrible. People are reading these screen passes like we're, telegraphing things all the way out. Aaron Glenn is doing a magnificent job with Ifeatu Melifonwu finally playing really good DB play for us. I mean, he's done CJ, like you're saying, CJ, Emmanuel Mosley, Aline goes out. Josh Paschal is not working out like he was supposed to, second-round draft grade. There is absolutely zero way with the time and resources allocated for the offense that we are not able to put up any points in the third quarter for what the past – I mean, it seems like at least the majority of the last, 7 or so games.
You're the worst third-quarter team in the league. You come out and do nothing offensively and get smashed.
Zero reason why that should happen. And I love Ben Johnson. I love the offensive line, but Taylor Decker is getting absolutely demolished out there. I mean, Graham Glasgow, he's playing all different sides of the line. Jonah Jackson can barely stay in for 2, weeks at a time. It's unacceptable for us with a play caller as brilliant as he is for us to not have any third quarter points at all. It should not happen, especially not at this point in the season.
Decker thing is really interesting to me because, Kenny, I'm with you. He's getting physically bullied out there a couple times a game. I mean, the Rashawn Gary, go pop in the Thanksgiving Day tape. And then yesterday, I'm just, look, I know offensive line is the hardest position and we only point out the negative. But, Ken, that line as a whole has got to be better because Goff clearly has to operate in a clean pocket. Now, here's part of the problem, Kenny. Goff's also holding on to the football too long.
Agreed.
And it's a bad combo.
I love Deck. I love the offensive line. I'm a previous offensive lineman myself, so I love those guys, and I know that it's a thankless job. But with Nick Fraley there, you just can't be playing that bad. You just can't be.
No.
And that's where it starts. If the line breaks down, there's no hope. We got you have the best running back duo in the NFL, and we can't we're not getting those guys the ball.
No, and part of that is you have to play with a lead. I mean, Kenny, you fall behind, it's very hard to stick to the running game. I'll just tell you, Saturday, I wouldn't care if they have a conservative game plan.
But see, I think they abandoned the running game too soon because they weren't that far behind. I mean, you were up, and then it was, okay, you were tied up. And even when it was 19-13, you're still in this thing. You're one score.
Isn't it always funny? Like, let's say a team is down 10-0 in the first half, and they get away from the run, and you're like, dude, you got 40 minutes of football left. Just play your game.
Right. Because eventually, you'll take this thing back over. That was the head scratcher to me.
I know one team that sticks to it. Must be nice living in that privileged
this is why
universe.
we don't answer questions.
Okay, then we'll go to Nick, 97.1. Hi, Nick. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, good. How are you?
Excellent.
So the moment for me was the end of the first quarter, 38 seconds left. Jameer has an insane run for like 36 yards and steps out of bounds. There's 40 seconds on the play clock. There's 38 seconds on the clock. But, the clock pauses for like 3 seconds. So now there's a millisecond difference. And none of the coaches can tell us, take a timeout or make a play.
Yeah.
That was it for me. That was.
Here's the best way I'd put it, Nick. Yeah, no, and Nick, here's the thing. There's, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 things. It's not a crisp operation right now. Whether it's a bad snap on offense, a bad snap or a missed extra point, a delay a game, Aiden jumping off sides on an inexplicable 4th and 13. Nick, none of it's crisp. It's not good football.
Exactly, and. My wife probably wasn't too happy with the way I was talking at the TV, like most men in Metro Detroit.
Don't worry about it. As long as there weren't little kids in the room, don't worry about it.
There was.
Okay, then. Well, that's a problem. All right. Well, I don't know. Buy an extra Christmas present. You'll figure it out.
Daddy had a moment.
Just
tell him Daddy had a moment, Nick.
Probably a good place for us to take a TO. We'll reset everything. More of your calls. Got to get some ticket texts as well. 97.1. All right, let's get to it. So if you're jumping in your car on the way home from work, you know we're talking Lions. And we asked a very unnuanced question. It's simple. Is it kind of, yeah. I'm not going to redo the show open, but here's where Rico and I are at. What do you do well exactly right now? 8 penalties yesterday. -3 in the turnovers. Quarterback played like crap again. Your defense is crap. Mental errors. I mean, Aiden jumping off on a 4th and 13 where the Bears weren't going to run a play. Followed up by, why is Jerry Jacobs man up with no safety help on DJ Moore on said 4th and 13? Look, the whole point is this is a team easily could or should be 0-4 their last 4 weeks. They're 2-2. You had no business beating the Bears the first time. None. Now, the Saints, you want to tell me we jumped out 21-0? Yeah, the problem is you blew the lead. And if they didn't put in Jameis blindfolded because Derek Carr got hurt, I think you lose. You're not playing good football. We know your defense is down 4 starters, and good ones. The offense isn't pulling their weight. And I'm scared because the quarterback right now, something's wrong. Ben Johnson and Jared Goff, I said this to you 2 weeks ago, they have to put this team on their back and guide them to the division and to a playoff win. Anything less, I ain't paying Jared Goff. And I've been the captain of, you guys, you got to pay this guy. Well, when you falter and you do it over a month at the critical point in this franchise's rebuild and their season, and yeah, I'm very nervous. And Saturday, hey, the Broncos are not sexy. They win ugly football games. You know, they're the kings of like a 22-20 game. But they're getting pressure on the quarterback. They have a lockdown corner. Wilson is doing just enough. Cortland Sutton's having a career revival.
Yeah, he is.
Rico, if they play the way they're playing, I have every right to be nervous about Saturday night. No?
Yeah, especially if you put Jacobs on Sutton one-on-one. That would be fun.
I don't like you.
No, but yes, because where it looked as if you were going to run away with this thing, we did a show looking at the schedule. It's like, man, the Eagles got a rough schedule. The Niners got a rough schedule. You don't. But something happened. Something changed after that, during that Ravens game. You haven't been the same team. And whether it's the 10 turnovers that Goff has had since then, your third quarters, you're coming out and you're really giving nothing. You've won games, but if we're honest with ourselves, you got lucky for a few. You'll take the win. There's no asterisk next to the games, but you're not playing the same brand of football that you played at the beginning of the year where you were winning by double digits, where there was confidence, where you knew this team was just, everything was humming. Now you're kind of limping to the finish line. Can you finish strong? Because you're looking at that Dallas game. You're looking at a Denver team who needs this game because they're trying to get into the playoffs. Where all of a sudden it looks as if Russell has bought into what Sean Payton is put on the table, and they're starting to play a whole lot better than that Denver team from the beginning of the year. Yeah, this Saturday, it's a crucial game. You win, and I think if you win the game, you start feeling better about this team, saying, okay, we're okay. We'll make it to the finish line, and then we'll just start worrying about the playoffs. Man, I don't even want to talk about the flip side of that coin.
No, I mean, if they lose, and you're losing to the Cowboys, it's actually like the inverse of where they were at 6-1 or 9-3, where the games against Minnesota could cost you the division. And I get it. You're going to go, well, we don't fear Minnesota. I'll just tell you, there's only one team in football you could play the way you're playing right now and beat them. Guaranteed.
And you've already played them.
It'd be Carolina.
Yeah, you've already played them. And it was no stress. It was a double-digit easy victory.
By the way, Bryce Young's horrible. 13 of 36, 136 yards, and an interception they turned into a fumble. Who cares? I'm sorry.
Well,
my God.
Right, but bad management, because when your best receiver caught a touchdown on a 4th and 13 play in Chicago, well,
okay then.
And your top draft pick is also going to Chicago.
That's where we're at today. 248-539-9797. Your calls in a moment. David Ticket text as we start the 5 o'clock hour.
Says the man, listening to this show is depressing today, but it's not your fault. The Detroit team still suck. We thought the Lions and the Pistons were on their way up. That is J-Dub.
Well, first of all, don't ever offend any other team in sports by putting the Pistons in the same sentence. They're 2-20, losers of 19 in a row. Pacers in town tonight.
So they got a chance.
You always have a chance in the NBA. You never know when a team's going to show up bored, not wanting to play. The NBA is the ultimate dog league.
But even
I know.
Already lost to dog.
And you've lost to 19 in a row. Okay.
Even with teams we're leaving our star player at home.
I know.
His cat is sick, so he's going to take care of him.
Okay. Fair. Both things can be true. I don't know.
When I watch the Lions offense, it looks like I'm watching the same game over and over and over against a different team. They run the exact same plays the exact same way at the exact same time. The opponents have figured it out.
Yeah, and again, I'm guilty as any of talking about, look, Ben Johnson's going to be a head coach, and look, you heard it on the broadcast this weekend. But the dirty secret is Ben Johnson's been awful in the red zone, and Ben Johnson's third quarters have been awful. And look, when you know your team is struggling, when Jared Goff is struggling, or if the O-line is struggling, or hey, J-Mo didn't have a catch, look, it's your job to figure this stuff out. I mean, that's what you're paid to do. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying I have the answers. But this is what you do for a living.
Right.
He's supposed to find the answers. He's supposed to figure them out. O-line is getting bad, beat bad. Remember the giddy calls about the Lions having the best O-line in the league preseason?
Yeah, but...
Well, they're getting blown backwards all day long.
Well, here's your problem. It's not plug and play. You're down Ragnow. It matters. Glasgow's not a center. We're playing Franklin Ashoka or whatever his name is at guard. Who? Dude, it's a chain reaction. I mean, I wish TJ were in here. He could talk about it. This isn't a video game. When you take a piece out and you force someone to move over and play a position they're not used to playing, you're making two positions weaker.
Yep.
This is hard. Losing Aleem McNeil, really difficult.
I put SOL in jail earlier this year. Well, I just heard from it. He's petitioning for parole hearing. Chuck from Highland.
Thanks, Chuck.
It doesn't go SOL to me unless you just don't make the playoffs. I just think that this is new territory.
Uh-oh, we're losing them.
This is new territory that I don't think Lions fans are used to. You have teams that are coming after you. It used to be that you went after them or they just didn't care about you. But now you're that circle game. We're going to Detroit. We got to get everything ready to beat the Lions. This is where you are now. It's a sign of a good team. You just have to prepare yourself and stop thinking that whole, we're just like the same old Lions. No. You're different. Now, you missed the playoffs completely. I'll allow it.
Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hello, fellas. How are you today?
Good, Jim. What's up, pal?
Well, the point you guys were making about something has changed since the Baltimore game, I agree. Everybody knows a good portion of this game is mental as well as physical. And I think the Lions, up until that game, between everything, now they lost a couple of bad games last year, New England, Carolina, but that was a learning experience for them. This year they came out, everybody's filling their heads with, they're great, they're going to walk away with the division, and they started out playing like that. Hey, great. But when they went into Baltimore and got their butts handed to them, I think it messed with their heads a little bit. And ever since then, they just haven't been the same. Now, granted, the injuries play a big role in that, yes. And the offensive line, Mike, your miniature soliloquy about that is spot on, because the offensive line is a unit. And when you start moving those pieces around, you screw up the works, and they don't play as well. And they are getting beat bad. And Jared Goff has to hang on to the ball because, let's face it, I don't think our receivers are getting open. They're just not. So Ben Johnson is the guilty party here. He needs to come up with more creative ways, because these teams are looking at film. They see the plays the Lions run, and they're keying up on them. And Ben Johnson does not make good halftime adjustments. That's why they're flat as hell in the third quarter. They just look pitiful.
No, and again, I mean, Jim, 4 possessions in the fourth quarter against Chicago, 4 3-and-outs. And look at the numbers over the course of the season in the third quarter. This is something where, Jim, while I agree with everything you're saying, let's be very clear. There are so many things wrong in the last 5 weeks. You can't just put it on one person. This is where Dan Campbell has got to rein this in. And while he can't fix everything, he has got to check a couple of the boxes. Like, look, yesterday, Jimmy, 8 penalties that were accepted. Yeah. That's horrendous. The turnovers, the special teams nonsense. That's before we get to Ben Johnson. Like, Jim, this has really got to stop.
There's a serious lack of discipline, not just on the field, but as well as the coaches. And I don't blame Aaron Glenn. He doesn't have all the pieces. I actually think he's doing a pretty good job given what he's got. And I'll tell you something. The chair drop, I need it every day. You know why? Because everybody knows what the trade deadline is about. The trade deadline is where you add an impact player. I'm sorry, but Peoples-Jones is not an impact player. They needed to get that defensive impact player, and they didn't do it. And this is the results you get from it.
Well, also, here's your other problem. It's very difficult for me to accept Donovan Peoples-Jones with 1 catch yesterday, J-Mo with 0.
Yeah.
Look, Ben Johnson's job was to bring J-Mo along so that at this point in the year, and I was saying this early in the season while he was suspended, I need J-Mo to be rounding into form so that he's this new toy for us in the playoffs. What am I watching? He has never caught more than 2 balls in a game. Go look at these stats.
And I'm thinking it may be to the point you got to try to get him at least 3-4 plays a game.
But
where
the problem is when they throw it to him, then does he drop it? Does he run the right route? See,
but maybe not even throw, just gadget plays. You need to make him your new toy.
The other thing is this, and I know this is really simplified and shame on me, but I'm just frustrated. It's been a long show. At a certain point, when I see teams creeping their safeties up, there's no miscommunication in J-Mo, run.
Yep, change of play.
I mean, a 9 route, that's what it is. Like, there's no nuance to it. J-Mo.
No, it's not. But then that's where you get into the whole, I mean, even those deep passes that he catches, he's either got to wait or it's thrown to the wrong shoulder.
We have to get the safeties to back away. Rico, they're showing no respect. I mean, Daquan Brisker may as well have been sitting in the huddle.
Right.
It has this compounding effect.
Talking to the D lineman, hey, I'm hanging out with you fellas today.
Like he's leaning over with popcorn. That's a hell of a good play call over there. I like that. Like, right. It has a compounding effect, so it's.
But I think you're right. And a lot of that is they don't respect Goff's arm and the ability to throw the ball deep. And they see the same things that we see. You're outdoor. Yeah, this probably isn't going to work out. We're going to use our analytics and say you're not going to beat us over the top. And guess what? You didn't really even try.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of your calls next. 97.1.
Back in the day, things changed so fast. That's really a great thing because back in the day, we were lucky if we can get one video.
Back in the day on people?
Yeah.
Knew you were old.
We were able to get, if we were lucky, if we would get one video to download to the desktop computer. But now there's Xfinity 10G network. That means the fastest internet with faster speeds rolling out all the time, and internet that can power a whole house full of devices at once with ultra low lag. So while one person is streaming a movie in their room, somebody else is watching the game in the basement, and somebody's doing the latest TikTok creation in the kitchen. It's the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And now through December 21st, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet on the next generation Xfinity 10G network, $20 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7, locally owned for 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators in stock, too. If Mastercraft can't get you for same-day service, they'll take $100 off that next-day service call. Visit mastercraftheating.com.
You know what? I got some funny news for you. David, this screams you. We're talking Lions, but I just want to deviate for a quick second.
Mm-hmm.
The Los Angeles Lakers will unveil a unique NBA in-season tournament champion banner. So,
all right, I'm going to say something that's going to surprise you.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
No.
I don't mind it.
They are a storied franchise.
Okay, but David, the league has made this a thing.
But they don't need a banner.
Okay, it's not the Miami Heat putting up Michael
rings?
Jordan's jersey.
Do they get rings?
Hold on. You guys are yucking it up over here, huh? A couple of comedians. Like, if the Pistons had won the in-season tournament.
No.
Really?
No banner. They've won championships. You don't put banners
They've got
up.
Kelly Tripucka up there. You can't have an in-season tournament banner?
No banner.
If the Pistons have...
They have George's 3-button jacket up there. Come on.
The Lakers, no.
Okay.
You're a story franchise.
Thank
It's
you.
like the Yankees. There are certain things you should just be above. You don't hang, our pitcher was the All-Star Game MVP. No. You're supposed to be
guess
that
I'm
good.
just, I have other things to be angry about. If the league's going to keep this thing and you win it, why not they put a little something else up there? I don't know.
I just know what the tournament and who the tournament was made for, and it's everything is showing it.
Oh,
it was made for
David.
LeBron.
David.
And I get the trophy
It was
ceremony
made for LeBron.
because
here's
he
the
can't
thing.
win championships anymore.
David's not the only person who feels that way. There's a lot of people. I'm glad I didn't. It was a guy who wanted to bet me. He's like, LeBron's going to win this thing. I'm
Thank
like,
you.
no, there's other. No.
He played really well.
Because he went all out because this is all he can do now for this tournament. He can't win a 7-game series against a team anymore.
David, real quick, I don't know if you've looked at the Western Conference
I understand.
standings.
Are we at Christmas yet?
I'm making
Just
a
wait
point.
for the Lakers.
I don't think LeBron is quaking in his boots over the Minnesota Timberwolves.
No, he's not. But again, when the playoffs get here and they win a series, then come to me.
All right. I didn't realize it was going to be this visceral response.
I just thought it was funny.
Champagne in the locker room.
I just thought it was funny. I was like,
you know what else is funny? MSU's 4-5.
Did you just throw something at me?
See, but MSU would win an in-season tournament.
Right, but you know what?
That's what Tom Izzo needs. He can't win anything else.
He can win.
We need an in-season tournament.
They do. They don't win those either. They've gone to Maui before and rarely.
I forgot about those. You're right.
I just recognized
they
I
went
feel
to the Bahamas
worse after my comment.
Yeah, they've gone to the Bahamas. Yeah.
Perhaps.
But you don't hang a banner for that, though.
I actually would
Maui
at this point.
Classic champions.
I would. I'd buy the floor like they did in 2000. Carve it up into tiny pieces for people.
Tiny surfboards.
Anything. It's a sad state of affairs.
I can't believe you threw a water bottle at me.
I didn't throw it with force. I just, merely.
Where's HR when I need them?
Well, it never hit you. It hit your monitor. And I didn't. I just kind of lobbed it like Rick Barry.
I have an injury. I feel oppressed.
That's throwing it. Now let's go. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
Hey. Talk to me.
Abandoned ship. I feel like this team missed their window. We have a team built and a coach built for an underdog team. We were best suited last year. We needed to squeak in the playoffs last year, and we would have made some noise. This year, we're the favorite. We're supposed to do well. I don't know if Dan Campbell does a good job giving a good we're supposed to win speech. You know what I mean? He's the guy that you want to be in there
Underdog.
as the underdog. We gotta grit and bite kneecaps and all that stuff.
Brian, let me ask you a question. Is it unfair of me to say that a lot of Dan Campbell's credibility is on the line Saturday night at home against Denver?
It is. We need to see that he's a good winning coach and not just a good losing coach, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's back against the wall. It's at home. I think you, the fan, are going to be absolutely incredible. If you can't play good football and win that game, it makes me question a lot of things. Fair or unfair, it's just how I feel.
We need to see their defense. I feel like it's Matt Patricia again with their bend but don't break. And if it was 500 yards of a field, it might work. But, I mean, we got Aiden Hutchinson out there. He kind of looks like a Chris Farley skit. He's just moving his hands and his head real fast. I feel like he's saying, vote for Donnelly. You know what I mean? But I never see him do anything. You know, so I really need to see. To be honest, I think it's over with. I think it's done. I think we got to reshuffle the deck. I think they missed their window. I hope I'm wrong.
I'm not ready to go there yet.
No.
But listen, this Saturday means a lot. And right now, if you're asking me, do I have fear that they won't win a playoff game? How could I not be thinking about it? I can't be as confident as I was 3 weeks ago. I can't.
No.
Look at what they're putting on tape.
I think if you go into Christmas with a 4-game losing streak, then you can feel the way that gentleman did.
And here's the Russell Wilson thing, right? This is something that has bothered me greatly as people really shine in his shoes and going, oh, my God. Yeah, here's Russell Wilson cooking since mid-October, right, when the team picked it up. Against the Chiefs, 59% for 95 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Against the Packers, 194 and a touchdown. 114 and 3 touchdowns against the Chiefs. 193 and 2 touchdowns against the Bills. 259 and a touchdown against the Vikings. 134 and a touchdown against the Browns. 186 touchdown, 3 picks against the Texans. And against the Chargers, 224, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Listen, it ain't nothing special.
No. It's nothing special, Mike, but
no, it's just very whatever to me. And if you allow that guy to carve you up to the tune of 250 and a couple of touchdowns and run around, I'm telling you.
But it's like you capitalize on mistakes. You turn the ball. This is why you can't keep turning the ball over.
Agree.
And giving him that short field. Because he's not going to have big stats, but in the end, you're like, how did he beat us? Well, that's how.
Yeah, Dan Campbell, fake punt.
Yeah. We're on our own 13-yard line. Now that's a good chance to run a fake.
Tony, 97.1. What's up, Tone? Tony.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing, T? What's going on, buddy?
Hey, I'm okay. I think it's time to hit the panic button. I'm not saying they're not going to do it, but we're looking at the same issues with this team week in and week out, and there's no adjustment to anything. And, I agree with you. We need to start pointing fingers at Ben Johnson on the offensive side and Aaron Glenn on the defensive side. And I get the point that you said Aaron Glenn doesn't have the pieces. But, I looked at that game yesterday, which was a total failure on the whole organization. And, when the team comes out and the quarterback, which everybody in the world knows the quarterback is going to run, and you can't stop it, then there's something wrong. Defensively, you've got to, set up a scheme where, somebody can take the quarterback down.
Yeah, but hold on. I will say this. And, Tony, mobile quarterbacks have been an issue for them for a long time. I know. But it's also easier said than done in today's game. Like, everybody goes into the game, like last year when Justin Fields was rolling. Every team in the league went into the game going, do not let him beat us. Do not let him beat us. They can't throw the ball. Right. He basically put up MVP numbers the last 9 weeks of the season. Tony, it's easier said than done. I blame the offense. You're up 13-10. Your second.
Well, that was going to be my second point. Okay. Because, we look at, you mentioned earlier about the lull in the third quarter all the time. These are things, and when I say it's a complete organization breakdown, these are things that Campbell need to be looking at and say, okay, well, why do we have these lulls in the third quarter? Why don't we throw Jamo the ball deep down the field? I mean, if you throw deep at least once in a while, that will take some of the pressure off of Goff, and maybe he could.
I just talked about it last segment. I'm not shoot the puck guy. I'm not. I'm also not chuck it deep guy. But there is something to it where teams have lost any respect, and you're seeing the safeties moving up and up and up. It has a tangible effect on your ground game. Then you factor in Ragnow. Then you factor in Goff holding on to it too long. It's a domino effect. I'm with you. I am. I'm not laughing at it.
No, yeah, because
I don't think it's sports radio guy to say, you know what, they do need a little verticality here because teams are compressing the field on them.
Right, because your biggest plays is either you're hitting Laporta in the middle of the field or you're getting Gibbs out the backfield. But, yeah, you bring the safeties up for that because you're not even challenging them deep.
Hungry Howies, let's talk about it. They're always creating something new. Kenny caught pizza night. You got the wings. Kenny's watching Pistons basketball tonight. He's beyond pumped, and he's going to do it with a mac and cheese pizza. Come on. Kenny's going to have his snap-on warm-up pants tonight for the Pistons, like it's 04. He's going to have a warm-up that says Kenny on it. Yeah, he'll tear him off. First wings goal. The mac and cheese pizza, $10.99, $2 more. You add the buffalo chicken or jalapeno bacon. It is a limited time only. If you're more of a traditionalist, believe me, no issue. $6.99 on that mix and match deal. Dinner on the table in 20 minutes. The offer doesn't last forever. The mac and cheese pizza available for a limited time only, so head on over to Hungry Howie's and get yours today. All right, holidays coming up. Means you got a little time off, hopefully. Sports-a-Palooza FanDuel. Best sports book in America. If you haven't joined yet, new customers, $150 in bonus bets, and a winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining, no better time than now. Spreads, props, over-unders, more betting markets than any other book. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official betting partner of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present, Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. All right, David on the ticket text. It's been an emotional Monday. It's probably only going to get worse tomorrow. If little programming note, Pistons tonight going for 20 losses in a row.
Mm-hmm.
That's your programming note.
Okay.
I don't know. Go
by
Pacers.
the way,
Go Pacers, go.
David, you want to tell them about the deal, the Shohei Ohtani deal?
Yeah, I sure can. Let me just pull this up real quick here. Shohei Ohtani will defer $68 million per year of his $70 million annual salary over the course of his 10-year deal, allowing the team to keep spending, according to a person briefed on the terms. That's on The Athletic.
Honestly, I would need to understand, like...
He gets the other 68. It's like a Bobby Bonilla type
that'd
thing.
be he would get $680 million once he's done?
Deferred, yes.
Deferred over the next 10 years.
Correct.
Aha.
So, because I said that too, and it's interest free, but yeah, the $680 million.
You know what? It's privileged. Must be nice.
So he gets the Bobby Bonilla.
What does Chris offer us? Matt Canna. Mark Canna. Who cares? I don't. Who cares? Like, what? This is nonsense. Go get a bat and support Riley Green and Torkelson, and let's move this thing forward. No one's saying spend $40 million on a bat, but come on, make a deal. Let's go. Tired of this crap. All that money coming off the payroll. Ohtani's making as much as your entire team, basically.
Not anymore.
What do you mean?
I mean, but basically he's going to cost them $2 million, allowing them to go get other players.
I understand.
Yes.
The framework of the deal is $70 a year. They owe that money. It's coming out of the coffers at some point. So all I'm saying is, what did $70 million come off your payroll? Come on. All right, Erod out, and I signed Maeda. Oh, I didn't make fun of Maeda. I'm fine with him. But this other stuff, what is this? Would only 4 teams in baseball matter now? Come on.
I'm very disappointed, Mike. I thought this.
It's early, I
was
guess.
waiting for the winter meetings. Like, okay, they're going to show us something. I mean,
I wasn't even asking for some superstar.
No.
I'm asking for a legitimate leadoff hitter and another guy that I can move around in that middle third of the order.
No,
that's
but
going to be a support piece.
Unfortunately, I think you're going to get Pistons, where the biggest signing in the offseason is going to be your manager.
Detroit Pistons. Hey, that's also, too, why do I want the Pacers to win tonight? Simple. I want to force Tom Gores to get on a plane and be shamed, be forced to talk. Go ahead, defend this crap. Team sitting at 2-20. Pacers tonight, in Philly Wednesday, home against Philly Friday. That's your next 3. How many more can you go before Tommy G's got to get on a plane?
I think if they get the record, he'll come and say something in the new year.
No way. They'd be 2-30. That's impossible.
At that point, you're going to have to address, okay, sorry, been a little busy. Stuff happened.
Well, let me give you the drive of the week. Let's start here with this Kansas City drive. Patrick Mahomes passes his short left to MVS for 7 yards. He continues to drive for a Rashee Rice pass for 19 yards. Then an improbable pass to Travis Kelce for 25 yards.
No,
Kelce then laterals the ball to Kadarius Toney for a touchdown.
But wait.
Sorry, there's a penalty on the play for offsides. That is your drive of the week.
The drive of the week would be someone driving Kadarius Toney to the airport and putting a one-way ticket on his ass.
But you forgot the ever-important 4th down, and you threw an incomplete pass to nobody.
Oh, I just
third down, the
stopped
ball
after
got
that.
batted down. 4th down, he threw it to the grass.
Right.
And then Mahomes had a Jerry Springer meltdown.
Yes.
It's like he found out he was the father and just freaked out.
No way. She set me up.
I've never seen Mahomes do something like that. That was unhinged.
That was the frustration of every drop pass, of everything bad happened offensively.
Fair. Totally fair. David, some ticket texting, and we're out of here. What's next?
Lions Review is up next. This text here is advice for you, Rico. Because something was thrown at you, they say, Rico, wear a neck brace into work tomorrow.
Oh, you're
It was
right.
not thrown at him.
I'm going to go full Bobby Petrino.
Only if you show up sunburnt. Rico in a visor, sunburnt to hell, in a neck brace. Still the best press conference ever.
Bobby, what happened, huh?